Arc 6, Chapter 65. The second, the fifth, followed by. Translated by Archbishop Art Source. Archbishop. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, majestic and undaunted. The red-haired great man who had appeared in this place, Reed Astrea. The unforeseen entrance of the man, his sharp blue eyes lacking any consideration for the other side's surprise. His very presence caused Everyone Japanese letter, even gluttony to be at a loss for words. Reed, hey, the hell you spassin' out for you all. Is me bane here something so suppressin', huh? It's a matter of course And seeing Subaru and the others completely petrified, Reed slammed his left eye covered under his own eye patch and struck the sandals he was wearing onto the floor. A gesture implicitly referring to the entire tower. Reed. I wasn't even able to take a nap cause of all the damn noise happening, both outside and inside. It's so boring that there ain't even drinks here in the first place, and then this happens. No way I'd tolerate it. Subaru. That's completely your own convenience, isn't it? As you can see, we're busy here in our own way. Don't make things more complicated. Reed. Ha, you said something, young fish. Sorry, but your voice is so low I couldn't hear a thin. Well, even if I could hear it, I'd still say I couldn't hear it. Subaru, nasty stubborn. And what was nasty was not merely his stubbornness, but also his timing. Too weak to blame him, not enough substance to protest him. Subaru, stumped by the violent and relentless words, realized that he was feeling afraid of Reed and tightened his fists. His soul remembered the sense of defeat pertaining to Reed's existence. That was not simply because of what all Reed had made him experience back when he used to be filled with suspicion. He had faced his repulsive audacity even in the previous loop. Subaru's heart was not supposed to have feared Reed this much back then. But now, at this moment, why could he feel it peculiarly, unusually severely? That WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, BECAUSE, my soul, clearly recognizes you as an enemy, huh? Reed. Nice, young fish. Don't mean to raise your status from a young fish, but I'll commend you for not misunderstanding that I ain't any convenient support. Subaru, even if you said, rejoice I'm your support, there's no way it'd be possible to fully accept such words by you. Reed, ha, sure said something. Unraveling his fangs in ferocity, Reed laughed like a shark while Subaru concealed the chills it sent down to his spine. Reed's proclamation just now was also a hopeless pronouncement of a certain kind. However, Subaru had never thought of Reed as something like an ally from the beginning. That had merely been affirmed. Japanese letter HE had not been mistaken, and upon the arrival of Subaru and Reed's exchange at a point where it PAUSED Japanese letter, gluttony. Well saw tilde y, Reed Astrea. Yes, the personage who had promptly returned to his true spirit, gluttony called out Reed's name. Right in the center of the frozen RISLE Japanese letter, the Sin Archbishop of Insanity was standing literally in the middle of Subaru and the others and Reed, and upon being glared by that line of sight glinted with vicious emotions, Reed looked towards Gluttony and snorted his nose in displeasure. Reed. Oh, what is it, midget? What a filthy midget. What is it, filthy midget-chan? Gluttony. You're the first-generation sword saint, aren't you? Then why is that here again? Who tilde H? According to our memories, you, the trial taker, shouldn't be able to come down from the upper floor, isn't that right? Ignoring his humiliating nickname and provocative efforts, Gluttony fired the question at Reed. The memories he had spoken of were clearly Subaru's memories, which was quite infuriating, but Subaru and the others also shared the same question that he had raised. Japanese letter, THE trial taker of the second layer, Reed Astrea's arrival onto the fourth layer. This was something Subaru had also witnessed in the previous loop, and had considered it as one of the 5 obstacles which must be cleared. The trick behind the phenomenon of him freely walking within the tower was entirely unknown. However, that phenomenon only occurred at this stage of the game. Japanese letter, SHOULD, it be said that he had been able to walk around all this time, but simply chose not to, then the issue would be entirely different. Gluttony, whether there's a peculiar trick behind it, or whether the rules of the tower itself changed. Either way, you doing this is out of calculations, and we have no choice but to Rathai tilde NK the full course in a lot of ways. After having the appetizer is the main dish, and then the dessert, that's standard, you know. Right. Reed, don't ramble 'bout such incomprehensible bullshit, filthy midget bloody bastard. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, read. I can't come do tilde WN. Brace your eyes and look you. You can understand the stupidity you're talking 'bout by talking a look. You, hey you over there. Whilst speaking, Reed pitched forward towards Gluttony in displeasure. His form, with his white fangs unravelled and glaring with a single eye, was indeed like the natural style of a delinquent. However, the pressure his self exerted was incomparably more than those of delinquents who gather in front of convenience stores, enough to make one feel threatened for their life by simply its aftermath. Should it be equated, then what was standing there was a beast which was the mixture of a tiger, a bear, a lion, and a dragon, all in a single body. Clad in every possible hint of violence, Reed bared his fangs. Reed, don't joke round, you. I'm doing whatever I want, however I want to. No way I'd accept someone's instructions, you. Don't be jocking round, you. First of all, right back at you, the hell bout you. Whose permission did you take to be macking a racket here? Hey, you over there, you. Gluttony. A tilde ha tilde, how amazy tilde ng, how unbe tilde rabel, it's impossible to get talky ng. Turning the holy sword of ice he held in his hand into fragments of ice, Gluttony combed up his long bangs. It seemed even Gluttony fare well with an opponent who was this difficult to get dialogue across to. Even Emilia, for whom it was no use arguing, had hints of struggling, but Reed was multiple levels above Emilia in terms of getting conversation across to. However, Gluttony said, although pertaining to the opponent this incompatible, and resumed, Gluttony, as pray I tilde tease the finest quality. Our appetite as gourmet is starting to crave binging tildetsu. Eat it away, chew it up, lick it all, attain the flavor. Gluttonous drinking tildetsu, gluttony tildetsu. Roaring, maddening in excitement and ferocity, Gluttony positioned his limbs onto the frozen floor and glared at Reed, making his lengthy tongue peek through his white canines, as per the command of the aberrant appetite which, indulged in the memories of others, impossible to be understood by ordinary men, his saliva drooled and dripped onto the floor. RND Japanese letter, lay. Japanese letter, WITCH, cult sin archbishop, representing gluttony, lay bait and kados. Whether that statement was boastful or conceited, anyhow, gluttony, Japanese letter, no, lay bait and kados gave his name, kicked the floor of ice the immediately following instant, and commenced his sprint with the velocity of a fired arrow. That spectacle was like the hunting ground of a ferocious quadruped, and his dash was wild enough to make one truly hallucinate that as well. Reed. What a pain. Focusing on baiting Kado's charging ahead madly, Reed put a single finger in his ear and grumbled as if troubled. Reed. Well then, I'm the swordsman, Horilaria. Subaru. Who even is that? Reed. The guy who lived beside my house in my hometown. Subaru thoughtlessly shouted at that excessively grand alias, to which Reed responded quite indifferently. Afterwards, he pulled his finger out of his ear and looked down onto baiting Kado's immediately before him, lay. Japanese letter, LETSE tildetsu. Reed. Put aside if the frizzlin' Nichan said this, but Bain told that by a dirty midget-chan like you ain't mackin' me happy. Lay. Japanese letter, DZU tildetsu. As baiting Kado's advanced in with his large mouth open, his body was intensely shifted horizontally. That was Reed's right leg crudely unleashed. Its kick captured baiting Kado's torso directly horizontally in order to energetically strike him into the wall of the aisle. Lay, goo, egg, HK. Reed, don't make the sound of a chicken Bane strangled you. Let me tell you, a chicken tastes delicious after Bane strangled, but I ain't intending to eat you. Don't care 'bout gluttony or whatever. Lay, guy, Reed. You came jumping at an adult. Hope you're prepared for a spanking, yo tilde you. Despite being caught up in the vigor, baiting Kado's retained his senses and gave a short grin, displaying extraordinary endurance. The subsequent instant, he positioned his arm upward, intending to bring down the dagger attached to his wrist onto Reed's leg with fierce strength, which invited Reed to twitch his eyebrows. Whilst speaking, Reed pushed baiting Kado's body onto the wall with his leg, and started running across the frozen aisle with a single leg at an incomprehensible speed. Of course, having been pushed onto the wall and being slid across the surface of the wall, which had the ruggedness of ice here and there, Baiting Kados was in no state to be able to resist. That damage was enormous and destructive. Lay, Guy, Ga tilde a tilde a tilde a tilde a tilde Japanese letter tilde tsu. Read. Hey Dancha starts screaming by Juice this. This way it won't even be something to consider. This ain't even children's play in my era yet. Brats these days are not only filthy, but also meager eye. Hey, yo tilde you. Declaring with displeasure, Reed stopped his feet and turned around halfway through at that spot. With his leg, which had pressed Baiting Kados onto the wall unfastened, the body of the Sin Archbishop slid down. Before that, the left leg he had balanced himself with launched a rotating kick, which energetically slammed into Baiting Kados' side, and his petite frame was lightly blown off. Japanese letter. With unusual vigor, Baiting Kados sprang onto the floor whilst taking a defensive stance. The Sin Archbishop, rotating at a high speed and bleeding, went through the gap between Emilia and Julius, and finally tumbled onto the aisle's interior horizontal to Subaru and Beatrice. As he lay spread-eagled, fallen on the floor, no longer did he display any of his former strength. All this was easily enough to kill anyone, but perhaps because of his exceptional awareness of defense, that was possibly not the case here. Subaru. That guy was the formidable enemy who had been overpowering both Emilia-chan and Julius till now, right? Beatrice. No question in that, in fact. But this one exceeds norms even more, I suppose. That's why, respectively, it can be said that the situation has worsened, in fact. Subaru. The war cards have only changed places, huh? Beatrice. That too, to a worse opponent, I suppose. Beatrice, whilst tightly holding Subaru's hand, was vigilant regarding Reed in front instead of the collapsed, immobile Baiting Kados. The same went for Emilia or Julius as well. The war situation had already changed from the battle against gluttony to a new warrior. Even in the midst of THAT Japanese letter, Emilia. Ria tilde Ellie, thank you for beating the Sin Archbishop. And can't we just go ahead and get along like this? First, Emilia spoke to Reed in a friendly manner. She offered a proposal for peace befitting of her. However, in response, Reed shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and stomped on the floor. Clearing away that proposal with those 3 gestures of his body, Reed scratched his head. Reed, don't be saying such demotivating shit, you. Actually, the hell's up with you, you're too frizzlin'. The heck's happening? It ain't a joke. Aren't you fiercely frizzlin'? Why are you here in this place, you? The hell you doing in this situation? Don't be touring round this sandy bullshit place. Instead, let's go for drinks tonight, you. Emilia, this is also the second time, though. Julius. Japanese letter, UNFORTUNATELY. She cannot accompany you for your evening drinks. The reason being, Reed. Oh, Julius. A night of peace shall not visit you, an illusion. Saying so, as if intercepting the inelegant comment, the sole man who stepped forward with his knight's sword PREPRED Japanese letter Julius stood off Reed as if covering for Emilia and sharpened his gaze by honing it with knightly spirit. Right before those yellow eyes, Reed changed his expression slightly. Reed, the hell you. Haven't you gotten a bit better eye? Did something good happen eye? A woman eye. Gotta be a woman, right you. Julius, I shall not deny that certain events happened which affected my preparedness in many ways, however. I will state that they were not because of involvement with a female. If the embrace of a female can heal a wounded heart, then so can the relentless reprimand of a friend. Reed, still a bastard who keeps beating round the bush, that hasn't changed, eh? The hell do you wanna say? Julius, in other words, the fact that I am able to hold my sword like this is thanks to my FRIEND Japanese letter. An instant after that declaration, Julius tipped up his knight's sword with sharp footsteps, painting the tip of his sword with beauty enough to make one doubt their eyes, and fired a strike towards Reed's neck. Japanese letter. The opponent had not shown any hostility yet. Such a thoughtless identification was entirely unneeded. Upon standing at this spot, Reed's thoughts were clearer than fire at NIGHT, Japanese letter Japanese letter, his unrestrainable sword spirit, could fleetingly even be felt on the skins of the bystanders. It was inconceivable that one possessing such sword spirit would remain without using his weapons. Japanese letter, REID was motivated, just like the previous loop, without giving any regard to the surrounding situation either. Hence, Julius made the preemptive strike without any indecision. That choice was the optimal solution. It could be affirmed that this precise strike aimed for dampening the calm and composed attitude of Reed here, a necessity to capture this first-generation sword saint. The problem WRS Japanese letter, Reed. Japanese letter D. Oh, you have any idea what it means to be calm and composed? Japanese letter, Reed. That's Bane, able to do anything, with flexibility, regardless of whatever petty tricks are played, you idiot, is what it means. Japanese letter, IT was that Julius' preemptive strike had been intercepted and stopped by the two chopsticks Reed held in his hand. Julius, KH, tilde HK. Reed, well, it wasn't bad, you know. Had I not been the opponent, you would V probably made the opponent taste at least this one. Japanese letter, WELL then, let's go. Julius, she tilde HK. Reed laughed like a shark against Julius, who choked on even his biting words. At the same pace, Reed gripped to one chopstick in each of his hands and swept away the tip of the sword, as well as at the same time stomped ahead and launched blows from his chopsticks. The impact firmly struck the front of the knight's sword, giving rise to a clear echo. Japanese letter, two slim sticks far shorter than a sword in terms of length, but by being wielded by the expert known as Reed, turned into a weapon far greater than their size and bashed destruction. The moment subsequent to the clear echo, the outbreaking shockwaves made Julius' hair and clothes flutter and sent cracks in all of the frozen parts of the aisle at once. Japanese letter, LITERRLLY exceeding norms, going against common sense, a lump of abnormality befitting to be named as an error of the world. Even though Subaru had seen his physical strength several times in the past, seeing the personage himself rendered Subaru speechless. The negativity of the fact that such a monster existed in this world, and the devilish nature of the latent feelings of the designer who decided to include overcoming this monster as one of the conditions for the tower's capture, nauseated his chest. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Reed. Japanese letter, a YE. I'm actually impressed a bit. It was unknown how much of Reed's full strength had been applied into that blow of the chopsticks. However, it appeared that even that blow being accepted was out of Reed's calculations, and he commended Julius' fighting spirit for warding off the chopstick's strike. Receiving that, Julius squinted his eyes whilst blood seeped out from the edge of his mouth. Julius, after all, I must win against you or otherwise our calculations will flunk, you see. Reed, is it your intent to win while you're barking bout? Julius, I'm sure that must be the case, but allow me to give you company. At that moment, Julius' sword strike brimmed in light and was wildly received away by Reed with his two chopsticks. The sword's momentum got deflected, and Julius' stance CRUMBLED Japanese letter was not the case. Julius, having considered his knight's sword being swept away, rotated and connected the second sword blow with no lag whatsoever. Thus commenced a sword's dance, like the flow of refined water with not a single droplet wasteful. Japanese letter, Subaru inhaled, witnessing the sword's dance piling up countless offense and defense with his own eyes. This was at most what Subaru was able to follow with his eyes. Yes, only what Subaru had been able to follow his eyes. But this was the proof of Julius Juculius' willpower and disciplining seeking to reach the sword saint, called to be the pinnacle of the sword. Japanese letter, IF reads, might of the sword was like blazing flames. Then Julius, swordsmanship was like flowing water. Speaking in terms of basic compatibility, then the water should extinguish the flames. However, the flames here were mighty, so mighty that they could simply evaporate the opposing water and reduce it to nothing. Perhaps many swordsmen akin to flowing water had been evaporated away by the blazing flames of Reed's swordsmanship. However, at the very least, Julius had no fear of throwing himself in there and getting himself evaporated as he continued launching destructive and unavoidable attacks upon Reed. ND Japanese letter, Emilia. Don't think that your opponent is just Julius. Reed, ha tilde HK. I ain't forgetting, fiercely frizzling. Your face is too good to forget. Emilia, thank you for the compliment, but there is only one person who truly remembered. Emilia joined in on Reed and Julius' swords dance, wielding a mountain of armaments of ice. Due to that, Reed turned one of his chopsticks against Julius and the other against Emilia. Whether that could even serve as a countermeasure, such banal sense of values were smashed by Reed's swordsmanship. Glaciation interrupted the sword's dance of blazing flames and flowing water, and the colors of the battlefield altered into further vividness yet again. The cast of the sword's dance had been changed by one, with Reed being the opponent instead of baiting Kato's, and Emilia and Julius. Crude coordination, RESUMED Japanese letter no, that also changed. Perhaps due to the enemy being stronger, but much more likely that the two of them brought together their battling style in this short interval and made amendments. Somehow bringing it all together, finally, their cooperation turned into actual cooperation. Beatrice, Julius, is matching in with Emilia, in fact. Subaru, you get it, Beatrice. There's also their compatibility on the basis of their personality, I suppose. Emilia showed all her strength clearly, and Julius became capable of moving accordingly, in fact, probably because of Emilia dropping the need to match in, I suppose. Subaru, what an amazing comment. Regardless, since it was going well, it had to have been the correct judgment. In the end, Emilia did not hold back and did everything at her own pace, and Julius matched in with the easy-to-comprehend movement of the other, adorning himself being his specialty. Reed, haha tilde. Good goin', you all. I'm startin' to have fun too, I. Emilia, hiya, seer, hair, he, yeah, tilde. Joyfully brushing away the two whilst they cordially engaged with each other, Reed laughed loudly. Emilia then let out a shout and launched a mighty attack one would not think could come from that voice, but it failed to become the decisive blow. A marvelous swords dance, as if an illusion of water, fire, and ice intertwining. The knight's sword of steel, the sticks that had seemingly been turned into steel due to the skill and force they were being used with, and the weapons of ice which struck, broke, regenerated, and gave rise to high-pitched notes. A sight so beautiful, capable of making one misunderstand that there was truly such a dance being PERFORMED Japanese letter, SHI tilde ya tilde a tilde a tilde a tilde. Henceforth, the dissonant existence which wedged itself in obstructively seared itself into everyone's minds as foreign to both eyes and ears. Subaru. Bastard. HK. Wedging himself obstructively and rudely into the space where the three unfolded their offense and defense was Lay baiting Kato's. The young boy who was supposed to have eaten Reed's kick and tumbled into a state of being almost dead. He stood up and rose once again, joining in on the battlefield as if he had not suffered any damage whatsoever. Baiting Kato's swung the daggers fastened to the wrists on both of his hands, alongside combining the battle techniques that made skillful use of his short limbs. He continuously fired fatal attacks onto the three from next to next. They caught Emilia, Julius, and Reed off guard, and the three respectively defended against them, troubled and hurriedly. However, their defense against them was imperfect, and some bits of their hair and clothes got sliced off Julius. How stubborn of you to not give up, Sin Archbishop. Lay, haha tilde. Shunning us and then having fun. Stop doing such nasty things, Naksama. Always and always having it just to yourself. How unfair, truly. Emilia, Reed, I'm sure you get it. There's no point even if we fight here. Will you help us? Just stay still at the very least, please. Reed, what a clueless woman you're. Fiercely frizzling. I'm enjoying myself as things are, you know. Even if the great stars fall from the sky, my plans ain't bending. Japanese letter, the four, whilst waging fierce and heroic blows upon each other, knocked their respective wills onto each other. This was a spectacle of battle, impossible to be approached readily, impossible to reach a common ground, impossible to be disunited from the odor of blood. For an outsider, it was difficult to judge who was at an advantage, who was at a disadvantage, who was superior, who was inferior. All what was possible was to hope for their allies' victory. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, GH. Beatrice. Subaru. And Beatrice was astonished to see Subaru, who could do nothing but watch and hope, kneel down whilst gripping onto his chest. Beatrice knelt down, touching Subaru's shoulder as he breathed hoarsely and looked at his face. Beatrice. Subaru. What's wrong, in fact? What happened, I suppose? Subaru. No, what is this? Beatrice. Subaru. Against Beatrice's desperate calls, Subaru tightened his grip onto his chest and repeatedly blinked. There was no possibility that he had made a mistake or a move, but even Subaru could not comprehend this. Peculiarly strange. PRIN Japanese letter, unbelievable heat swelled up in the interior of his chest. His heart was beating at a rate as if it would explode. He could feel every single drop of blood flowing within his body, an awful and incomprehensible sensation, as if an alarm bell was sounding off. Japanese letter. He did not understand what was happening to his body right now. This was something that did not happen in any of the loops till now. Some sort of chronic sickness, or even worse, some sort of magical interference had possibly happened. Rushing across all of the knowledge he possessed in his mind, he went through the worst-case possibilities and shook his head. No, this was perhaps not something negative. The alarm bell was sounding only because of a problem. Subaru. Wah, ah. Inhaling deeply, he then exhaled. Till now, Subaru's brain had been getting seared by concern for Emilia and Julius, who were fighting Batenkatos, and Reed before him. In terms of the situation, his powerless self could do nothing but stand and watch. In this situation, what seared Subaru's brain was the advance of the 5 obstacles whilst they were busy with THIS Japanese letter being the 2 remaining obstacles. Japanese letter, THE5 obstacles. One was the large horde of witch beasts which surrounded the tower. One was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who would launch an attack on the tower. One was Reed Astrea, who would start freely walking around the tower. Japanese letter, in the current situation, there were 3 present. The remaining 2 were the titanic scorpion which would wander around the tower with an expression as if it owns the place, and the colossal black shadow which would swallow the tower with fearsome vigor. Those 2 must also be dealt with, or the problems falling upon the tower shall not get disposed of. At the other side of Emilia and Julius, strenuous efforts, the moment he troubled over dealing with the possibilities seeking the collapse of the tower, his chest pounded with heat and made Subaru kneel down. His heart continued beating fiercely. Remaining conscious of his heartbeats, Subaru slowly breathed and closed his eyes. He thought that he should do what his body felt like doing. Abiding by that, he closed his eyes. Japanese letter, seeing Subaru's condition, Beatrice stopped her calls. Perhaps she possessed no affirmation either, yet she made that gesture. Subaru was blessed to possess such understanding comrades, and into the back of Subaru's eyeballs, a curious sensation welled up. Japanese letter, THEY were faint, fleeting lights levitating against dim darkness. Subaru. Japanese letter. Faint, warm, and blurry lights. There was one right beside Subaru, and 2 at slight distance from him. Strangely enough, Subaru comprehended that there were lights behind him without even having to glance backwards. Behind him were 4 lights. One of them was at some distance from the rest, and in an ND Japanese letter, he realized that one was approaching overhead. Subaru. Japanese letter, BEATRICE. Beatrice. Higher tilde HK. For some reason, Subaru blindly trusted this sensation, and without any hesitation, leapt away from that spot, as if jumping at Beatrice. Hugging the young girl's light body in his arms, Subaru tumbled onto the floor lacking all FRLTERING Japanese letter that instant. He grasped that scorching heat raided the thigh of his right leg as he gave rise to a wail of anguish. Subaru. Gah, go tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde. He instantly realized that the burning sensation was generated from a deep wound. Perhaps in an attempt to turn his eyes away from his wounded leg, Subaru looked at Beatrice whilst hugging her, and forcing his eyes to open through the pain and tears he saw. Japanese letter, Subaru. I knew it had come, this scorpion. HK. Subaru threw that up in rage, and what had appeared before him was, this being the second chance meeting with it as well, the Titanic SCORPION Japanese letter, the scorpion, possessing a black shell and eyes like red luminous darts, had the rest of its legs crawl on the wall as it lorded over Subaru and the others. Beatrice. Japanese letter, H. In front of the horrifyingly humongous creature, Beatrice widened her eyes. What Beatrice could see in front of her were pincers of the scorpion that had gouged out Subaru's leg deeply. The scorpion ecstatically upheld Subaru's flesh in its pincers, dripping a large amount of blood onto the aisle. Japanese letter, HE had been worried about the obstruction of the Titanic scorpion. The 5 obstacles he needed to overcome had all assembled here. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. This was bad. This was bad, this was bad. This was bad, this was bad, this was bad. This was bad, this was bad, this was bad, this was bad. This was bad, 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 this was bad. This was bad, 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 this was bad. Comprehending how unfavorable the situation was, Subaru tried searching for a means of survival within his thoughts which were being scorched by ache. However, nothing dawned upon Subaru as to what could bring about a positive change in the situation. Baiting Kados was here, Reed was here, even the Titanic scorpion had appeared. Even if Meili and Scholler restrained the horde of witch beasts, the other cards had already failed to function well with these turn of events. This will not do. This path will not do. With a further different way of a CTION Japanese letter, SUBRU. Subaru, gnashing his teeth, was able to hear 3 voices calling for him strike his eardrums. Beatrice's poignant voice, Julia's tensed voice, Emilia's pleading voice. Subaru heard them respectively call for him, and baiting Kados, Reed, the Titanic scorpion, then moved towards each of them respectively. As if in order to hinder the actions, the road of Natsuki Subaru, but even earlier than that, Japanese letter, an impact struck the tower with immense vigor. The entire tower vehemently quaked, and a thunderous roar echoed. Japanese letter. With the same pace it made Subaru's body, lying on floor the jump, blew away Emilia, and the others who had unfolded offense and defense, crushed even the Titanic scorpion's shell as the world crumbled. The small body beside Subaru was hugging him seemingly in order to protect him. Hugging back that soft body, Subaru widened his eyes in the midst of the impact. Japanese letter, I love you. Japanese letter, THERE present was solely the darkness harboring blind love as it tried to swallow Subaru. Japanese letter, a T that instant everything in the world, white and black, men and women, love and hate, all had been consumed by the quaking impact, but solely Natsuki Subaru managed, escaping it. Japanese letter, SUBRU. Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. I hear tilde HK, a call to him, as if pulling that in, Subaru hugged the owner of that voice. Within his arms, the body moved about in fluster and panic, looking upwards from the middle of his chest. That WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. B. Trice. Beatrice. Why, yes, I suppose. Doing this suddenly is surprising, in fact. Well, it's not as if Betty doesn't like it, I suppose. But Betty was just worried that you just returned from the book. But seeing Betty's name being called first is relieving, I suppose. Japanese letter. Yes, Beatrice whispered whilst remaining in Subaru's arms. Hearing her words, Subaru looked around himself. What had happened immediately previously, he had fallen onto the aisle, his leg had also been wounded, and then into that dark SH a DOW Japanese letter. Subaru. Library. For the moment, if you could clear whether you are still half asleep or not, then I believe we could proceed with our codes of action as well, Natsuki-kun. That voice struck Subaru, who was astonished to find himself surrounded by the vast amount of books. Upon looking, that had been Echidna, smiling wryly whilst caressing her light purple hair. Behind her was the shelf she leaned on, and Maylie, who rested her chin on her hands, saying, "You're finally you, TAPPEI. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Beatrice." Wah, wah, wah. Subaru. Subaru, what happened, in fact? Are you not feeling well after all, I suppose? Can you speak about what you saw in the book? Subaru. Ah, well, I also need to do that, but... Subaru tightly hugged Beatrice's petite body and enjoyed her warmth, and recognized the reality that he must recognize. Japanese letter, He had returned to this moment. Subaru returned to this moment, having failed to overcome the 5 obstacles. Arc 6, Chapter 67, Little King. Translated by Archbishop Art Source, Dorosobai 301. Witnessing the figure of the man before his eyes ridiculously claim himself to be Louis Arneb, Subaru was at a loss for words. The man's way of appearing was unforeseen and unnatural, but what was further unexpected was the name he had given for himself. It was difficult to conceive it as a mere prank, and even when considered as a phenomenon, it yet remained grueling to a CCEPT Japanese letter. Ram. Japanese letter, THEY, did say something about a form-changing Sin Archbishop. It seems that was regarding this. However, the choice of the form taken is rather questionable. Did you think you would receive any mercy if you chose this appearance? Louis, form-changing, ha, H, you mean that prattling loudmouth woman? Grouping us with that thing hurts even us. Besides, the principle of that thing and our solar eclipse is totally different. That is being a copycat, while this is reconstruction. Ram, copycat, reconstruction. Using that interim mighty body, Louis replied. As he frowned at that answer, hearing Ram mention another Sin Archbishop left a bad taste in Subaru's mouth. Though it was only to be expected that there would be sins and Sin Archbishops other than gluttony existing, knowing even one of them stemmed into an immediate dislike for all of them. Though they were supposed to be form-changing, it was intriguing why they had not used that ability till now. Louis. That being said, this body, being treated as an unknown person, was actually quite a famous person, you know. Though sadly, Nisama and the others wouldn't have any memory of the people eaten by us. Ram, famous person, in other words, borrowing the form of an eaten person. Is that so? Truly the worst kind of thing to do, totally fits you people who have committed themselves to doing evil. Nauseating. Louis. Wah tilde ho, Nisama geez, your words are so dirty they hurt, you know. If you say that, then we, who still have the memories as your younger sister, will feel ashamed. And that was as far as the interim Louis conversation went. The interim Louis flexibly leaned forward, and the blow that came from BEHIND Japanese letter, he dodged the strike by the hammer of ice. Of course, the attacker WRS Japanese letter, Emilia. Ah, yeah, Louis. You Tildetsu, how merciless, Emilia-sama. Oni-chan may have allowed you to let him get a taste of it, but we won't allow such an ambush to hit us, you know. Emilia. If it won't hit, then I will just keep attacking till it hits. I don't even want to ambush you, I just want to strike you down. Proclaiming so, Emilia changed the hammer of ice she held in her hands into twin swords of ice and attacked the interim Louis. However, the interim Louis dodged her attack with an extraordinary jump above and aimed for Emilia's slender hands from a higher angle. Louis. Here Tildetsu. Emilia. Kaya tilde. Her body sharply rotated. Emilia's frame was thrown off balance. Emilia twisted her body and used her arms in order to prevent herself from falling on her back. However, the interim Louis aimed straight for her face with his toe. Should it be too late, then Emilia's face, which was the cutest in the world, would get squashed. Japanese letter, a T that point, Ram. Stop ignoring Ram and fighting all by yourself already. Emilia. Ram. Ram, confirming the movement of the opponent who was aiming for Emilia's face, pointed the wand that she held in her hands towards the face of the interim Louis. At that moment, an extremely small wind was born, and transforming into a blade, was launched to slice up the opponent's face. Louis. Japanese letter, PRLM of the Fist King. Nullifying Ram's powerful attack with minimal strength using his palm, the interim Louis avoided the damage and then pounced downwards. His perforating palm received the blade of wind from below, swallowing the wind in its shockwaves and scattering it away subsequently. Crushing the wind from his right hand, the interim Louis then tried to grip onto Ram with his free left hand. However, by the time his hand reached Ram had already taken Emilia away with herself out of the opponent's reach, diving into a downward position outside the battle. Louis, you're doing it. Ram. Ha tilde HK. Clenching her swinging free left hand, the interim Louis applauded Ram's judgment and strength of action. Shaking his praise away with a ridiculing exhale, Ram then pulled Emilia's hand towards herself. Ram, Emilia Sama, are you unhurt? Emilia, why yes, thank you. It would have been Ria tilde Ellie painful for me if it wasn't for Ram saving me. Even so, did you see that just now? Ram, Japanese letter IT seems he has clearly gotten stronger. Ram nodded, gesturing her knowledge upon Emilia's response. And witnessing the short dialogue between the two, Subaru also held the same opinion as them. Japanese letter, or LTHOUGH, it was only a short exchange of moves. The interim Louis maneuvers were swift and accurate. Though it was the opinion of someone inexperienced, these abilities probably exceeded those of Bait and Kato's. The end of that exchange, Ram's attack had been completely crushed, as if reality was messing around with them. Louis, the one right now, was palm of the Fist King, named by the one who possessed this body and memory, Fist King Niji Rockheart, possessing the strongest palm, capable of blasting away anything, a powerful person with no enemies on the Gladiator Island. Ram, it seems that you are not familiar with revealing your strengths. In the end, you are just trying to show that you are at the disadvantage. Ram will not be fooled and hesitate because of this. Louis, we would not mind that at all, Nisama, to the point that if you can corner us, then we want you to corner us. See, don't you look back onto the sweet memory of defeat later on. Ram, who knows? Ram only knows of victory, so she doesn't understand that. Louis, is that so? That's just the waste of not knowing the sourness of life. The moment he said that, the interim Louis figure was scratched out of visibility. It would seemingly be more accurate to say that he literally disappeared rather than just moving swiftly. Ram, Japanese letter. Ram widened her eyes at the enemy's unexpected move. Even she had been unable to grasp the opponent's position. There was no way for her to ESC a PE Japanese letter. Emilia, Japanese letter RRM, watch out. Saying that, this time it was Emilia who grasped Ram and leapt backwards. Several of Emilia's beautiful silver hair were too late to escape that attack, as they were caught up in the impact and got slashed off, scattering around in the aisle. And the one visible was not a fast warrior, but instead a bold man, as he laughed, saying, "Haha tilde tsu." With a somewhat jumpy appearance and wearing an orange gown, the man smacked his lips at the form of the fleeing Emilia. Louis, how nice, so nice, isn't it nice? Can you dodge the next one? Emilia, KY, a Japanese letter. At that moment, the form of the famous person disappeared into thin air, and that of a different one appeared. This seemed as if it was a payback for the earlier surprise ambush. From one blind spot to another, a flashing dagger made accurate attacks energetically. Emilia, whilst holding Ram, continued to defend the attacks off as she got completely dominated. Louis, ha ha ha, you're doing it. How did you see through these secret maneuvers of Lipa Dorkel? It's truly a mystery. Emilia, that's obvious, I guessed it. Ram, of course, that is not all to it. There is also Ram's support. Japanese letter, Emilia Sama. Emilia, why yeah. Flying into a blind spot, the interim Louis launched an attack. Although the opponent was someone capable of flying around freely, all whilst maintaining that vicious smile, Ram was able to see where he would appear next. On Ram's call, Emilia swung her long legs rapidly. With that, when the bold man appeared next, Emilia's heel struck his side. Louis, goo, tilde tsu. Emilia, higher tilde H. Emilia thrusted her heel into his face and struck the opponent down. At that moment, Emilia grabbed one of the pillars of ice erecting from the ground in her hands and launched its sharp, pointed tip towards her fallen opponent. If the blow were to not be defended away, the strike would penetrate right through his chest, and it would make for a truly unpleasant finish. However, unfortunately enough, it was not effective whatsoever. Emilia, Louis, carnivorous beast Beliheinelga's skin cannot be pierced, not even by a holy sword. is what they used to say. Shattering the pillar of ice with his bare back was a middle-aged man with an enormous beard, smiling ferociously. Lying down, he aimed for Amelia's waist with his arm, which was seemingly as tough as her log Japanese letter, and somehow defending away that attack, Emilia made haste and flew backwards. Emilia, hey, at this pace. Ram, Emilia-sama, please let go of Ram. Emilia, no, as if I will abandon Ram, GHK. Ram, that is not the case. Emilia escaped from the enemy with Ram in her grip, and Ram sealed her lips by gently placing a finger onto them. Ram shook her head looking at Emilia, whose words she had interrupted Ram. It's about time you let Ram also attack, is what it means. The moment she said that, she swept away Emilia's gripped arms and stood firm directly against the giant. Seeing that, the interim Louis smacked his rock-hard lips and launched his palm towards the young girl. Louis, Tildatsu, get crushed. Ram, assuming that is even possible, politely say please be crushed, Ram-sama. With that comeback, Ram charged straight towards the approaching palm. If the situation was to be slightly exaggerated, then it could be said that the palm was enormous enough to crush Ram's entire body. Recklessly clashing with the palm up front would be the same as clashing with the front of an approaching CR Japanese letter, at the very least, that appeared to be so in Subaru's eyes. In response to that, Ram, Japanese letter, Ram. At this level, you shouldn't even think you can catch Ram. At the moment those fingers were about to reach her, Ram, with her lips relaxed, dodged the attack with minimal movement and launched her elbow onto her opponent's face. That fair elbow, with its sharpness resulting from its fragility, came in contact with the opponent's nose, mercilessly sending shocks through the body of the carnivorous beast. And at that moment, Ram's left hand was visibly coming down to grab his throat. Louis, Japanese letter, Tildatsu. Ram, you have continued to blabber nonsense for quite some time. It is getting irritating now. Embrace your misfortune and choke to death at the hands of Ram here, you despicable thing of a person. The interim Louis faced problems as he tried to pursue the crucial points of the body whilst lacking proper training for doing so. Using that to her advantage, Ram resumed her offensive and this time pointed the tip of her elegant wand towards him. And as its tip became the center of a beautiful gathering of energy, it subsequently released wind magic, pushing the giant slightly behind. Subaru, strong. Subaru intently stared at the sight of the interim Louis splattering blood onto the aisle whilst skillfully rolling. Till now, he had concentrated on observing the fight so much that he had forgotten to breathe, but the moment Ram stood upon the battlefield, the flow of the fight faced slight alteration. Of course, though all of it was based on the fact that Ram could not drag on battling for too long, Subaru. Ram fighting this much is a miscalculation I'm happy for, Beatrice. That is not the case, in fact. You cannot rely on just Ram, I suppose. Subaru, Japanese letter. What does that mean, was what Subaru intended to ask Beatrice, who was in his arms whilst tilting his head. And before Beatrice could respond to his query, the answer itself appeared before him. Japanese letter. Ram's posture, as she tried to step ahead, broke down. Subaru observed whether she had accidentally slipped, but that was not the case. Ram's forehead and neck were flooded with sweat, and it was visible that every continuing breath was hurting her. At that moment, he wondered how much of defense and prolongation of the battle he could actually speak of, taking the unforeseen spectacle before him into account. Beatrice, if it is for a short period of time, then Ram's fighting sense can follow, I suppose. However, Subaru, she has a time limit like that. Oh no, RRM, Japanese letter. Unaware of such a weakness of hers, he had sent Ram into that dangerous situation. Along with Subaru's panicking voice, the interim Louis changed into the form of the muscle-rich huge man once again at the same time. Aiming for the stationary Ram, the enemy moved forward briskly, with his palm pointed outwards, seeking to make a successful onslaught. If she were to receive a direct hit, it was unknown how much of it Ram would actually be able to take. Subaru, RRM, Japanese letter. Louis, shut your mumbling, you are so damn loud for a man. Subaru called out desperately, but Ram showed no signs of response. At that moment, the interim Louis blow captured Ram's face. DIRECTLY Japanese letter, Emilia. I know Ram the most, almost as much as I know my own weaknesses. That's WHY Japanese letter, Emilia. I am fighting alongside Ram. Louis, Japanese letter, Tildatsu, jumping over Ram's head, with her silver hair fluttering. Emilia positioned her knees elegantly. Against the opponent who had his palm pointing towards the front, the tactics Emilia had chosen were very simple. The move she had chosen was to have an innumerable amount of weapons of ice float in the air and fire them all towards her opponent at once. Emilia, hi, why are a Japanese letter, Interim Louis launched off his body as he had positioned his empty palm against the rain of ice. The interim Louis avoided, dodged, defended away, destroyed, and crossed through the range of the overwhelming storm of ice flawlessly, with nothing managing to even scratch him. That ability was again that of an expert who had achieved heights in proficiency. The truth was, the Fist King who had been victimized by gluttony was perhaps a true warrior who had trained with extreme perseverance to gain such prowess. Japanese letter, THAT power was now being exploited like this. The power he had trained to achieve, and the fame he had received for being such a great warrior, gluttony had stolen everything away from him and continued to mock and ridicule his journey of life. In fact, it was possible that they had achieved new heights in skill, heights which had not been achieved by this memory originally. Louis, Tilda. He could not help but despair seeing the form of gluttony, who had defended away all of Emilia's attacks and blows with ease, and was now sighing an exhale of achievement. Louis, how nice, this is the best. How do we put it, sort of like? We had completely reconstructed the catalogue specs of this memory, but only after we exceeded even that, we felt as if living in this body would be worth it, Sue. Sort of feels like we made better use of the borrowed soul than its original owner. Glad we were able to live it, Tildatsu. Ram, Japanese letter FOR someone who is into such evil deeds. You're quite thoughtful of such things, aren't you? Louis, perhaps so. But you see, for us who are different from normal people, don't you think it is only natural that what we find happiness in would be different too? Don't you think so? Perhaps you think so. Possibly you think so, Tildatsu. Ram, who knows? Isn't that so, Emilia-sama? Emilia, no, you're wrong. In response to the words of Ram, who shrugged her shoulders, Emilia responded to the interim vicious-looking N Japanese letter no, Louis Arneb, whilst letting go the chunks of ice she held in his palm. Doing that, and upon receiving that question, Emilia then upheld the spears and axes of ice that got erected from the floor. Emilia, no matter how different you may be from people, you can still be happy and sad by thinking of the same things. I, for example, was always alone, but I enjoyed stacking rocks on river beaches. Ram, that as well feels unique in its own way, though. Louis, we see. Indeed, we also have memories of stacking rocks on river beaches, but that's Emilia, see, Louis, but we didn't do it because it was fun. It's just that there was nothing else to do. There was just no other thing to kill our time with. Emilia, is that so? Surprised, Emilia made a confused expression, seeing the happiness of her memories get rejected down. And behind Emilia, who had that reaction, Ram called out Emilia-sama with more strength than normal. Ram, please do not get swayed by the enemy. The opponent is a Sin Archbishop. If they want to demolish our plans, they will use whatever words necessary. Don't get deceived. Emilia, is that so? That is so. Yes, I know. I won't be deceived anymore. Louis, what can we say? We tilde LL. That was a truly hurtful thing to say. Even though our one and only Nisama would leave us behind, so we had no choice but to be doing that. Ram, Japanese letter SHUT up. Once again, Ram kicked the frozen floor and launched her body towards Louis, who had repeatedly voiced words which had pierced straight through her heart. Her body's condition was not at its best. Well aware of that, Ram charged straight towards the enemy because she knew that she must get her own hands dirty in order to clean up this mess. Ram's intimidating roar piercingly struck Louis. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Emilia. This time I'm with her, so if you want to surrender yourself, this is your chance. Louis, gratitude for such graciousness, but there's no need for it. Ram, enough of your stubbornness. Making a cute expression, but using brutal attacks which were not cute in the least, was Emilia. The duo of the enraged Ram and Emilia went in together, however. Louis repulsively kept switching his form and battle style with absolute freedom, controlling the battle's pace as per his own will. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. In this overwhelming duel, there were two things that would surprise the observer. First was the flawless, breath-to-breath coordination between Emilia and Ram. In the previous loop, Emilia's name had been stolen away, due to which her existence was forgotten, and her battle style became unknown to all. Thus there was discrepancy between her and Julius, who was unaware of her style of fighting. However, there was not the slightest of that discrepancy in Emilia and Ram's case, not even the slightest of lag. Of course, though it does not mean that the adjustments Emilia made were meaningless, what was of utmost relevance here was Ram's wonderful sense of combat. Ram, H a Japanese letter, tilde HK. Louis, TCH tilde. Truly, what a nuisance you are, Nisama. Just when he was about to counterattack, her wand was pointed towards his nose, and narrowly dodging the subsequent piercing blades of wind, Louis pulled out his tongue. Although what Ram did was not something too substantial, Emilia used such gaps to their advantage by further putting pressure on Louis and halting him from counterattacking. Although her moves weren't too showy, it granted her a convenient position to launch attacks without holding back. The breathtaking cooperation between the duo of Emilia and Ram was all thanks to Ram's judgment. That was one of the things which surprised Subaru the most. And there was something else which was equally surprising. That W or S Japanese letter, Louis. Haha, tilde. How nice, so nice, very nice. Perhaps it is nice. Surely it is nice. Isn't it nice? Maybe it is nice. Probably it is nice, as it is probably nice. Gluttonous drinking tildatsu, gluttony tildatsu. Our mood and feelings are also perhaps gradually pumping up tildatsu. Emilia, KH tilde HK. He's right, his strength is gradually increasing. Ram, irritating. Chewing on her own teeth, Emilia launched the twin sword she held in her fist, whilst Ram darted a blade of wind aiming for the opponent's feet. However, Louis, becoming the fist king, crushed Emilia's twin sword with his palm. Becoming the leaper, dodged Ram's attack, and becoming the carnivorous beast, rolled his body through the passage of ice. The shockwave he released impacted Emilia and Ram, pushing them backwards as they let out a screech. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The coordination between Emilia and Ram was undoubtedly highly refined. However, as surprising as it seemed, Louis' prowess in using and switching memories was even faster. Possibly, by changing forms, Louis was able to perfectly reconstruct those memories, with no limitation whatsoever. Japanese letter, solar eclipse. That is indeed what Louis had said. Baiting Kato's, before he had lost his BODY Japanese letter, Louis, elder brother too, in the previous loop, had copied Emilia's awesome technique called Ice Brand Arts, but its reconstruction was limited to him maintaining his own form. Louis had exceeded that. Solar eclipse was a phenomenon in which the sun got hidden behind the moon's shadow, consequently becoming invisible. That was perhaps Louis' true body being treated as the sun, which got shadowed by the moon, the reconstructed names and memories. In other words, solar eclipse could safely be assumed to be an ability to change into the form of that respective eaten memories. Japanese letter, CONSEQUENT was the Louis before them, using that ability's advantage. ND Japanese letter, Subaru. If there's solar eclipse, then it's natural to think that there would be lunar eclipse existing too. But what kind of power would come by the hiding of the moon? No, can I even figure it out beforehand? What happened oftentimes in such patterns of copying abilities was that the user's inexperience and lack of proper knowledge to use those abilities resulted in a discrepancy, becoming a cause of defeat. However, the copying abilities of gluttony, which obviously would include Louis as well, overcome that weakness perfectly by using the victim's body and memories. It was clear that this was a flawless, perfect copying ability. Subaru. This is bad. If Emilia-chan and the rest get overpowered, the situation will change. Tightly grabbing his own chest, Subaru gnashed his teeth at the sense of helplessness which was visible straight in his eyes. Starting with Emilia and Ram, who had engaged in battle against gluttony, His other comrades had already commenced their own battles at various places in the tower. Echidna, who had evacuated Rem and Patrash to Tegeta, while Melee went to attend to the large hordes of witch beasts surrounding the tower. And considering Julius, battle was still continuing, the violence had spread to 2 layers in the tower. Subaru, Japanese letter Julius, must be struggling a lot too. On second thought, should the opponent here be Reed after all? Beatrice, Japanese letter Subaru, just what are you saying? Where are you looking at what? Subaru, where are you looking and what are you saying, Beatrice? That's Beatrice, within his arms, heard his muttering and looked up, blinking once. Subaru tried to respond to her and clear up her confusion. Unquestionably, right now, he would be unable to firmly state what he was saying or looking at. Japanese letter Subaru. What's this? I can sense what everyone is doing and where they are. I can see it. Grabbing his chest in a crushing grip, Subaru slowly RELISED, Japanese letter, the existence of that incongruous feeling, those blurry, faint dots of light. They enlightened Subaru regarding the actions of his comrades in the tower. He could also sense Ram and the others, and at that moment Subaru accepted this as if it was something natural, like a third arm by birth. However, this was nothing like being naturally born with a third arm. The moment he noticed that, Subaru realized what an unnatural situation he was in, and a sense of rejection and unacceptability rose within his own heart for his own thoughts. Subaru, Japanese letter GHU. However, grinding his molars, he swallowed the thought back in so that he didn't spit it out. Right now, if his third arm had developed out of nowhere, then he should rightfully accept it and reject his feelings of rejection for it. He was able to get a rough grasp on where everyone was, in what situation everyone was in. Japanese letter in a situation whereby all his comrades had to split up. Could there be any power more suitable than this for such a situation? That's WHY Japanese letter Subaru. Momentarily, silently, belonged to ME Japanese letter. The form of this unnatural power appeared before Natsuki Subaru's soul. When he did this, the nature of it reminded him of the Hall of Memories, where he had first faced Louis Arneb, and the strength that had bloomed within him before he left that place. He had given it a name as well. Yes, that name WRS Japanese letter Subaru. Japanese letter COR Leonis. The moment he called that name, the presence and control of that power flooded over Natsuki Subaru's soul, and the power which bore itself with lion's heart rightfully gave the ABILITY Japanese letter no, the authority over itself to Natsuki Subaru. The fruit it bore being Subaru. Nu, GH, tilde HK, Beatrice, Subaru. Suddenly, Subaru's feet experienced a crushing weight coming from his body. The moment she noticed that Beatrice shouted in panic, but he was unable to respond due to his headache. A sudden headache to the point that was almost seemingly hazardous strained Subaru's body. What was even worse was the awful fatigue his body was suffering with, accompanying a tear-jerking pain in his BONES Japanese letter. The combination of pain and exhaustion crushed his entire body, making Subaru kneel down instantly. Subaru, GH, a tilde H, a voice echoed within his mind, questioning what this was. The overwhelming strain on his body, a combination of pain and fatigue, his body felt heavy, as if poisoned, and he was panting like he was continuing to run after his stamina had exhausted itself. Rubbing his back, Beatrice screamed in panic at this sudden development. As he felt somewhat eased by the touch of her palm, Subaru turned his eyes towards the situation. At that moment, Subaru was trying to properly exercise his newly gained authority, Cor Leonis. Japanese letter NO. It felt as if he were merely continuing to exercise it. His very condition right now as well was the result of the usage of Cor Leonis. If that were so, then just what meaning did that ability hold? Subaru's body felt heavy, stamina was exhausted. Until now, he had done nothing that WOULD Japanese letter. Yes, Subaru himself could not do anything. Instead of HIM Japanese letter Louis, Japanese letter H. Out of nowhere, a dry voice echoed, as Louis continued to look while his attacks slashed through the sky. Louis, who had taken the form of the Fist King, was showing off his violent combat techniques, overpowering Emilia and Ram, and just when he raised the fingers of his detestable body, Louis' arms were grabbed and his joints got stabbed. And Ram, ha tilde tilde HK. Without any hesitation or mercy, Ram kneed his joints, breaking Louis' right arm. A repulsive sound echoed, and the white bones within got broken and became visible as the fibers of his light pink muscles hung down, and the color of blood spread through the frozen white passage, a sight painful to even look at. Louis, ig, ya, GHK tilde HK. Ram, too slow. Ram's iron-hard elbow rotated, smashing right into the opponent's face. With the same pace, Ram clutched the enemy's hair at the back of his head and smashed him into the wall, which Louis somehow stopped, whilst Ram continuing to stab his torso with her right fist. When Louis' body, just after the sounds of his ribs cracking echoed, tried to get back onto her, Ram delivered her own kick with an unaccepting expression as the giant's body rolled at the floor at a fast pace, splattering blood around. Ram's body feels lighter. Clenching her fists repeatedly, Ram widened her eyes at the unexpected surprise of her body. Emilia, who had witnessed the sight of her strength, also commented, amazing, at the power she got newly acquainted with. Beatrice had been concerned about Ram's fatigue, so Ram's absurd moves right now had cleared away any temporary concerns. Japanese letter, a ND that was as far as Subaru's thinking went, before he realized. Subaru, this can't be, could it be, that I took Ram's fatigue? Comparing the improvement in Ram's physical condition and the worsening of Subaru's, that indeed seemed to be the case. The truth is, the light Subaru was able to SENSE Japanese letter, there were two in front of him which seemed to stand for Emilia and Ram, and he could sense something flow into himself from there. If his assumption was right, and it indeed projected his comrades, who were all facing challenges, then that was Subaru. Japanese letter, core Leonis means lion's heart. The answer to that lay in Subaru's knowledge of the stars. Japanese letter, the authority of greed, which Subaru had unintentionally named core Leonis. That is in fact a Latin word which meant lion's heart, referring to the star named Regulus, the brightest of the Leo constellation. However, Regulus also meant something else aside from core Leonis in Latin, which was Little King. Japanese letter, lion's heart and Little King. As lions themselves were called the king of all beasts, the alias of king was well fitting, it was understandable. But what did the little affixed to it mean? A little lion king. Japanese letter, the king of a pride. What exactly made one deserving the title of king? That WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, ONE, who stands by everyone's wishes. That is who a king is. That's why. Natsuki Subaru's ability of core Leonis shall lighten the burden on the back of his comrades, so that his comrades can fight without restraints. He shall take all damage for them. If that was the case, then it was decided what Natsuki Subaru was supposed to do. Subaru, if I'm spitting blood, then that means the preparations are all okay. Beatrice, Subaru, my bar tilde D, I made you worry. My head just hurts a bit, my legs feel strained, my joints ache like all hell, my hands and feet feel like they've been victim to some ambush attack, but I'm all right. Beatrice, ambush attacked. When, where, I suppose. Subaru, probably, when I wasn't looking at the fight. He was unable to clearly explain to Beatrice, whose eyes were filled with concern. However, the source for the pain in his hands and legs was him hiding the wounds taken by Emilia or Ram, and just like what the worst-case scenario would be, both of them had suffered this at the hands of Louis and Bait and Katos. And Subaru didn't mutter a single word about the weight of injuries on his back. For some reason, a person like that seemed cool, that's why. Subaru, just like this. If Ram was able to keep these abilities up and keep up with Louis, they might manage to actually overcome gluttony, unlike how they had failed last time. Win against Louis and hurry to catch up to Julius, who was fighting Reed, or in worst-case scenario, face the Titanic Scorpion and the SHADOW Japanese letter. Subaru, Japanese letter. Thinking that far, Subaru looked at the existence of the lights within his chest, yet again. One was Julius, who was battling above the layer Subaru, and the others were on. and Meili, who was confronting the hordes of witch beasts from the balcony. Echidna and the others seemed to have safely evacuated to Tegeta. These were the ones whose positions could very well be felt by Subaru. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter THIS. Who's that? At a point distanced away from them all, Subaru could feel the existence of the light coming from the same layer as he was in the direction opposite to him. That was the direction the dignified Reed had first appeared from in the previous loop. Wishing for it to not be Reed, Subaru confirmed the presence of certain confidence within him as he looked on with somewhat of hesitation. RND Japanese letter, Subaru. Beatrice. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Minya. As he shouted from the back of the aisle, Beatrice instantly came to notice the mishap and widened her palm. At that very moment, shining purple crystals were born as the consequence of her chant. Floating in the air with terrifyingly sharp tips, they were fired like bullets from a gun the subsequent instant. They flew overhead Emilia, Ram, and Louis, who were fighting in the aisle, towards further beyond. And from there, it collided with an attack which was aiming right for Emilia's back. Japanese letter, as an excruciating sound of shattering glass echoed. A blinding light broke through and exposed the white corridor to itself. Amidst the sparkles of the shattered ice and crystals, a blinking red light was visible in between darkness. As soon as he laid his eyes on it, the pain in Subaru's heart multiplied several times. Once again, the threat repeated itself, further worsening the situation. However, at this point, the pain in his heart was not because of seeing that dot of red light. The red dot of light and the faint light Subaru could sense within his CHEST Japanese letter, which showed him the position of his comrades. They overlapped. That could mean only one thing. Subaru, what does this mean? You, Japanese letter, swinging its tail, which wielded a long and sharp needle. The black shadow, clad in armor like black shell over its BODY Japanese letter, was the form of the titanic scorpion. However, at this moment, the scorpion's appearance held a totally different meaning for Subaru. For the existence which had revealed itself, their WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, I S it you, Shola. Facing a reality he did not want to face, accepting a truth he did not want to accept, Subaru called out in a voice mixed with rage and despair. Hearing that voice, the scorpion, lacking a mouth to respond with words, lifted up its enormous pincers and clanked them as if affirming his words. A clank echoed. Arc 6, Chapter 68, The Woman of Scorpius. Translated by Archbishop Art Source. Unknown. All rights belong to TAPPEI NAGATSUKI, the original author of Ray, Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. A Japanese letter, WHEN, he had first heard of Shola's name. It's not as if he had thought nothing of it. It was not because he possessed some emotional attachment to the name Shola. It was because Subaru had memories of that word. Shola was the name of a star which glowed in the sky. Subaru was acquainted WITH Japanese letter, the single term which bestowed meaning to the Scorpius. To think the true identity of the one who took upon the name of the Scorpius was the scorpion clad in a jet black shell. That answer was something truly straightforward and simple. So straightforward that one would actually grow suspicious of the one who chose that name. However, at present, the first candidate for that lack of sense was the one she referred to as Master Natsuki Subaru. The problem here was how unlikely it was that Subaru got the chance to bestow her with that name regardless of the presence or absence of his memories, and how they had no leeway to confirm that right now. Japanese letter. Before his eyes, the tag team of Emilia and Ram continued their fierce battle with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb. Interposing in the space of that battlefield, in the interior of the aisle, the jet-black titanic scorpion let out a fiendish sound by clanking its huge pincers and stared towards them with deep red compound eyes. The ominous huge pincers had evolved for the purpose of slaughter, wielding such sharpness that gave rise to the conjecture that they possessed enough strength to easily cut apart bones or internal organs of the human body with a single clank of its edges. Red compound eyes, two ominous huge pincers, multiple legs supporting its large frame, a shell boasting the strength as that of an iron armor. All of them were symbols of refinement for the purpose of destruction and violence. The truth was its fighting strength did not contradict the sense of ferocity its outer appearance gave. Time and time again, Subaru had confirmed that with his very eyes through the conflict till now, through the world he had seen till now, rather, he had experienced its true feeling with his own body. Subaru. Why? The moment that realization spouted within him, certain happenings of a previous loop appeared before Subaru. Driving away the brutal attack of the Titanic Scorpion, the moment they thought they had somehow managed to temporarily withdraw Subaru, and the others had bathed in the explosion caused by the parting gift of that evil beast, resulting in Beatrice and Echidna, the two of them being deprived of their lives. The intolerable rage he felt back then was something he was incapable of forgetting. The wrath he embraced directed resentment towards the powerlessness of his own self, and at the same time he also had that rage pinning down the Titanic Scorpion who had been behind that slaughter. Japanese letter, The subject of that wrath. The Titanic Scorpion, its true identity had been of one who was supposed to be his comrade, Shola. Now that he knew that, what occupied Subaru's mind was merely violent emotion with no place to belong accompanied with suspicion. Why had Shola taken the form of the Titanic Scorpion? Why was Shola attacking Subaru and the others and trying to kill them? Why did Shola reveal her true nature at this stage of the game and was interrupting in between the battle? Japanese letter. Beatrice. Japanese letter, SUBRU. Calm down, in fact. First, take deep breaths, I suppose. Japanese letter. Subaru was tormented by such thoughts after greeting such shocking truths. Softly calling Subaru's name who was in that state and restoring him back to sanity was Beatrice, standing next to him. With his hand grasped by her tiny palm, Subaru noticed for the first time that he had forgotten to even breathe. Abiding by the command, Subaru slowly inhaled deeply, then exhaled. And Beatrice, keep it up, in fact. Japanese letter, is it true that that thing is Shola? At Beatrice's question, once again, Subaru affirmed to himself. Core Leonist Japanese letter, though the authority, a characteristic unique to him, had just blossomed within him, and he had only recently managed to get a grasp on it. It conveyed the whereabouts of his comrades to Subaru and took over the inferiorities in the physical form of allies. That alone was unquestionable. Henceforth, Subaru could vaguely catch onto the locations of all his comrades within the tower: Emilia, Ram, Beatrice, Julius, Meili, and Echidna. And that faint, warm sensation he could feel from those comrades of his, he could feel the same from the Titanic Scorpion. If the relative positions of all his comrades within the towers were to be considered, no other candidate came to mind. Henceforth, that Titanic Scorpion was UNMIST, a K, a B, LY, Japanese letter, Subaru. It's Shola for sure. I don't know why, but she's turned into a huge scorpion, Beatrice. Japanese letter. It is true that she was a girl with an uncertain true identity in the first place, in fact. That true identity, being that of a slightly big bug, isn't even worthy of astonishment, I suppose. Subaru, amazy tilde ng courage you have. Asserting the scorpion to be a mere bug, Beatrice warded it off with not the ability to comprehend, but the ability to respond to the call. Coiling his tongue at that approach of coping with the situation, Subaru at that moment glared at the Titanic Scorpion for once. Red compound eyes with the aim of their gaze unknown, stabbed by the scowl coming from the opposite direction. Subaru, how about you give some answers? Your true identity has been uncovered already, you bastard. Japanese letter, Subaru. Making excuses or flicking your tongue before the prey, there must be something you have to do, tilde HK. When he raised his harsh voice, he felt his head ache with the weight of the atmosphere and inferior physical form. However, Subaru ignored that pain and sought a response from the Titanic Scorpion. However, the Titanic Scorpion, maintaining its outward appearance which suggested its inability of will and communication, never even once tried to respond. "Subaru, are you not going to make a single excuse?" Murmuring powerlessly, Subaru thought while fighting his urge to vomit. Just like the memories he had recalled earlier, Subaru had been made to taste hardships time and time again by this Titanic Scorpion. With unruly naivete, the one who had continued to show her courtesy and affection to Subaru without ever attempting to conceal it. SHAUL, a Japanese letter, having gotten cheated by her, deceived by her, that truth piercingly stabbed through his chest. How her smile, her words, her attitude, anything and everything had been made up fakes. How she had deceived Subaru and others, and had been a traitor. "Subaru, no!" Traitor, sadly expressing that notation. Subaru stiffened his cheeks with a dicey sense of unease. Shola betrayed them. Japanese letter, a T thought itself was a conclusion which could not be helped considering the existing situation. However, whether or not everything relating to Shola had truly been fiction had room for argument. Of course, it is plausible that all of Shola's words and deeds till now had been acting, and that her smile, bonding, anything and everything were all just swindles for deceiving them. It was plausible. But for WHAT Japanese letter, had she intended to crawl into Subaru and the rest's trust through her acting, her intentions would pose her as an opponent to Subaru and the rest. However, had Shola aimed for that, she must have obtained chances to chop off their sleeping heads time and time again, even without having to do something like diving into the battle at this stage of the game. Precisely that, while she crawled into gaining such deep trust from Subaru and the others, she must have had infinite chances to slowly and secretly poison them as well. Missing those chances, why did she unconceal her betrayal now? That could never be a completely rational enemy. Going out of her way and putting up a dubious pretense and becoming a comrade for Subaru and the others, what could be the point of all that? Listening to Subaru's requests and even cooperating in stopping Meili, displaying hyper magic against the hordes of witch beasts from the balcony, it was unknown what meaning all that held. None of it made any sense, did it? Subaru. The reason why I end up thinking that is it because I got mesmerized by her fair legs visible in her hot pants. Beatrice, if Subaru's thoughts are becoming blurred by that, then Shola's plan has not been discarded completely, in fact. Subaru. Right. My feelings are aligned with Emilia-chan. Arg, the end. Just when they jointly felt discomfort towards Shola's conduct, he suddenly had his arm pulled by Beatrice. It was not objection, but an action of overbearing extrication. Overhead, Subaru, who had unintentionally stepped upon that foot bellow, a white corona struck through, and he picked up his life from within the breadth of his hair. "Beatrice, it seems there's no time to sit and chatter, I suppose." While saying that, raising Subaru's hand other than the one which she had grasped, Beatrice's environs gleamed faintly. Clad in the violet light, which evolved along with sharpened pointed tips in large numbers. As if enclosing Subaru and Beatrice, the violet arrows unfolded, facing the Titanic Scorpion directly, and were shot. At that moment, the white corona from the same frontward came flying and clashed with the violet arrows, and the light performed a boisterous dance. "Subaru, you tilde. Beatrice. Duck down, in fact. It won't be good if you receive a direct hit, in fact." The glittering violet light raged on, and a sound like that of shattering glass beautifully chained through the aisle. On the other side of the spectacle, where the glitter seemingly grilled his eyes, the flash fired by the Titanic Scorpion Japanese letter no. That attack by the sharp tail stinger had been established to relentlessly take away Subaru's life. Single arrow possessing that advancing intent to kill was warded off and repelled away by the 100 arrows stemming from the magic Beatrice had spun, making her protect themselves by jumping. However, that resource consumption had been overwhelming. Beatrice, not good, in fact. At this rate, our mana will get exhausted in no time, I suppose. Subaru. What'll happen if it gets exhausted? Beatrice. Betty and Subaru will get pierced through by that single arrow together, in fact. Being together aside, he could not come to accept that circumstance. Against the assailing attack, Beatrice's remaining strength could not last for long. That was what she had reported herself. With their circumstances continuing to deteriorate, there was a need to somehow defeat the situation before they were crushed by the pressure. And at the moment immediately after, Subaru gritted his teeth due to the impending sense of CRISIS Japanese letter, Emilia, Japanese letter, SWISHING, that right above someone's head. It's dangerous, you know. The sound of silver bells chimed potently, and a large rock of ice energetically struck the shell of the titanic scorpion. A hammering sound echoed, and surprise was reflected in the emotionless, compound eyes of the scorpion. The one who managed to draw out that reaction was the one who created a wall of ice in the aisle and subsequently kicked it, decisively plunging into the bosom of the scorpion, Emilia. Her silver hair fluttering, leaping upon the scorpion with magnificence, she wielded a long sword of ice, Emilia, targeting Subaru and Beatrice. Bullying the weak ones shows you are a coward. Japanese letter, with the sword slash capable of slashing down anything with a single hit. She brushed away the large pincers, and the titanic scorpion made a speedy withdrawal using its multiple legs, wriggling like a worm. However, Emilia pursued the retreating large build, and in the cramped aisle thus commenced the three-dimensional battle between the beauty and the scorpion. Emilia, here, aya, tilde h. The longsword, twin sword, lance, large hammer hence given shape to smash to a light report, and the falling, glittering ice shards flutter around the gracefully dancing Emilia. The potent pincers of the titanic scorpion, the strength they had was their highlight, as they easily shattered the weapons of the enemy they had come to accept and hid their Herculean cutting strength. However, that destruction of weapons would not work on Emilia. Emilia's ice-brand arts was an ability capable of creating countless weapons through her magical power. The disposable weapons of ice were no greater than trifling articles to Emilia. No matter how many times were they to be smashed, shattered, it neither hurt nor itch Emilia. Emilia, hi, you tilde h. The pincers and tail stinger waving about, and Emilia, who had dodged them, launched the picket of ice floating midair. It collided head-on with the corona shot by the scorpion, resulting in light scattering across. It was the overwhelming offense and defense of the two, one human and one inhuman. What was worth admiring was Emilia's sense against an enemy for whom a coping method different from those used against people was required, having jumped in without any hesitation whatsoever and continued hanging on. For Emilia, who readily took upon an instinctive battle style, the form and shape of the enemy were not absolute. Not by piling up strict disciplining, but the greater than sufficient battle sense within her body told her of her enemy. Henceforth, the offense and defense of Emilia and the titanic scorpion was taking alternately favorable and unfavorable turns, and gave rise to a stalemate. However, with Emilia fighting the titanic scorpion, another progressing battle was unable to avoid remaining unchanged. Even if that battle, at maximum, had commenced with an attack by the both of them at the same time, the offense and defense with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony Louis, RNEB, Japanese letter had been left to Ram alone. Subaru. Ram. You are audible. There is no need to shout every second, as it dampens spirit. Upon Subaru's voice, who had been fearful regarding her, she responded with an outrageously cruel reply. Ram confronted Louis in the middle of the aisle all by herself. Having her back face his side, she clashed head-on with the large build, exerting tremendous pressure. Of course, with Emilia's fallout, the battle had turned worse. Subaru was able to see that. BUT Japanese letter, Ram. KH tilde HK. Louis. Hijiaha tilde tsu. Nisama is just so harsh. With a smile glued to his face, the large build, shaking his head about, took a single step backward instead of jumping. The rebuff he had experienced head-on, his retreat was to disperse its impact. In front of the large build who did that, Ram sharply gyrated her body and commenced a resolute, extremely close combat with the expert who named himself as the Fist King. The unarmed martial arts Louis was using had been endowed with immeasurable bloodshed to the name of the Fist King. However, through merely the sense of gaps, Ram was somehow managing to keep up with those fighting techniques which had been taken to the extremities and their proper tracks. Even now, as she unleashed herself, her fair fist fired into the median line of the enemy mercilessly. Louis, how amazing, so amazing. Isn't it amazing, isn't it too amazing? Nisama is just too strong, much more than what we knew Tildatsu. What's this, what's this? Why are you able to move so much? Ram, don't talk as if you know anything. Kindly keep quiet and die. Bathing in the vehement impact, passing his comment while somewhat writhing in pain was Louis. Louis had gotten his right arm broken and was in a state of plugging the roots of his arm currently. In that state, even if it is the body of a man who had mastered unarmed combat, it would not be possible to bring out those specks. The experience points of the martial arts cultivated within the Fist King were being competed against by Ram, who had been released from her inferior physical form, to a point that the inborn natural specs Ram had were keeping up with the enemy. However, as Ram continued to put up a hard fight, as much as she fought HRD Japanese letter, Subaru, Bu, welling up of nausea, limitless rise in temperature. Within his head, the seemingly cursing noise of gongs being struck buzzing in his ears accompanied with a headache, whilst experiencing the Subaru fought against getting distracted and letting his guard down. This was what Ram felt and tasted normally. It was now mercilessly scraping off Subaru's mind and body with a rasp. Whether it was possible to get used to it or not, the chills continued becoming heavier with each passing second, and as Ram's voltage rose, its weight rose accordingly as well. Japanese letter, however, that nausea, that headache, that sense of fatigue, Subaru kept them at the back of his molars and patiently endured them. Thanks to this authority, he could take on Ram's suffering and grant her the strength to fight. At this point, the recall of Subaru having to suffer was a compensation they must accept and pay. His entire body felt heavy, limbs creaking, ears hurting of noise, the torn thighs aching, the struck and damaged abdomen screaming in agony, the rate of breathing rising due to the usage of all strength, and vision flickering in red and white. Japanese letter, THIS much. He should simply bluff and show that it is of no concern. Ram. Japanese letter, FOOLISH, truly. And glancing towards Subaru, who had bent down behind Beatrice, Ram's lips faintly murmured something, is what it seemed like. However, the authority was only capable of taking on the burden. It could not convey everything regarding the partner. The lightly whispered words went unheard, and the only result they bore was Subaru furrowing his eyebrows. HOWEVER, Japanese letter, Ram. Kindly collapse already. If you drag this on for too long, the ones charged with our household chores will all faint. Louis, how cold, so cold, isn't it cold because it is so cold? Nisama, let's play more, let's have fun. Even though we are sisters, we've never even once engaged in a bout like this, you know, isn't it, Tildatsu? Ram, Japanese letter, THEN, your wish shall be granted. Narrowing her cold eyes, Ram struck the side of the frolicking Louis face with her palm. At the same pace, as if in flow, she struck countless blows on the entirety of Louis' body, delivering rebuff to the receptacle in the same direction. Louis turned completely defensive, and folding up that jaw with her palm directly underneath it, Ram grabbed her opponent's collar and forcefully bashed his face into the wall on the side, and thereafter drove her lovely knees into his head. Louis, PGH, Gug. With his face caught between the bare wall and the knee, Louis had his nose crushed as he collapsed, bleeding. Towards that Louis' naked nape, Ram turned her palm relentlessly. Within that palm was whirling an extremely small blade of wind. However, its potency was nothing to be made light of. The swirl of the wind blade thus formed in her palm had enough strength to gouge out any vitals of the body. Grand destruction unneeded, a minimalistic attack to merely gouge out the vitals of the body and bring down the enemy. If the neck was to receive it, regardless of how thick the neck of even the Fist King may be, he would still be equally helpless. And Ram's attack settled the B a TTLE, Japanese letter, GEEZ, always doing things as you please when someone's sleeping. This is why youngest little sisters can't be selfish. As an elder herself, Nisama must also agree, right? Ram. Japanese letter, tilde HK. The moment when the strike to the nape was settled, Fist King's form changed, and Ram's palm missed its aim. The moment initially afterwards, what seized Ram's petite torso from the frontward was the brutal backwards kick of, with a strikingly short height, Louis Japanese letter no, lay baiting Kato's. Subaru. Switch. Lay, no, we're telling you Tildatsu. It wasn't something we were aiming for, and then did it, or anything, by sheer chance. The moment we opened our eyes, little sister was in an unfavorable position. That's all it is. Only I-san can understand, right? The feeling when your sibling is so bad at the game being played that you can't stand it and end up taking away the controller. Languidly stretching out his tongue, with his dubiously long dark brown hair, Lei smiled at Subaru. With that evil smile of Lei's, Ram, who had received the fierce kick directly in her guts, had been pushed backwards to an immense distance, and she distorted her cheeks in expression at that singular counterattack and inhaled a rough and large breath. At the same time, Subaru took over the origin of what had stopped her in her tracks through the authority. Japanese letter, Subaru. Gu, Jaya tilde a tilde a tilde a tilde HK. Pain that was enough to make him give up springing forth in his abdomen, Subaru shouted at the scorching heat, difficult to bear. He was tormented by the extreme pain, which seemed as if his guts had been stirred up and damaged with a blazing hot rod of iron. His field of vision whitening at the impact, he understood that his internal organs within were all screeching at once. By this, he understood. Japanese letter, in actuality, this blow by Lei had been the true and sole decisive blow of the battle, which would have unquestionably ended the fight with Ram. Lei. Ha! Just as thought. So it was thanks to Oni-san that Nisama, for whom it should be impossible to move, was able to move is what it means Tildatsu. Geez, Nisama, in the time your little sister wasn't there you deepened your relationship with the one your little sister had feelings for. Is that what it means? Blurting out nonsense, while looking at the screaming Subaru, Lei struck the floor with his heel. At his feet, peeking out from his heel, was a hidden blade of short length, and its sharp tip had been soaked with Ram's blood. She had been stabbed. Subaru had taken up that pain and was now suffering with it. Otherwise, this scorching heat, the blade may have been varnished with poison or something. His body temperature degraded at such vigor that it made him shiver, and the immense sweat all over his body started to flow. Beatrice, Subaru, Ram, Barusu, kindly stop. Beatrice was astonished upon Subaru's screech, and Ram shouted, seemingly having guessed the situation. Stabbed, the wound in the abdomen letting out massive amounts of blood from the guts. It was natural to feel malaise if by the loss of blood it still had no effect on movement. However, Subaru desperately shook his head. He could not return this agony to Ram. The moment he would return it, Ram would be rendered immobile. It was an obvious flow. It is best if their pain settles upon Subaru. If that were to be done, everyone would still be able to continue without losing. He must assist those who were fighting. Subaru, not yet. Ram, Beatrice-sama, kindly take Barusu and stand back. He is only an obstruction. At Subaru's condition, who had his voice seem like incoherent murmuring, Ram prompted her quick judgment. She rolled the tunic she had taken off around her wound in the guts, thus trying to stop the bleeding, and on top of that decided to continue the battle. In exchange for that, she urged Beatrice to have Subaru withdraw from this place. Beatrice abided by Ram's judgment and pulled Subaru's sleeve. Beatrice, Subaru, it's just as how Ram says, I suppose. Now get away from this place and, Subaru. That won't do. If I get away from here, shaking his head towards Beatrice, who was pulling his sleeve, Subaru attempted remaining in this place. Right now, if he were to get away from this theater, the effect of Corleonis may get cut off and the battle Ram was managing may collapse at once. If that happened, then what would be the point of having Subaru withdraw from here? Ram, Kug, Emilia-sama, for once come over here, Emilia. I get it. Looking at Subaru, who was attempting to remain here, Ram called upon Emilia. At that call, Emilia, who had been concentrating on her battle with the Titanic Scorpion, flew backwards greatly. The Titanic Scorpion tried to go after her, but that pursuit was hindered by a humongous ice wall which seemingly covered the aisle. Of course, in front of the Titanic Scorpion's pincers, the ice wall could stand for not more than a single second. But that single second was sufficient for Emilia's retreat. At that point Japanese letter, lay, whoa, just ace can't. Even if you come back with such energy, did you think we'll just say, is that so, and overlook you? Ram, keep quiet. Lay, whoops. Lay, slurping on his tongue, swung his dagger towards the retreating Emilia's back. Ram, closing in with a low stance, brushed it away energetically by sweeping it with her legs. And Emilia flew overhead of Lay, whose attack had been overturned, as if jumping over a hurdle. The result of that, as Lay stood in the RISLE Japanese letter, Shola. Japanese letter, BISHRRN. Lay, TCH tilde. Haha tilde. Well, aren't you doing it, tilde. The Titanic Scorpion, trying to pursue Emilia, viciously clashed with Lay, who had been left alone in the theater. Though the compound eyes of the Titanic Scorpion were originally turned towards Subaru, even still, there was no way it could simply ignore the one standing in between as an obstruction and be able to pass freely. The pincers of the Titanic Scorpion swung, and Lay warded them off with a miraculous technique of the blade with his daggers. Though the brittle blades seemed that they would get shattered easily by a single strike, Lay's ability was able to do that extremely easily. At the same pace, glancing backwards, seeing as how the enemy collided with the enemy ram. Emilia-sama, take Barusu. Emilia, leave it to me. Hearing Ram shout as she dashed from the aisle, Emilia held the crouching Subaru in her arms like a baby. Shouldered by Emilia's slender arms, Subaru gave rise to a surprised voice saying, "Whoa." But Emilia, I'm sorry, stay put for a second, okay? Subaru, to be carried by a girl, my pride got hurt. Ram, there's no way there's any pride even left to be hurt at this point. Kindly stay put and get treated like luggage. Emilia's speed did not decrease even slightly whilst shouldering Subaru, who had blurted such thoughtless comments. Behind them unfolded the clash between Lay and the Titanic Scorpion, and regardless of what the conclusion of it should become, the two would surely be obstructing each other's way for some time for the moment. With that being SRID Japanese letter, Beatrice. Japanese letter, SHUL, and must be aiming for Subaru, in fact. The direction in which if you take your eyes off and lose sight of where it may come from is dangerous, I suppose. Ram, that is the problem, Beatrice-sama. Japanese letter, I asked that thing really Shola. Running alongside Emilia, who was shouldering Subaru, Ram and Beatrice exchanged thoughts on the situation. What Ram had asked demanded confirmation of what Subaru had previously convicted. Hearing that, Beatrice gave a sidelong glance to Subaru and nodded Beatrice. That is what Subaru believes, in fact. That attack of firing light also coincides, I suppose. Ram. The attack seen from the balcony or during the time of exiting the sand, is it? Hearing Beatrice's analysis, Ram furrowed her eyebrows. She then glanced towards Subaru, speaking to Subaru, who was being carried Emilia's arms. Ram, Barusu, whatever you are doing, disconnect it. At that pace, Subaru. Let me guess, I won't be able to endure it. I'll say this, I'm a man, you know. Enduring and being patient is the special right of us men. Ram. Quite a thing to say after being in such a tattered state and being carried by Emilia-sama. Subaru, you tilde goo. At Ram's words, he was unable to voice even properly. The truth is, due to the effect of taking over Ram's inferior physical form, ignoring his spirit, even breathing was painful for him. The burden increased each passing second, and the exhaustion felt as if it were some curse that would eat away his life. The strong act being put up by that Subaru, Emilia whispered as I thought, Emilia, Subaru, you're doing something right. Midway through, my body also became re-tilde ally light, and the parts where I was damaged and wounded didn't hurt either. Beatrice, in case you are having Subaru push himself. Beatrice, it's not Betty, in fact. This is what Subaru is doing by himself, through an authority, I suppose. Even Betty wants to stop him if he can be stopped, in fact. Emilia, authority. Against Emilia, who had offered her frank advice, Beatrice denied her involvement and made an astringent face. Emilia and Ram furrowed their eyebrows together in response to what she had pronounced. Calling it an authority, Beatrice gave the impression that she had an idea about the power Subaru was USING Japanese letter, Ram. Beatrice-sama, what would be an authority? Beatrice, Japanese letter. Something like, The backwards compatibility of a divine protection, I suppose. Subaru is pushing himself quite a bit, and using it, in fact. That is the cause behind Emilia and Ram's states as well, I suppose. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Hearing that, Emilia inhaled while Ram sharpened her gaze. Though she was physically supposed to be fine, what dwelled in Ram's light crimson eyes was powerful rage. With such eyes, she glared at Subaru. Ram. Taking up Ram's burden as how you please. When did you become so admirable? Subaru. My bad. I'm a gentleman. That's why I end up smartly taking the girl's luggage. Ram. And as a result of that, become a girl's luggage instead. It can be said countless times. You've got it backwards. Ram's continued sighs somewhat felt as if she had given up on Subaru's attitude. She must have understood as well that Subaru had no intentions of returning that burden. Honestly speaking, possessing it forever would be tiresome. But even so, at least while they are in the middle of the CONFLICT, Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, THATS, it. Thinking that far at last, Subaru finally turned his consciousness TOWRRDS, Japanese letter, not the internal organs within the depths of his abdomen, but something else. His consciousness passed through the body of what was his self, and largely spread out to the scope perceivable to him. And grasping onto core Leonis, he connected to the conditions and positions of his comrades. Without any change, in Tegeta were Echidna and Rem, along with Patrash. Slightly away from them was Giant at a lower floor, and THEN, Japanese letter, Subaru. I knew it. Emilia, I knew it. What did you know? Subaru. Meili is, even now, obstructing the witch beasts from the balcony, though faintly distant. The flickering, blurry light on the balcony of the fourth layer was Meili. Though the situation was that Scholler had broken away, she was mobilizing her own strength and was dealing with the large hordes of witch beasts. He held the deepest admiration for the strenuous efforts she was making, and he felt grateful as WELL, Japanese letter, Beatrice. That girl was not attacked by Scholler is what that would mean, in fact. Subaru. Exactly. Subaru affirmed what Beatrice had stated, while on top of Emilia's shoulders. The moment immediately after the battles had broken out in each of the respective places, Subaru had left dealing with the witch beasts advancing towards the watchtower to the two of Meili and Scholler. Thereafter, with Scholler unraveling herself in form of the titanic scorpion to attack Subaru, and the rest, of course, the well-being of Meili, who was supposed to be with her, became a matter of CONCERN, Japanese letter, but Subaru could feel her safety. In other words, Subaru. Scholler turned into that after parting with Meili. At any rate, Scholler hasn't laid a finger on Meili. How relevant that was to the present situation, he could not think about that with an exhausted mind. On top of that, even if they continued running at this Japanese letter, Emilia, we need to solve the problems rising up, otherwise we'll just get cornered no matter how much we run. With a shout similar to a cry, Emilia perfectly expressed the present condition of Subaru and the others. The first of the 5 problems, the hordes of witch beasts, for that was Meili, the titanic scorpion and gluttony were continuing trying to devour each other, and he felt no signs of the arrival of the jet black shadow. However, Redestria, equipped with absurd violence like the hammer of God, WRS, Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter, tilde HK, kindly stop. Japanese letter. Ram, who was running and leading the vanguard, stretched her hand towards the rear and restrained Emilia and the others. In front of the momentarily stopped 3, a shockwave pierced through the following instant. The shockwave diagonally bisected the aisle seemingly made of stone, creating an entrapment of rubble and smoke. Seeing the destruction of the watchtower, which had professed itself as indestructible, taking into account Subaru's memories, this would be the third TIME, Japanese letter, but if being crushed by the shadow was to be kept out of the picture, this would be the first. And the true identity of that destruction, WRS, Japanese letter. Miss Ram, along with Emilia Sama and Beatrice Sama, is it? Subaru, Julius. Evading the erupted smoke, flying backwards greatly, The figure with a white outfit contaminated by blood and dust was the good-looking man, Julius Juculius. Stepping onto that place in the cause of the shockwave, he quickly turned his yellow eyes backwards and glanced into the dark-colored eyes of Subaru, who was sitting atop Emilia's shoulders. Julius, though I believe it has only been a few minutes since we parted ways, it seems you were damaged quite harshly, isn't it? Subaru, shut you TAPPEI. For once, I'm unhurt. Julius, I do not see the cold sweat of an unhurt human, though. Julius closed a single eye at Subaru, who had a pallid face and blurted out rough words with a faint breath. Even he, who possessed good judgment, had not been able to understand the effects of the authority of Corleonis, as expected, and unfortunately no longer remained any time for them to calm down and converse about it. Subaru, I'm begging you, please say you slashed Reed's throat. Julius, reporting what differs from reality is an extraordinarily difficult choice as a knight. Beatrice, that already makes for the answer, I suppose. Subaru's wish, which seemed more like a prayer, had been implicitly repudiated by the excessively serious response. While feeling his hope turn into despair, Subaru made a bitter expression. He felt his earbuds hurt by a sound as that of crushing of the wall's fragments. "Ah, so you're greeting all the women you've gathered in here, you." It was Juice, startin' to get a bit boring after walking round freely. "So are y'all gonna be my opponents, Ram? The worst progression of events, isn't it?" Following Julius, the one who showed his form through the smoke was the great man with long red hair, casually dressed on only a single side, with a tall figure built with muscularity. Japanese letter, red violence, Reed Astrea. The form of Reed, boldly stepping into the aisle of the fourth layer and not the second layer, Ram commented with a low voice. With identical astonishment, Emilia said, "You," with a quivering voice. "Emilia, why are you on this floor? Aren't you supposed to be unable to exit from there?" Reed, "Hey, don't you be macking me," laugh, fiercely frizzling. "I live where I wanna live, slash down those whom I wanna slash down, and sleep with women I wanna sleep with, as if I'll be abiding by the customs of others." Beatrice, just how cheap is this guy, in fact? Beatrice, whilst trembling with fear, smacked her lips at Reed's self-centered philosophy. However, it was fact that Reed had appeared in this place and was standing in the way of Subaru and the others, obstructing them. With this was Reed at the main gate and Gluttony and the Titanic Scorpion at the rear gate. Japanese letter THIS was the location of a tremendous battle. Subaru, though it may be useless to just talk, right now, everything happening in the tower is, Reed. I know it's becoming quite the ruckus, you know. But it ain't concerning me. If the ones that got in will be getting in my way, then I'll slash 'em down, or if they'll open my way, then I won't kill 'em at least. Japanese letter, WOOPS. Well, those talkin' part in the trial gotta be a special case. Though that still ain't different from picking a fight with me. Subaru, then, Reed. Japanese letter, HEY, young fish. Don't you say any boring shit now. Twisting his words, Subaru tried to somehow extract information out of Reed. With his spirit of the sword losing its proper way, he made him shut his mouth. Japanese letter, as if an electric shock, pressure which caused physical numbness, jolted SUBRU. Japanese letter, no, not only Subaru, but all four standing in the aisle. Otherwise, it may have jolted the entire tower itself. This merely brought the displeasure of the lone man, so this was just his sense of intimidation. Upon Pleiades' watchtower were threats aside from this giant MRN. Japanese letter, Subaru. The way to deal with one of Gluttony and that shadow hasn't been found either, and still, Julius. Japanese letter, SUBRU. Regarding that, I have a good news and bad news from my side, said Julius, preparing to use his knight's sword, commencing with his words. At his commencement, with words as those from some overseas drama, Subaru stiffened his cheeks. Good news and bad news, though it was an expression common in literary works, hearing those words in reality like this gave a terrible feeling of his chest being scratched apart. Gulping down saliva for once, Subaru affirmed the words, good news and bad news, in his mouth. Subaru. Then say the good news first. Julius. Regarding the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, nowhere to be seen whom you're getting anxious about, there is no need to be on the lookout for him. I can assure you regarding that. Subaru, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. I don't know on what basis you're saying that, but it's certainly good news. Then, what's the bad news? Whether he found his tracks, or whether he got hands on proof of him having not arrived in the first place or having exited the tower, Subaru raised a single eyebrow in response to what Julius had pointed out. If there was to be only one sin Archbishop of Gluttony, then certainly the problems they had to deal with would reduce by one. If the cards in their hands and the cards in the hands of the opponent were to be seen and compared, what would be the ideal course of action? Subaru considered that with his body in a horribly bad state. Before that Subaru, Julius softly exhaled and continued. Julius, the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford, is over there. Subaru. Ah. With an earnest tone, Julius turned the leading edge of his knight's sword towards the front. What stood ahead of the pointing tip of that knight's sword was only the great man with the smile of a ferocious shark. It could not mean anything else. Japanese letter, THE man with the smile of a shark was standing there. However, Julius continued his words as Subaru and the others stood stunned. Julius, the one before our eyes, the first-generation sword saint, Redestria. Japanese letter, HE is Roy Alford. Arc 6, Chapter 69. The Absurd Iron Hammer of the Sword. Translated by Archbishop. You Archbishop 17, Art Source. Pixiv. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter, GULPING. Down those words he had heard. He required several seconds to chew their implication. Subaru. Reed is Roy Alford. Upon the report betraying his expectations, Subaru's thoughts were disturbed into a shape unlike the anguish he had taken over. The pain and suffering he had arbitrarily taken from his comrades. Due to that negativity, his mind was working slowly, but this was a situation where even that couldn't be used as scapegoat. Taking some time for the moment, with his brain seemingly melting out of his ears, he found his thoughts to be endless. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. In front of him, the majestic figure standing boldly about whom this revelation had been made, the red-haired swordsman, unmistakably the existence who was the biggest nuisance in this Pleiades watchtower, Redestria. All while staring at him, Subaru whispered. Julius, who had readied his knight's sword on his side, his expression possessed no signs of falsehood whilst he focused his eyes on Reed. He was not a person with the personality to make such unfunny jokes in a gambling room where it was all a matter of life and death in the first place. That was the commentary on Julius by Subaru, who had once forgotten everything, and abiding by that notion, the one in question remained fully serious, because it meant that Julius' remarks, who possessed that conviction, were certain truth. Subaru, if Reed is gluttony, then that means... Reed was one of the obstacles that existed in the watchtower, however, stood at an ambiguous position when it came to demarcation as an ally or enemy. But if his existence were to explicitly be one of those who were distinctly the enemies, THEN Japanese letter, Subaru. So that's why you were, again and again, so persistently. Reed. Japanese letter, HEY, Juice, wait you. It's a pretty boring misunderstanding, you know. Subaru. Hey, Reed. It ain't a joke, you. Hey, you saying that I'm talking, the form of that unrelated idiot. Don't go about trusting that boring conclusion, you. Hearing Subaru's trembling voice, Reed distorted his cheeks with seemingly painful displeasure. Subaru was unable to comprehend the meaning of that reaction. Japanese letter, THE Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford was manifesting in the form of Reed. Subaru, who had just previously seen the transformations of Louis Arneb, had reached that extremely respectable conclusion. The authority of gluttony of extorting the shape, form, and combat power of the opponent, the result of which was the Reed before them. However, Reed's mood turned worse quite frankly at that conclusion. The cause of that seemed to be, instead of the behavior of a coward hiding his true identity without knowing when to give, something much more simple like the displeasure of a child upon being teased. The real meaning of that WRS Japanese letter, Reed. Ain't it obvious that I'd be me? Because that'll never change. I'm standing here. Do you disagree? You are you saying I'm wrong. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Touching the eye patch on his left eye whilst baring his sharp fangs, Reed declared towards Subaru. Receiving that, Subaru inhaled and furrowed his eyebrows, reading deeply into his words. And noticing a certain possibility, he took a short breath. Subaru. It can't be Julius. Julius. Ah, likely, what you are imagining is correct. While keeping his line of sight maintained towards Reed, Julius pulled in his jaw upon Subaru's hoarse voice. The good-looking man rubbed his cheek stained by his own blood with his shoulder, and whilst continuing to erase that blood-stain, Julius, my wording earlier was at fault. Let me correct it. Japanese letter HE in front of our eyes, that flesh body belongs to Roy Alford. However, that spirit is different. Subaru. Japanese letter SPIRIT. Julius. Roy Alford ate the memories of Reed Astrea and had the control over his own spirit stolen by those memories. Henceforth he, without any restrictions, descended from the second layer and is now here. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Subaru found himself dumbfounded in response to Julius affirming the absurd possibility he had thought of. Subaru wondered how something like that was even POSSIBLE Japanese letter no. Each one aside from Subaru, Emilia, Beatrice, and even Ram, all of them widened their eyes together. Certainly, everything's reasoning was logical with Julius' explanation. Originally, as the trial taker of the trial in Pleiades' watchtower, Reed Astrea was not supposed to be able to leave the second layer. But he started wandering about in the tower making an expression as if he owned the whole place, the reality behind that. In the worlds he had continued to repeatedly witness, Subaru had been confused in the mayhem which brought the end of the tower. Within those, he himself had not been able to attain freedom, but had taken advantage of the actions of gluttony and had acquired freedom. Yes, that's right. With that, all of the baffling situations surrounding Reed made sense. Japanese letter HOWEVER. He was unable to shut his hanging jaw, for this exceeded norms far too much. Beatrice got dragged along by the memories and lost sight of the true self, is what it would mean, I suppose. Ram. Simply put, it must mean that the one with the stronger self won and remained. Japanese letter IN terms of self-principles, one chased away the other. Though a bit late compared to Subaru, Beatrice and Ram arrived at the same conclusion. An unstructured way of speaking, but Ram's words expressed the truth with frankness. Subaru, but I have a doubt too. That was why the Eaton Reed's existence had not disappeared from everyone's memories. Till now, the ones who had fallen victim to gluttony, aside from Subaru, Rem, and Julius, had their existences erased from the memories of all people, is how it seemed. The truth is, in the previous loop, the existence of Emilia disappearing from the memories of Ram, and the rest was something Subaru could attest to. If so, then the same thing not happening to Reed was Julius. Principally, what gluttony had eaten was not Reed's name, but at most his memories, is what that would mean. It is not possible to eat both the name and memories of a dead person. That is what Roy Alford had asserted. Subaru. Japanese letter tilde HK. Did you witness the scene of Reed getting eaten? Sensing Subaru's doubt, Julius responded with a single eye open. He answered with a short yes, looking at the crumbled wall he himself had passed through. Julius. When I went to the second layer in accordance with your instructions, you see, timely enough, that was when Roy Alford and Reed were having negotiations. Negotiation, to label it as that would be suspicious in itself, though. Subaru. What's suspicious about that? Julius. Because Reed was making no effort for resistance. Japanese letter PERH gluttony, for some reason, may have been subjected to the trial. That is why he, the trial taker, was unable to attack the opponent. Reed. Ha, you, that's about half correct and half incorrect. Upon Julius stating that conjecture, none other than Reed called a halt to it. While crackling his thick neck bones, he had his nails touch the pit of his stomach. Reed. Certainly, no way they were gonna be participants for the trial, but had I thought of doing it, then I would have done it, you know. If I did that, then I won't be here right now, ain't that so? Julius, you have attained the opponent's self. Are you saying that you already possessed confidence in that? Read. Juice, actin, as if focusing on only the strong parts is something I won't allow. Plassin, everything. One side has en, gambling, it all's what's interesting. Though that was something that midget didn't understand. Regardless of the truth of him having obtained that physical body, whatever may have been the interests of Gluttony who had been affected by that sequence of events, Reed declared pertaining to Roy with terrible indifference, whom he had confronted. Merely, the fact is that the reality in front of their eyes was the truth. Japanese letter THE self of Roy Alford had been painted out by the monster known as Reed Astrea. Reed, if you wanna eat taste me, then you gotta have the stomach large enough to fit me in. He didn't have that. That's why I bit and tore apart the stomach. That's all there's to it. Subaru. That's all there's to it, you say. Aside from his bearing nausea and the sense of abrasion of his mind and body, Subaru felt his head starting to hurt. In other words, if what happened in Reed's body was to be said straightforwardly, then, Subaru. Revived, resurrected from the dead, is that what this is about? Julius. In terms of results, you could say that. Above all, a situation where it is possible to meddle with the memories of a dead person, and the existence who wielded that ability being encountered for the first time, and then subsequently arriving into existence, it is a series of events akin to miracles. Subaru, miracles. A life who was supposed to have vanished 400 years ago, to witness the moment of it being resurrected like this, Julius might have stated it to be the embodiment of an ironical miracle regardless of his intent to call it that way. Although he did not intend to state the reality of his resurrection alongside that as WELL Japanese letter Emilia. Can I ask one thing? Read. A tilde H. Abruptly, when all of the happenings were being arranged into order, the one to raise her voice like that was Emilia. Hereafter the encounter with Reed, Emilia had kept her mouth shut so that the topic of discussion may not get diverted. Seeing the discussion reach a point where it could halt, she turned her amethyst eyes towards Reed. And Emilia, you have. Reed has been revived, right? With that, you've become able to leave that place. That's something I Ellie congratulate you for. Reed. Thanks. With this I can teach you all sorts of stuff at a proper place, fiercely frizzlin'. Let's have drinks tonight, you aside from that. Hey, he will do stuff as I teach you. Emilia, Japanese letter, are you inviting me to go out with you? But I have only gone to a date with Puck and Subaru, so I'm sorry. Also, though it would make for an exchange Subaru would never want to miss out on, getting caught on by Emilia's comment on her date was something Subaru currently had no time to spare for. Keeping those innermost thoughts of Subaru's for some other occasion, Emilia repositioned Subaru's body she was carrying on her shoulders. Emilia, even though you have become free, can't you stop being in our way? In case you don't know, we are Ellie busy right now. Read. Don't you make me say it, fiercely frizzlin'. I more or less have got grasp on what's happening here. After all, the tiny brat of this body was unusually well informed. I hate it. Japanese letter RH, I really don't like it. As if throwing up, Reed annoyingly gripped to his guts. It seemed as not merely resurrection, but Reed also had the ability to read the memories of Roy, a LPH, a RD Japanese letter in other words. He apparently even had the power to catch a glimpse of an edge of the authority of Gluttony. Above all, it seemed as if it was something he aesthetically found strongly, terribly repulsive. Reed. He didn't have a standpoint of his own. That's why he got himself involved in such stupid shit. He's an irredeemable kid. Though he ended up disappearing, because he was doing it without knowing his position, it's gotta be a natural reward. Subaru. Why talk about only this place? If you're free, then how about you go conquer the world and the vast oceans? I Ellie feel like you're just delaying the problem. If that's the case, Reed, you don't just start preparing to run away. As it is, a situation where you're Bane, carried on the shoulders of a woman, it's so pathetic it'd be better to die. Do you wanna be coated with embarrassment? Japanese letter, Subaru's venture to avoid battle and having the situation ameliorate ended with a failure. Perhaps even the ones other than Subaru may have failed to understand what he had proposed just now as well. In the end, even if Reed were to gain freedom, he intended to respect his role as the trial taker. Otherwise, not being particular about his title of the trial taker, he simply would not allow for an opponent whom he had decided to cross swords with to escape. At any rate, Emilia, Japanese letter, is that so? If you won't move aside, then there's no choice. With a long sigh congested with nuance of it being unfortunate, the reply sufficiently suggested Emilia's decision to attack Reed. Emilia, I'm sorry. Those words were directed, not at the confronting Reed, but at Subaru, who was atop her shoulders, and he was a second late for noticing that. Because after a single second, Subaru's body had been brought down from Emilia's shoulders and gently handed over to Beatrice, who was beside them. Japanese letter, IN, but an instant, crossing the aisle with the speed as that of a bullet, Emilia slammed an ice sword into Reed. Atmosphere gave rise to high-pitched sound, yielding forth frost, and the beautiful yet cruel blade of ice fluttered through the aisle as it was enshrouded in the erupted smoke. In any case, the attack with no hesitation whatsoever aiming for a fatal WOUND Japanese letter, once Emilia had decided to act upon, there was no faltering in her then. That was something clearly understood after all of the battles till now. Emilia, Japanese letter, HK. The slash attack Subaru's eyes finally caught up to, the strike which was almost like an ambush, Reed easily received it, using his arm outside of the breast pocket of his casual dress, with the chopsticks he was holding in his hand. This was not the first time seeing Reed wield chopsticks as his special weapon. However, it was not something which could be gotten used to even after seeing it on multiple occasions. Abnormalities were abnormalities. There lay change in that recognition. Subaru. He. Emilia-chan, Beatrice. Subaru. Don't push yourself, in fact. Stay put, I suppose. Subaru shouted at Reed's abnormal swordsmanship, feeling perturbed about Emilia's safety. Appealing to Subaru to take care of himself was Beatrice, whom Emilia had suddenly forgone and entrusted his body to. Being supported by her petite frame while kneeling down onto the aisle, Subaru pushed his eyes open. Meanwhile, Emilia renewed her arms, which had been smashed, or rather, slashed by the chopsticks, and continued the performance of her sword's dance like a fairy within sparkling diamond dust. Easily brushing that away, Reed laughed with a ha-ha tilde HK, like a shark Reed. Ha, juice as expected, you got it quickly, fiercely frizzlin'. But you don't, you know. Your trial is already over, you know. Emilia, if that's so, then pass everyone else too. Reed, hey, the hell kind of reasoning makes you say that I ain't got any reason to be doing that. Emilia, I request you. Reed, there ain't anything cute in begging like that. For now, take off your clothes, you. Though she had been making a serious expression, Emilia's entreaty did not wield anything to Reed's ears. Identical to the first strike, Reed warded it away, chased it away the subsequent strikes using vivid techniques of chopsticks, barely conceivable. Subaru was unable to close his mouth, hanging open before that abnormal swordsmanship. Of course, Reed's irrefutable mastery was not something unknown. However, even Emilia had not drawn a step back against even the enemies of Gluttony and the Titanic Scorpion. When compared to such a variety of warriors, she had shown overwhelming capacity. At the very least, even 100 of Subaru would not be able to oppose Emilia. Japanese letter, FOR Reed, that was, quite literally, a child's play. Emilia's offense and defense jaded the spirit of it being a do-or-die situation, was not but the play of an unskilled child for Reed. Subsequently, Emilia, after a mere few exchanges, was unable to reach through and experienced defeat. The difference in their ability was so immense that even the untrained eyes could identify that. HOWEVER Japanese letter, RAM. Japanese letter, THE reason to abstain from using full force. That should be quite simple. Read, a tilde H, Ram, because you will face an unsightly defeat here at the hands of Ram and the others. Interrupting the battlefield with a petite frame pronounced Ram, positioned behind Reed. Japanese letter, ND caught hold of that back of Reed's. That alone was more than worthy of admiring, but Ram's fearsomeness was not the end of it. Emilia attacked without any relent against the opponent Reed Estria. Ram matched the timing with her, who had left her battle style upon her senses with godly intuition. Precisely this which Subaru had not been able to read at all was Emilia's initial surprise, a TT, a CK Japanese letter movements that suggested the question whether he had really managed to read them. And the truth was that they were movements which gave the impression of possibly already having gotten read. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The very next instant, Ram's unleashed fist stabbed into the side of Reed's casual dress. At the moment of the impact, with the sound of the flesh and bones creaking, Ram's white fist's piercing strength penetrated through Reed's internal organs, and the aisle was split open by the bottom of Reed's feet, who continued standing his ground. Subaru. It reached through, HK. Looking at that, Subaru thoughtlessly hugged Beatrice tightly. He wanted to cheer, but he was unable to voice anything further. Instead of that, he felt his body heat up as if his blood was boiling. Because that was, as far as Subaru knew, the first time Reed had taken damage without it even being a matter of super luck. Ram. Ha! A tilde, a tilde, a tilde, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The unimaginably powerful fists fired from her slender arms were hammered into Reed as if a storm. Reed received that with his defenseless lower body and retreated. It was not as if he lacked all defense. Even for blocking Ram's attacks, his two chopsticks were being used to block Emilia's fierce attack, so he merely lacked the defense to direct there. Henceforth, pressurized by the might of her tremendous fisting, Reed's body was greatly pushed back, and whilst his figure was blown off, Emilia threw the twin swords she had created with both of her hands, and the sword slashes drew an arc, which was then cleared away by Reed's chopsticks. Slash. Subsequently he collapsed onto the aisle, lying spread-eagled. Subaru, did they do it? Seeing the form of Reed collapsed, lying flat on the aisle, Subaru lightly whispered in astonishment, with widened eyes. Blocking Emilia's surprise attack had been a final desperate tactic of his, and the one other than that, Ram's attacks, was what he had gotten a taste of. Every blow had wielded enough power to make his bones creak. Emilia's difficult fighting was a matter of course, but perhaps misjudging Ram's combat power had been Reed's cause of defeat. As an effect of core leanness, having been able to move without any hindrances, Ram's ability had been enough to mow down the opponent's consciousness before Reed could get Serious Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Right now you can quickly tie him down and render him unable to battle. Emilia-chan, constrict him with ice. For a moment his thoughts had come to a halt without confirming their victory, but he was unable to overlook that extremely valuable situation. Panicking, Subaru instructed Emilia to constrict Reed. At the same pace, he tried to call out to Ram, who had been making strenuous efforts Japanese letter, Beatrice. Subaru, when did your health come back? Subaru. Eh. Suddenly, so asked Beatrice, who had been supporting his body. Receiving that doubt, Subaru tardily came to notice the truth of him standing on his legs and giving instructions to Emilia. Japanese letter, The agony, which was eating into him as if a curse had disappeared. Ram. Japanese letter, K, a fog. The moment immediately after he judged what that must mean, Ram's body shivered, trembling violently. Ram's upper body, who had turned her back towards this side, jolted, and she collapsed down to her knees, unable to support her body. Subaru. Ram. Julius. Q tilde GH. Unable to even stretch out her hand, Ram collapsed seemingly like a puppet whose threads had been slashed away. The one to jump at Ram's collapsing body was Julius, who had been awaiting an interval to plunge into the battle. Supporting Ram's wholly exhausted body, Julius confirmed her condition with his expression frozen. The reason for that was Ram's complexion and the crimson of thick blood which dyed her clothes. Massive amounts of blood was flowing from the wound in Ram's abdomen, whose bleeding she had stopped. Though it was true that the lost blood brought serious danger to her life, that alone was not the issue. The greatest problem was linked with the healing of Subaru's condition. In other words, Japanese letter, Subaru. The effect of core leanness has been cut off. Japanese letter, a tilde H, so it finally got cut I. You don't be doing boring shit. Aren't juice, hidden behind a woman. You're a disgrace for a young fish, you. Japanese letter, in front of Subaru, who had been rendered speechless. The collapsed Reed swung and stationed both of his feet and vigorously stood up. Reed lightly patted and swept his back and swung his arms in circles from his shoulders whilst gripping onto the chopsticks. His attitude, which felt as if he hadn't taken any of the damage Ram had inflicted on him, though that alone made his body shudder. What made Subaru uneasy were his words immediately afterwards. Japanese letter, REID said that it got cut. Just what was he referring to? Reed. Playing. Round like that'll always be boring. First of all, something like feeling, no pain or ache even when the guts are all torn up. Are you macking fun of me, you? Subaru. Whoa, Reed. If you say you wanna do it with perfection, then you gotta stand what you receive too. But this one's done for. This one's done for, you know. You can't, you see. This woman was gonna die even before it got cut. Intimidated by Reed's low-pitched words, Subaru turned his line of sight towards Ram, who was in Julius' arms. Receiving that gaze, Julius lightly pulled in his chin. Julius, his words are correct. Miss Ram's wounds are no trivial matter. Even now, she is on the verge of death. Subaru, Japanese letter, tilde HK. Julius, the reason why the bleeding is not stopping is perhaps because of the usage of a chemical which hinders the clotting of blood. Other than that must be the recall of her pushing herself which is present on her body. Each and every word of Julius, analysis attempted to carve a painful fissure onto Subaru's chest. He failed. Japanese letter, SUB or RUS Corleonis overlapped with his complacent failure. Japanese letter, taking over Ram's inferior physical form, he had created a circumstance under which she could fight. Though that was not a mistaken judgment. He ignored the injuries she had Japanese letter, no. Having Ram herself ignore those is what had been a mistake. If Subaru was to take over the pain and anguish of injuries, she would not be able to be conscious of the wound's seriousness. If Ram were to conduct herself in a way suggesting she was unharmed, Emilia would not come to notice anything either. Julius, a magic similar to Nectar of sharing sensations, a bit different from that, or perhaps something entirely unlike. Something much more different had been put to use, and you said that you had cut it. Reed, I'm good at cutting invisible stuff, you see. Well, the trick's intuition. With that, a bit of time got used up. Took a pretty grand hit. Reed exaggerated the reason he had bathed in Ram's storm-like fists. However, returning to the original topic, the truth was that he could more or less not feel any of the damage he had taken. The trick behind that, too, was pronounced from Julius' mouth. Whilst keeping Ram in his embrace, Julius gently turned his gaze BSCKWRRDS Japanese letter, facing the aisle which had been fissured by the close combat. Julius, you let all of Miss Ram's attacks escape onto the floor with the bottom of your feet, huh? Reed, it's a technique which a woman friend of mine, Tricia, used to be good at, you see. Reed laughed with a kaha as he firmly stomped on the aisle. Hearing the conversation of the two, Subaru, whilst continuing to shiver, glanced at the crevices of the aisle. The endless wounds borne onto the aisle were the proof of Reed having directed Ram's attacks onto the aisle. It was perhaps some technique to direct the impact of blows towards someplace else. Japanese letter, IT could be said that it was the culmination of martial arts. Subaru. The truth is, when Ram's initial blow had struck, Subaru too had witnessed the aisle tremendously fissure with his own eyes. That also applied to all subsequent consecutive strikes. Both this and that, everything WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. To slash down the connection between me and Ram. In the first place, how did that even? Reed. Said. I slash down what I wanna slash down, live where I wanna live, and sleep with women I wanna sleep with. Japanese letter, I slashed down that boring game all while humming. Leading a carefree life was Reed. Cutting things which could not be seen, otherwise cutting connections which do not physically exist, was the capability of doing so, the true ability of the existence named the Sword Saint. Emilia, but when I struck you from above with a lot of strength, you had been in pain. Reed, back then the situation was different, you know, fiercely frizzling. Right now I'm here to enjoy the fighting more than the trial. If it's a fight, then you gotta be more serious than the trial, you know. Do you disagree, you? Slashing and repelling away Emilia's response, Reed snorted his nose and prepared his chopsticks. adjusting the stance of his chopsticks as if he was ordinarily commencing a meal and pointing their ends towards Julius. Reed's blue eyes gleamed with a blaze. Reed, that's how it is. You got what I'm saying? Hey you, Julius. Japanese letter T.O. Settle this with the sword. That is your intention, correct? Reed, yeah, that's right. Let me tell you, I'll allow any damn thing aside from swords too, you know. Whether you wanna throw magic at me or clash with me, it ain't any problem. If you wanna win against me, quite boldly, Reed gestured with a finger touching his chest and pointed towards his heart. In other words, that was the only way to bring an end to his life. That is what his expression indicated. That was the evidence that Subaru's card of waging war had been CORRECT Japanese letter, Julius. Why must you be fixated over myself? Read. A tilde H. I'm Bane, fixated over you. Gimme a break. Bastards of Zeus, mere words with nice faces of the race I hate the most. Ain't that so? On top of that, why'd I gotta be fixated? Julius. Then, read. Japanese letter, YOURE, the one who'd have a reason to be fixated over me. If I draw back from here, do you really think that'd be fine? Japanese letter, Reed's response to Julius' question could not be described as one that was clear. He himself belonged to a race of those types who did deem worth in conveying all things as words. Furthermore, a large part of his response had been occupied by something similar to sensation. It was difficult to comprehend. However, for those who did understand that, merely had the answer which was limited to that WRS Japanese letter, read. Japanese letter, TCH. A troublesome one ended up common here. Before that answer could be chewed, what preceded was Reed clicking his tongue in discontent. And the cause behind the click of his tongue revealed its figure from the interior of the aisle. Subaru, and the others had crossed THROUGH Japanese letter no. In the form of a corona, it pounced upon them. Emilia. Subaru. Immediately before the corona could evaporate away Subaru, Emilia's ice sword separated and distanced away the two from each other. As a note of shattering of ice echoed, the repelled light stabbed through the aisle. Japanese letter, an extremely long tail stinger, disappeared as if having frayed. That was namely the baptism by the guardian of the sage, WATCHT, OWER Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, SHUL. Japanese letter. Red compound eyes emerged from the interior of the aisle, possessing multiple legs. The titanic scorpion revealed its form. Jet black shell and fiendishly large pincers, its figure was both ominous and healthy. However, the form of Lei, who had been left behind to battle that titanic scorpion, was nowhere around it. Although the titanic scorpion had no traces of blood on itself, if he had faced defeat at the hands of the titanic scorpion and had fallen then, it was all good. But Subaru, Reed and Scholler, at the same time, Beatrice. Subaru, caught between the two formidable enemies, in the midst of the situation where they could not take any inadvertent action, Beatrice called out to Subaru with a trembling voice. Looking back towards that Beatrice, he noticed her pale expression. Beatrice's expression was painted with fear, wrenching his heart. Somehow or the other, he searched for words in an attempt to clear away the unrest in her heart. Subaru, Beatrice, it's all right. At any rate, we haven't managed to find a plan yet, but it's all right. Recovery is still, Beatrice. That's not it, I suppose. That's not it, in fact. Japanese letter, ITS coming, I suppose. Subaru, it's coming. As he heard Beatrice's concerns, who had widened her eyes and changed her expression, he glanced at the titanic scorpion once again. Reed was here, and Scholler was on the other side. This was the very meaning of threat. In a situation where such terrifying ones had gathered, what was going to come NOW Japanese letter, Subaru? It can't be. Reed. I Zeus said, didn't I, that a troublesome one ended up common here? The thought which had passed by Subaru's mind, as if affirming it, Reed pronounced. That tone of speaking was serious, as if it were having trouble digesting this situation. Japanese letter, THE subsequent instant, an impact reached their feet in the form of a parlous earthquake, jolting Pleiades' watchtower. Japanese letter, without exaggerating, When Subaru felt the impact reach his body, heaven and earth got overturned for him. Subaru was blown off without even the use of a technique. Japanese letter, I end the field of vision of that Subaru. The residents of the fantasy world were each displaying astonishing movements respectively. Midair, Emilia kicked the foothold she had created with ice and repelled away the consecutively fired tail stringers by the titanic scorpion, seemingly advancing towards her COMRADES Japanese letter no, towards Subaru. In the world which was tilting diagonally, Julius seemingly dashed on the wall and closed in on Reed, and commenced with an elite sword slash with his knight sword. And Beatrice jumped towards Subaru, who had tightly held onto Ram and kept her close to himself. Beatrice. Japanese letter, MURK. The moment she chanted that, Subaru felt himself enveloped within the feeling of suspension, different from that of the impact. Released from the force of gravity, the feeling as if he had been thrown into a world without gravity. The effect was not as little as simply having restored heaven and earth for him. Each one, respectively, was acting at their very best with whatever each one of them, respectively, could do. Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, RH. As if sneering at those very best of actions, multitudinous volumes of the jet black shadow swallowed the tower in its entirety. Japanese letter, dreadful pressure echoed, and the watchtower, which boasted strength enough to make it difficult to believe that it was mere stone, got completely crushed. That was the tyranny of the shadow, which was not originally supposed to possess mass. The arrival of the impact, which could no longer be named as a single destructive happening, but rather was closer to a natural disaster, easily swallowed, chewed even those who possessed extraordinary abilities enough to be called superhumans in this world. Going up against the titanic scorpion, making free use of magic and her physical abilities, and putting up a brave fight, Emilia as well. Swinging the knight sword, and charging towards the legend who was entertained by his self, Julius as well. Protecting Subaru, and using magic with her small body, Beatrice as well. In the juncture where they twinkled aglow, the stretching shadow entwined, and they turned invisible. Japanese letter, without sound, without reverberation, the forms of Emilia and the others vanished. What name should be given to what had occurred to their bodies in the matter of an instant? Subaru was unable to find any pertinent words within himself. Merely there existed something he could clearly say. Japanese letter, I have failed. Japanese letter, I love you. At the same time, he accepted reality and was whispered words of dusky love, whilst being whispered into his ears, or otherwise, whilst kissing him, or otherwise, whilst embracing his entire body, or otherwise, whilst caressing his soul, frighteningly direct, words with the soul of love. He immediately understood the greatest problem amongst the 5 obstacles. The shadow which swallowed everything had arrived. Whether it was possible to deal with it at all, even that notion alone was questionable. Japanese letter. This was his 3rd time seeing that shadow, and each time he encountered it, Subaru's life had been lost. This time was no exception, now that the shadow had arrived and reached THROUGH. Japanese letter, read. Japanese letter, YOU, the hell you doin' thinkin' 'bout sleepin', hey? At that moment, the jet-black shadow which enclosed Subaru was mowed down by a flash that had been swung. Subaru. Japanese letter, YOUVE, got to be joking. Read. Widen your eyes, NC. What's the joke, you? Do you have your eyes open? Open your eyes, N. Take a good look, you. What's the joke 'bout me? Saying that whilst casually swinging the knight sword, and having slashed away the shadow was Reed. He wielded in his hands not chopsticks, but a knight SWORD Japanese letter which belonged to Julius, and exhaled through his nose. It was truly ironic that the sword which had lost its owner was displaying more ability in the hands of the sword saint than its owner, but there was no time present to be having such thoughts. That was because Subaru, who had been standing upright, had his torso kicked by Reed. Subaru. Go, egg. Inside the narrow aisle, his suspended body was unable to hit even the ceiling or the walls. The structure of the watchtower had already been destroyed, and he no longer was able to determine where the ceiling was or where the walls were. What was present in Subaru's environs was the endlessly black sky, endlessly black soul, endlessly black world. Anything and everything became incomprehensible. Japanese letter NO, there was slightly moving heat within his arms. Ram. Japanese letter UGH. The warm body of the unconscious, fainted Ram asserted her existence. Subaru. Japanese letter tilde HK. Directing strength in his molars, biting and tearing into his own lips, he directed life into himself. At this moment, when anything and everything was being painted black, by giving up on comprehending the situation, wasn't Subaru simply entrusting his body to the end? In front of this life, trying its best to live at this moment, that was unforgivable. Subaru. Japanese letter STILL something. Though the situation was in this state, there yet must be something he could attain. Till now, Subaru had been swallowed by this jet-black evil influence and had lost his life twice. However, those two occasions had been abrupt, and he must have had no time left to do this. What he had attained through this was Ram, who was asserting her fragile life, RND Japanese letter, Reed. Japanese letter, HRH. The kick he had received by Reed, who was within the same shadow as Subaru, wearing a ferocious smile. Of course, he was not grateful for that. It hurt as if the pit of his stomach had been gouged out, and in the first place, the reason why they had lacked time till the shadow swallowed the watchtower was because of Reed's unnecessary interruption. That's WHY Japanese letter, Subaru. You will get crushed too. Japanese letter, BY the greatest knight I know of. Reed. That's you keep actin' cool as how you're till the very end, young fish. Looking downward, Reed set his aim on Subaru with a backhand grip to the knight's sword. There was distance between them, but from Reed's perspective, distance of a few meters must be as good as non-existent. And below Reed, who had established Subaru as his enemy, the vivacious, jet-black shadow yet continued advancing closer. Something like that wasn't even deemed to be anything by Reed's sword spirit. Though he was unaware of it, at this moment, Subaru may just be witnessing it. A long time ago, said to have happened 400 years ago, the legendary acts of the witch and the sword saint. However, something like that was meager as the absurd destruction and violence, namely death, drew close to Subaru Japanese letter. Subaru. At least, even if just a second longer, I want you to stay alive. Enshrouded by that wish, Subaru tightly embraced Ram's body in his arms. The next moment, a torrent of light, unbelievably stemming from a sword, swallowed Subaru Japanese letter. Japanese letter, each time he vanished, each time he redid, each time he made a wish, he was faced with vicissitude. Countless times, repeating, he continued to pile up ends which are supposed to happen only once. Suddenly, he thought, always having someone by his side in the moments of end may be something to feel happy for. Should never being alone in the moments of end grant him the strength to stand. However, alongside, he also thought of this, about why, always, Natsuki Subaru was unable to rescue that someone whom he nestled close to in the moments of end. Japanese letter. Clouds of sand were rising up to extremely high skies which they were never supposed to reach. Pleiades watchtower's balcony, several meters above ground, underneath where present were the advancing hordes of witch beasts, commencing with their attack to bring down the watchtower. Holding them back, with her own ability to control witch beasts was Meili, making strenuous efforts. Julius was above, heading for Reed on the second layer. And Subaru and the others must make haste and dash to Emilia and the others, who must be clashing with Lei B, a TENK or ITOS Japanese letter. Master Sama, are you all right? In accordance with Subaru's summons, she tilted her neck, with her long black braids swaying about. As she pronounced that question in her expression in her eyes, sentiments such as those of impatience or irritation could not be felt. Of course, no light of cunningness planning to deceive them could be perceived either. Whether that was her camouflage or her true intents, there was no definite answer to that. HOWEVER Japanese letter. Master Sama, are you listening? People other than Master Sama or me seem to have gotten involved in troublesome stuff, but is there something I can do for Master Sama? Subaru. Ah, is that so? Something you can do for me, huh? Yup. If it's Master Sama's request, then I can energetically fly away into fire, into water, and even into the great waterfall. Energetically, possessing no malice, the personality with her arms stretched wide while saying that Shola. Staring at that carefree smile, Subaru turned back and inhaled. He made his return. To this moment, he was made to return. There were no changes in what he was supposed to do. There existed people he must save, people he must defeat. That is why, without losing his way, in order to settle what all he was supposed to do, Subaru undertook a necessary ceremony. That WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Shola, will you listen to anything I tell you to do? Shola, Korsavov. If it's Master Sama's request, then I'll listen to anything. If it's Master Sama's demand, then I'll even listen to something which may be a bit extreme. Could it be Master Sama finally reached the limit of holding back in front of my dynamite body? That's why you kept away all others, and it's just the two of us now. You. Geez, Master SM, a Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, SHULA. Twisting and turning, with her cheeks sandwiched in her hands, Shola blushed at Subaru's words. However, Subaru did not pay heed to such words of hers, and stared at her face with a serious face. RND Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, IF, I tell you to die, will you die? Arc 6, Chapter 70, The Earnest Star. Translated by Archbishop, Archbishop 17, proofread by Yerek Art Source, K-Drew 378. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero, starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter, WITHIN, The Collapsing Tower. Basking in Reed's decapitating slash, Natsuki Subaru's life had burned out. Quite literally, burning out had accurately been his moment of death. There were various things which he was pained by and which he needed to confirm, such as the way to cope with the mass of the shadow drawing near, or what he intended to do afterwards, and above all, somehow or other confirming a scaffold within the crumbling tower, and all those of his efforts had gotten abandoned. What alone was confirmed was that Reed's final flash had swallowed Subaru and vaporized him away. Perhaps it had not hurt, is what he thought. Of course, he did not believe it had been Reed's benevolence at all, but pain and fear not accompanying the moment of death was an unexpected occurrence for Subaru, who had died several times within a short frame of time. Yes, neither had he felt pain nor fear. Japanese letter, MERELY, rage was what he held. Subaru. Japanese letter, I will, for just how many times continue to pile up meaningless deaths, is what he thought. Things he had taken with him, hints that would break him out of the deadlock, as long as those were present, Subaru's deaths would not be meaningless, and the deaths he was continuing to pile up would not be put to waste. That was terrible deceit. That was merely an excuse to turn his eyes away from his own powerlessness. He had died meaninglessly, powerlessly, without will, without heart, aimlessly, and he did not want to think that. That was all there was to it. That is why, for not having merely died, he desired meaning in his death. If only he could have been more strong. If only he could have been more smart. If only instead of his current self, he could have been stronger, smarter, bolder. Subaru. But the only one here was merely the weak, stupid, pathetic Natsuki Subaru. Because nobody ever tried to leave that Subaru alone. That was because they were supporting his current self's wound-filled resolution. Subaru, that is why, IRM Japanese letter, that is why, Natsuki Subaru IS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, IF, I tell you to die, will you die? The moment he declared that, it was not as if he felt no hesitation. That was because he had been unable to anticipate what kind of a reaction his opponent would give him the moment she received that question. Japanese letter, and oh, if it was merely anticipation, then he had done so. With various patterns of imagination, he had thought of what it eventually would be. If so, then the faltering he had embraced while declaring that question, for what reason did he possess that indecision? At any RTE, Japanese letter, Shola. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. If Master Sama told me to die, then I'll die, you know. He felt his chest ache upon Shola's indifferent response, who had a finger touching her cheek. As if he was being stabbed, to the point it would form cracks. Painfully, he let out a shriek within the core of his chest. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Oozily, upon the painful optical illusion, Subaru gripped to the pit of his stomach and deeply exhaled. Though he himself had voiced out those wounding words just now, he thought himself comical for feeling hurt. Looking at that Subaru state, Shola rounded her eyes in curiosity. With no ill intent, Shola's attitude seemed as if she had been asked about the menu for today's evening meal, and she had merely responded appropriately. That reaction of hers was the second worst in the patterns he had predicted. With no pretense, selecting the option of accepting the instruction for her to abandon her life was Shola. That was no lie or humor. That was her real intention with no second thoughts. He was able to understand that by a single glance into her straightforward eyes. Subsequently, having caught a glimpse into her dark self-interests or plans might have had saved Subaru's heart. However, the reality was that Subaru had not prepared for such an escape route. Whether that was compassion or mercilessness, at this stage he would not be able to even differentiate between the two. But Japanese letter, Subaru. Is that so? Shola, does Master Sama want me to die? If it's Master Sama's request, then I'll listen to anything, and I'm perfectly fine with it personally. But again, isn't it quite a weird timing for such a thought? Right now it's a total fiasco inside the tower. Subaru. I know, I know. Hearing Subaru's husky reply, Shola tilted her neck while having her finger remain on her cheek. Going along with that movement of her neck, her long BRRID Japanese letter scorpion tail swayed about. Scorpion tail. If considered, that was quite an ironic naming as well. Similar to Shola, which bestowed meaning upon the Scorpius, her name was expressed even upon her body. That was made apparent not merely through her name, but through various other aspects of hers as well. That was surely because she had no intentions of concealing it. That is WHY Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, SHAUL. Aren't you capable of taking the form of a large scorpion? Lacking any sluggish phraseology, Subaru frankly cut into the opponent's secret. The 5 obstacles that attack the Pleiades, WTCHT, OWER Japanese letter, one of those. The existence of the jet-black Titanic scorpion. Subaru had been halfway convinced that it had been Shola. However, for Subaru, that answer he had sensed was merely his interpretation of the feeling he got from the powerful authority of unidentified nature, Cor Leonis. If he were to try and gain confirmation for that answer he had sensed, inquiring the opponent directly about it would be the fastest. Of course, if he had time to then, he may have chosen a different option as well. And if he had been unable to trust his opponent's response, then he might have been obligated to employ a different method. However, Shola kept her neck tilted at that inquiry of Subaru's. Shola. Take the form of, the nuance is a bit different from that, but yup, I can tilde. Ah, but it damages my prettiness, so I don't really like it too much. I just think that the design given to me by Mother Sama and Master Sama is the best. In spite of the question being one lacking any chain of logic, Shola readily answered with no hesitation yet again. Japanese letter. She possessed no intentions of hiding anything. And the nature of Shola herself, it could be said that it had been established with this proof. At the same time, the Titanic scorpion, which made its appearance in the TOWER Japanese letter, its true identity had been her. He had gained that confirmation now. The effect of Cor Leonis, the moment he perceived the positions of his comrades within the tower, the reason why the Titanic scorpion had been indicated in that perception, that had indeed been the trick instigating it. Shola, Master Sama, are you okay? Your face has a pretty bad color, you know. Would you like to refresh yourself with my lap pillow, arm pillow, chest pillow, hug pillow, or something like that? Subaru, don't say things which dampen my spirits. First of all, we don't have such time. You yourself said that, didn't you? Shola, it's true that it's a fiasco inside the tower, But for me, Master Sama is on the top of my priority list. Everything else can be kept for later. That's why, if Master Sama slips into confusion and says he wants to be locked in a grapple with me, I'd welcome it super openly. I'm getting fired up. Subaru, don't get fired up. Get some water. Shola, just as always, geez, Master Sama. Sharpening her lips, Shola made a pouting face. His back and forth with her, along with her expression, if only these were to be taken into consideration, it could be misunderstood that the situation that had come up around Subaru and the others was seemingly one of peace. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, however, reality was not kind to Subaru and the others at all. It was the farthest thing from peace. While Subaru and Shola leisurely conversed like this, Emilia and Ram were making efforts in order to hold off gluttony, and Beatrice had joined in with them for support. Julius was colliding with Reed. Roy, on the second layer, Echidna had grouped with Patrash and must be evacuating to Tegeta along with Rem, and Meili was holding off the hordes of Witch Bersts Japanese letter, the very best they could do to strike the 5 obstacles. However, even that was merely deceit for the sake of conversing with Shola, because in these loops, Natsuki Subaru WRS Japanese letter, Shola. Master Sama, are you seriously all right? If you stare at me with such imposing eyes, I won't be able to hold back this 400-year-old weight I have experienced, you know. At Subaru's gaze staring at herself, Shola hugged her slender figure with her arms. It seemed to be the usual feign, but that was not it. She truly was in a situation where she was feeling uneasiness by Subaru's attitude. It was unlike HER Japanese letter, no, that's wrong. Perhaps these were her true feelings. She had not felt shaken even when Subaru had told her to die, but when Subaru acted abnormally, her fragile heart had shaken up, almost astonishingly. Japanese letter, a KIN, to a baby bird innocently yearning for its parents. Japanese letter. When he had fired his first question at Shola, Subaru had thought of several possibilities. Amongst those, the worst one was that the instant she would get struck by those heartless words from Subaru, she might murder him impulsively at the very same pace. Japanese letter, I end the case that Shola's attitude till now had been mere acting, and anything and everything had been fabricated. It was not impossible. Though he had possessed no confirmation before that question, she had a track record of having changed into the form of the Titanic Scorpion and murdering Subaru, Echidna, and Beatrice. Otherwise, it was highly possible that she'd had a hand in that after turning into the Titanic Scorpion, in the tragedies that had come to pass in the loops in which Subaru had been unable to find a single person alive. That is why the first question, for Subaru as well, had been a gamble. Once he said that, the instant immediately afterwards Shola had gulped down that question. It would not have been strange if Subaru's head had been sent evaporating. It had been that kind of a GAMBLE Japanese letter, he could now say that he had won that gamble. However, merely once is never an end to gambling. The debt Subaru had unconsciously piled up, the stakes prepared by Gluttony and the Pleiades watchtower, in order to regain whatever he had lost till now. Piling up such little victories would be far too lacking. For a huge victory, it is a necessity to make a huge gamble. HENCEFORTH Japanese letter, Subaru. Shola, sorry for having so many questions, but I want to ask something. From what I've heard, there are supposed to be some rules for the trials of this Pleiades watchtower, is that so? Shola, you ask that now at this timing when I'm getting all hot. Well, yes, there are. I had talked about it before Master Sama crashed his head into the urinal too, though. Subaru, tell me about them. Without hiding her sulking attitude, Shola gently positioned her fingers opposite to her chest, and she immediately swayed about her positioned fingers, whispering, Shola, first, it is forbidden to leave without completing the trials. Second, it is forbidden to violate the rules of the trials. Third, it is forbidden to disrespect the libraries. Fourth, it is forbidden to do anything which causes destruction to the tower itself. Japanese letter, YERH. Whilst keeping her fingers folded, Shola explained with an awfully fluent tone. Of course, she was a girl proficient in speaking if she were to limit her thoughtless comments, and nothing felt odd in her explanation, which was lacking any pauses. Though nothing felt odd, there was a catch to it. That went for the serious tone of her voice, which was unlike her, but the end of her gesture of counting with fingers, she had touched her final finger and then stopped there, that too. Subaru. Japanese letter, THE fifth one. Shola. That's not there. Master Sama, didn't you hear me? I must have said up to 4. Master Sama, can't you even count numbers now? That won't do, tilde. Numbers aren't my strong point either, but even I can count that much. Subaru. Shola. Japanese letter, staring. Subaru raised his voice and took a single step, shortening the distance between him and Shola. Those two had been facing each other head-on beforehand, but the distance between them now was enough that one could extend his hand and grasp onto the other one. Japanese letter, EVEN, that action was a gamble for Subaru. Of course, just because the distance between them was only the breadth of a single arm, just because he had shortened the distance between them to that of only a single arm, the difference in fighting power between him and her was not so small that it would change anything. Shola. Master Sama, could it be you're toying with my heart? Not my will, but Master Sama getting closer on his will. If you want me to open my mouth, then it's that. At the same pace and with the same energy, hug me and melt me, Subaru. If your mouth really will open by that, then I'll do it. That can even be said to be a side benefit. But if what you believe is my purpose based on your intuition isn't actually my purpose, then that won't be the case, I think. Japanese letter, Subaru. Shola, I shall ask again. What is the 5th rule of the tower? While accepting Shola's mild refusal, Subaru asked for the second time. That was an action not inching closer to her physically, but instead stepping onto her heart. Those repeated words, although perhaps bitter, were something she could not make it seem as if she did not hear them. Embracing that resolution, in front of Subaru, who had clenched his fists, Shola slightly exhaled, and Shola, Japanese letter, NG. Subaru, NG. Rotating her neck right and left, Shola crossed her arms in front of her voluptuous chest, making a symbol of her discomfort. Though her behavior was childish, her eyes were far beyond seriousness. Japanese letter, intently staring at Subaru, who was standing at a precarious spot. Shola's eyes had been filled with heavy emotions. Those quiet, yet boundlessly deep, heavy emotions, which should be named as an appeal, were brittle and ephemeral. With unwillingness, she once again rotated her neck right and left. Shola. NG. No, I don't want to talk about it. The 5th rule. Does something like that even matter? In my and Master Sama's honeymoon, it has nothing to, Subaru. As if it has nothing to do. I am and everyone is challenging the trials of this tower. I can't be as optimistic as to think it'll all be fine without even knowing the trials rules. That's why, Shola. Shola, I'd rather not. Subaru. Shola. Like a disobedient child, Shola covered her ears and averted her eyes. At that attitude of Shola's, Subaru declared with a strong tone, Subaru, you must be having your own duties in this tower. The tower's starkeeper. You must have been doing that all this time, right? I don't know if it's true or not, but for 400 years. THEN Japanese letter, Shola. Japanese letter, ITS been 4 days. Subaru. Spilled voice, as if a whisper, shortly halted Subaru's thoughts. The years Subaru was questioning, and the time frame too short to even be comparable. Surely her statements had been lies, and the time Shola had spent in the tower had always been SHORT, Japanese letter, something like that was not possible. While retaining possession of the heavy emotions in her eyes, Shola, with her lips shivering, continued. Shola, it's been only 4 days since Master Sama has come to the tower. Within those, as Master Sama was in bed for 2 days, that makes only 2 days since Master Sama and I have met with each other, spoken to each other, have been side by side with each other, even though I've waited for even 400 years. It's been only 2 days, Subaru. Shola, Shola. I thought just a single moment, a single glimpse would be fine. Covering her eyes, Shola immediately ceased to have her gaze slumped downwards. Seemingly as if she were saying she regretted to have Subaru out of her field of vision for even a single moment. Japanese letter, NO, upon considering, that was indeed the case. As far back as Subaru could recall, Shola had been in the same space, at the same time with Subaru, always watching Subaru. That was not for a shallow purpose like keeping Subaru under surveillance with minimal effort, but CERTRINLY Japanese letter. Shola, 400 years, I waited for Master Sama in the tower. I thought I would be satisfied with a single glimpse. Japanese letter, BUT, that wasn't the truth. Japanese letter, Shola. I mean, Master Sama is my everything after all. Master Sama's everything and all of my feelings for Master Sama are what make me. The 400 years it took, I can't convey them to Master Sama. All of it in just 2 days. I can't come to terms with that. Subaru. That's why you won't tell me the fifth rule. Acute emotions enfolded the entirety of Shola's body and molded the existence known as her. 400 YERRS Japanese letter, the weight of those words he had perceived through mere appearance of words, finally became an actual time frame for Subaru, and he stood at a disposition where he could feel that. After all, her attitude had been too casual to speak of 400 years. He thought that perhaps there existed no instrument in her to embrace feelings such as hardship, sadness. Perhaps she was inhuman like that scorpion, down to her very heart, down to her very soul. Shola, I don't want to talk about the rules. NG. After all, if I talk about that, Japanese letter, Shola. If I talk about that, Master Sama will notice the way to clear the trials. That's why if I talk about that, if I end up talking about that, my time with Master Sama will end. Poignantly, Shola hugged her body and expressed her own true feelings to Subaru. As if vomiting BLOOD Japanese letter, no. As if restraining herself from crying, that tone of her voice stabbed through Subaru's heart. It was a reply he had not anticipated. Just as his initial question, Subaru had thought of some patterns regarding the answer to this question. The true motives behind Shola hiding the rules of Pleiades, WATCHTOWER Japanese letter. If she had colluded with the person who created the rules of this nasty tower, she had certain plans as well, is what he thought. Otherwise, unrelated to such dark plans, the reason why she had not spoken about the rules was on a simple whim or had slipped out of her mind, and that may not hold any significance. He had thought that as well. But neither was the truth. Shola did have a reason as to why she did not want to speak of the tower's rules, and that reason was unrelated to the ideas of the sage or whoever who created the tower, but rather an earnest wish. Japanese letter, FOUR 100 years, having lived that time in solitude, and had continued to await the reunion with the person she was waiting for was Shola. That had come true, she had gained happiness, and that is why she wished for that time to last longer, even slightly. If it was for the sake of fulfilling that modest DESIRE Japanese letter, Shola. Master Sama, will you hate me who lied to you? Japanese letter, Shola. Hating me, not even wanting to see my face. Will you be like that? For what reason was she making a face much more pained than when told something like, will you die? For what reason did she view being hated by him to be more crucial than losing her life? Japanese letter, FOR. What reason did she think of everything like a goal, despite waiting for 400 years? Subaru, I won't hate you or anything. Japanese letter, Subaru. Because you kept quiet, I do think I probably had to face really hard situations, and sometimes I honestly thought I'd never been cornered this badly. Facing the silent Shola, Subaru spoke his mind. There were no lies here. Those were his true feelings. Because Shola hid information as per her true intentions, Subaru had been unable to make crucial investigations and had to repeatedly face mercilessly cruel deaths. Not just Subaru. Aside from Subaru, Emilia and Beatrice had to as well. He could never forget the despair, discontentment, and hopelessness he felt during those moments. That is why, if there were to be an existence who were the originator of all of that evil, Subaru would certainly never be able to forgive them, is what he believed. Then, at this instant, in front of Shola like this, was he going to do the same? Subaru. Japanese letter, NO. He did not think of Shola, she who had lived 400 years in solitude, she who had fulfilled the meaning of her being born in mere 2 days, and was satisfied such that she gained happiness. to be the originator of that evil. If there were to be an originator of that evil, it would be the unfairness of this world itself, and the one who created the circumstances where it was impossible to do anything about that, the Master Sama, who commanded Shola for 400 YERRS Japanese letter Shola, Japanese letter RH. Suddenly, a hoarse exhale leaked out of Shola's lips. Subaru, Shola. Shola, a tilde H, feeling abnormality in Shola's condition in front of his eyes, Subaru called out her name. However, Shola, without responding to Subaru's call, concealed her face with her palms. A painfully trembling voice, unbefitting her, could be heard from that throat. Shola, no good, Master Sama. Master Sama, Master Sama, Master Sama, Master Sama. Subaru, Shola, what happened? So suddenly, Shola, Japanese letter SOMEBODY, violated the rules. Japanese letter, rushing over, as Subaru jolted her white shoulders, his arms got grasped instead. And while painfully gripping to Subaru's arms with her slender ones, Shola spoke. Gazing intently into Shola's eyes, who had said that, Subaru inhaled. Japanese letter, a queer change was occurring in the dark pupils and irises of Shola's eyes. Within her spherical eyes, the dark pupil and iris of her eyeball split into three, turning red and pulsating. The transfiguration which occurred in the right and left eyeballs alongside, it meant that her dark pupils and irises split into six. Japanese letter, SIX compound eyes, three on the left, three on the right. Shola, Master Sama. Right now, I can still make it. Subaru, make it. Shola, right now, if Master Sama commands me, then I can still kill myself. With her eyeballs pulsating red, white steam started to arise from the entirety of Shola's body. Her white skin got engulfed with a tint of red, and even Subaru, who was standing right next to her, could feel the abnormal rise in body temperature. The principle behind it was ambiguous. Japanese letter, JUST, that Shola's body was generating heat, and change was ensuing in it. Perhaps it was the initial phase of transforming into the form of the titanic scorpion. Shola, if I transform, I won't make it. I will become a killing machine lacking any blood or tears, and kill Master Sama. I mean, I want Master Sama so much. I want Master Sama so badly that I can't bear it, that's why. Subaru, before that happens, Shola, please tell me to die. If you do that, I will, for Master Sama, will come to an end before killing you. Shola was unable to continue her words on to say that. In place of words, her eyes, her shivering voice, her entire body and soul were conveying the same. Japanese letter, an incomparable dread welled up in Subaru's body as well. That was, surely, the instinctive reaction of a human faced with otherworldly fear. The human known as Natsuki Subaru was being frightened by the monster known as Shola, who was in front of him. That is why Subaru WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Shola, tell me the fifth rule. Shola, Master Sama, this is not the time for Subaru. If you tell that to ME Japanese letter. Subaru interrupted the words of the appealing Shola with a loud voice. At that menacing glare, Shola's shoulders shivered. He grabbed those shivering shoulders. They were warm, such that his palm could melt. Shola's body temperature had already risen to the level of a fire. However, he did not let his hands go. Right now, he did not release her body, burning and scorching. Subaru, if you tell that to me, I'll command you. Japanese letter, STY calm. Before you turn into a monster, I'll command you. Japanese letter. Hearing Subaru say that straightforwardly, Shola widened her eyes. She then called out to Subaru, saying, Master Sama, Shola. Master Sama, such a womanizer. Subaru, I don't remember being one, Shola. Then, Master Sama is a Sholaizer. My favorite kind of izer. Smiling weakly, Shola softly overlapped the hands grasping her shoulders with her own hands. ND Japanese letter, Shola. Japanese letter, FIFTH, it is not forbidden to destroy the trials. Japanese letter, Shola. Look, the color of my eyes has changed. Japanese letter, a T, my beloved, Master Sama. Saying that, Shawla thrusted away Subaru's chest. At that greater-than-expected might, Subaru was thrown back, unable to keep his grip onto her shoulders. When he looked towards the front while lightly coughing, Shawla, while hugging her own body, crouched DOWN Japanese letter Shawla. A tilde H, a tilde H, HK. Red steam, like the color of blood, ascended from the entirety of her body. The steam had changed its color. It was a sign of danger. Shawla's eyes lost its dark pupils and irises as well, and before one could notice, turned bright red. Shawla, Master Sama, hurry. Before I lose myself. Japanese letter Shawla. Please tell me to die tilde HK. If Master Sama says that, I will, with the same mouth which had argued being against Subaru, and the others completing the trials and leaving the tower, Shawla, using up her life, indicated the path where she could remain without killing Subaru, and the OTHERS Japanese letter no, Subaru. Hearing that desperate voice of Shawla's, Subaru inhaled. And then Subaru, Shawla, Master Sama, Subaru, Japanese letter MY bad. What I said just now was a lie. Shawla, At Subaru's informing words, Shawla rounded her eyes. Watching Shawla's reaction for himself, Subaru halted his breath and at the same pace leapt backwards. Having been pushed away by Shawla had been a blessing for him amidst all this misfortune. Japanese letter HD Shawla kept his wrists grabbed. He would have never been able to perform this act. Japanese letter SUB RUS body crossed over the narrow open-air veranda of the balcony and was launched into the air. Shawla, Japanese letter. Shawla's instantaneous voice got engulfed in the vehement sand gusts and was rendered inaudible. At the same pace, Subaru's body, without any support, fell non-stop for several hundreds of meters. Japanese letter, falling down. He possessed no plans to save himself. He had not prepared any plans to save himself. What Subaru had done was purely throw himself to death. He did not desire to do this at all, nor did he want to speak of it. But Japanese letter, this was his intention from the very beginning. If these actions could be excused, he intended to surely do this. That is because Subaru could then trust his choice without any indecision. After Japanese letter, Shawla, Master Sama. Similarly jumping out from the balcony herself as well, Shawla chased after Subaru. Widening those eyes, desperately stretching out her hand, Shawla chased the falling Subaru and leapt, trying not to take away, but save that life with her own hands. Japanese letter THE true identity of the Titanic Scorpion was Shawla. Japanese letter SHAUL purposefully hid the rules of the tower. Japanese letter SHAUL had repeatedly killed Subaru or his comrades and stood in the way as the fifth obstacle. Japanese letter Subaru. Japanese letter I just want to save you. Japanese letter. He could never forget her form, she, who had endured her transformation against her own feelings, and had requested to be ordered to kill herself so that she does not kill Subaru till the very end of the end. Though it was quite a nasty thing to say, he wanted to confirm that. Whom he should save, whom he should not save, whom he should defeat, whom he should protect, whom he should love. Because Natsuki Subaru believed he could not advance further unless he confirmed that. He will no longer perplex over whom he should love. Shawla, Master Sama tilde. Shawla's form, while she stretched out her hand and tried pursuing Subaru, changed midair. Her hand stretching out enlarged and transformed into large pincers clad in a jet black shell. Her white skin was covered with a rough shell, without leaving any trace behind, and her flesh body expanded, as if bursting open from the interior. For a single moment, the seemingly painful transformation, as if bursting open her blood and flesh, reached conclusion as if a tape being reversed, and finally, the immense ominous INCONGRUITY Japanese letter, the Titanic Scorpion, had achieved completion. And that Titanic Scorpion's tail's tip nimbly established its aim at Subaru. Perhaps, tail stingers similar to that white luster would be fired from there, and burned Subaru's life to nothing in an instant. The midair Subaru lacked any technique to avoid that. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, I won't let myself be killed by you, because Shola would cry. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The tail stinger was FIRED Japanese letter. But before that arrived the terminus of his fall. The two of Subaru and the Titanic Scorpion came falling down above the hordes of witch beasts, fiercely advancing onto the sand tower. The existence known as Natsuki Subaru did not have the ability to endure the several hundred meters long fall. Bursting open, his life was shed. However, on the verge of his life being shed, he said a few final WORDS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, I will definitely help you. Japanese letter, HE got the meager time to convey the message to the sandy gusts, incomprehensible to the Titanic Scorpion. Arc 6, Chapter 71, Count 1. Translated by Archbishop, Archbishop 17, proofread by Nanashi Yerek graced Harperd Art Source, Jaksubast. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter, WIT. H's final words washed away by the wind. Natsuki Subaru's consciousness came to an end. Japanese letter. Speaking of irony, ironically enough, his death this time had been a death by his own volition. Perhaps that is why his mind and heart had remained calm at the moment of death. Japanese letter, of course. That had not been the case. He had possessed uneasiness and nervousness for jumping into the circumstance of death on his own accord. However, unlike till now, he had faced the death he had anticipated with much more sincerity than his other deaths up to this time. Of course, he did not believe that him choosing to die had truly saved Shola. She did not want to kill him, so she wanted him to command her to die. Shola, who had been concerned about Subaru to that extent, had let Subaru throw himself to his death right in front of her eyes. The weight of that impact he did not know, and it must have immensely shattered her heart, which had continued awaiting for 400 years. That is why this was nothing more than Subaru's self-satisfaction. The worst kind of self-satisfaction of exaggerating and not seeing the result for himself with his own eyes. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, so what? If all that is fastened to him was nothing but self-satisfaction, nothing but hypocrisy, what was wrong with that? In the end, the method to catch and halt the impact of all happenings in this world could only be wielded in one's own weighing scales. Unaccomplished good deeds hold no meaning, and the word known as hypocrisy doesn't ultimately exist. Japanese letter, LL of them, surviving. After his discussion with Shola, Subaru cemented the final objective he had touted. Japanese letter, NO, to be precise. The survival of all of them had been his goal from the beginning. That judgment had merely decided whether to include Shola in that or not, and Subaru chose to love all of them. He shall lead the way to solve all of the catastrophes surrounding this sand tower. For that purpose, he would do anything he could. That is Japanese letter, Subaru, the meaning behind why I am myself. Japanese letter, ISNT that so, Natsuki Subaru. Along with that instantaneous decision, he awakened from the deep, deep abyss of death. Japanese letter. Japanese letter, SUB or are you certain of what you said earlier? Subaru. Yeah, don't be doubtful after coming this far. It's the information I collected after meeting it face to face and everything. If it couldn't be made the best use out of, I wouldn't bring it up. Harshly replying to the sideward face of the good-looking man running at an average speed, Subaru dashed while pulling the tiny palm. Running past the fourth layer's aisle, they aimed for the second layer of Electra. Japanese letter loaded with frustration. As Subaru sprinted whilst pulling Beatrice's hand, Julius, yellow eyes, glanced sideways at him. Julius. Subaru, your paleness has not gotten any better. So indeed, the happening in the book was, Subaru. I'm not hiding how worried I am. Don't even try telling me I should have quietly caved into the green room, you. Julius, I would recommend you to stay calm here if it weren't for this situation, but unfortunately things are quite bustling. Right now, we must use anything we can, even if they are mere grains of sand. Subaru, you've got nothing to say, so you'll call me using grains of sand, eh, Julius? They can be thrown if the wind is meager enough, if possible, when in a position capable of reaching the opponent's eyes. Narrowing his eyes at the elegant eloquency, Subaru thought of his words about being thrown into the wind to be ironic. The truth is, in terms of experience, Subaru's death just a few minutes ago had been one of being thrown into the wind. Julius comparing Subaru's existence to grains of sand was not necessarily a mistake either. Subaru, but grains of sand have their own qualities. Beatrice. On top of that, those grains of sand have Betty with them, I suppose. In other words, they are grains of sand with the cutest companion, in fact. Subaru. What? I guess you're talking about the sand that got into your shoes. Beatrice. That's not what that means, I suppose. Smiling at Beatrice, who puffed her cheeks, Subaru pulled her body by directing strength into his arm. Beatrice let out a shriek saying, Wah tilde H tilde HK, and her light frame tightly fit into Subaru's chest. Running while pulling her hand was something quite romantic, but right now he wanted to prioritize speed. Fortunately, Beatrice's body was light like an angel's feather, so carrying her and running was an easy win as well. Subaru. Well, I haven't ever carried an angel's feather, though. Julius. About time, idle talk ends here. Japanese letter, SUBRRU. I do believe it is annoying, but Subaru. Yeah, it's annoying. Though I can't come up with words telling you to relax even if I rip my mouth apart. But it is absolute that that guy Reed and Gluttony will come in contact. We have to go to hold that off. Halting his legs, Julius asked while gazing at the humongous stairway that led to the second layer which lay ahead of them. Interrupting that inquiry, Subaru affirmed that he possessed confidence in it. It was inconceivable for that to be untrue. After all, this was something he had heard from Julius himself, and if they could obstruct THIS Japanese letter, Subaru, we can put out a safe against Reed messing everything up. Julius. At any rate, it would be better if his trespassing can be avoided in this chaos. Even if it is just for confirming his movements, it is well worth it to make our way here. Positioning his legs ahead of the humongous stairway, Julius nodded at Subaru. Returning a nod to that, Subaru, whilst keeping Beatrice in his grasp, stepped onto the final level of the stairway. ND Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, GUGH. Beatrice. Subaru, your condition really is bad, in fact. The book's effect is visible, I suppose. Beatrice looked at Subaru, who had shaken his head violently for a single moment and touched his cheek out of anxiety. Whilst gaining tranquility from the warmth of that small palm, Subaru shook his head, saying, I'm fine. Subaru. Exhaustion from reading did not lower my wisdom. On top of that, it's just as what I told Julius. This is no time to stay in bed. Japanese letter, THIS is the time when everyone should put their strength together. Beatrice. When about to really reach the limit, absolutely tell Betty, in fact. Subaru. Yeah, I know. Responding to Beatrice, who was pressurizing him based on her senses, Subaru took in a long, deep breath. His body felt sluggish. His head felt heavy. His nausea was increasing without pause, and he felt congestion in his blood vessels, as if in place of blood, coal tar had been poured into them. All of this was the result of Subaru taking over Ram's inferior physical form through core Leonis. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. What he had harvested was the aftermath of having strode across return by death and the continuation of core Leonis. Japanese letter, EQURL to his uneasiness by the memories of death, what he carried over by the authority. Thanks to that, he was able to grasp on the positions of his comrades at the current moment. Everyone was abiding by Subaru's instructions and had started to respond to each of the respective attacks. Within those responses of his comrades also existed Meili in the balcony and Shola struggling fiercely. She was certainly there and fighting for Subaru and the OTHERS Japanese letter no for Subaru's sake. Subaru. I will definitely help you. Whispering behind him, Subaru followed Julius back, who had gone ahead of him. The humongous stairway, which cleared over the first layer of the tower and went through the layer above that, was lengthy, but neither was this the time to spit up complaints nor the situation to leak whining. His entire body was sore, his bones had been shattered to pieces, but they were a necessary compensation to break out of this situation. Arendi Japanese letter, Julius. Subaru, let's advance. Julius' dignified voice resounded, and Subaru raised his face whilst running out of breath. And Julius, who had reached the utmost step, turned half of his body back and gestured to Subaru with his hand. Abiding by that, the moment he galloped over the stairway, he was met with the space that had opened up. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The complete opposite arrangement of rooms from the fourth layer, which had multiple rooms dividing the floor like a spherical wineglass that had been shattered. The second layer, Electra, which divided all of their worth of existence by the trial, is where they had arrived. And in Electra, where the three of Subaru, Beatrice, and Julius had arrived, the first-generation sword Saint Reed, and the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, WERE Japanese letter, read. Japanese letter, HEYU. Is that all you've got, you? It ain't a joke, you. Didn't you come here to entertain me, you? It's lacking, you. Don't you be mackin' me laugh, you. No, at least be mackin' me laugh, you know, you. It ain't amusin' or anything, you. They came across the scene where the sword Saint Reed Astrea went on, and on complaining, having grabbed a single leg of the young boy that had been mercilessly struck down onto the floor. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Julius. This is, staring at the spectacle before their eyes, the one to whisper that in blank surprise was Julius. However, Subaru's mental state witnessing the scene was absolutely the same as what he had whispered. Then, what scene had they been expecting was something quite difficult to determine now that if it were to be mentioned Japanese letter, read. A tilde H. What's up, you all? Y'all common here too, ain't that some enthusiasm? Or do you have business not with me, but with this guy? Gluttony, ka. Saying that, Reed scratched the area of his chest with his right hand, and with his other hand the leg of the young boy he had in his GRIP Japanese letter, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. He lifted him upside down and made a look of suspicion. Just as mentioned before, what scene they had been expecting was something quite difficult to determine now that if it were to be mentioned, but at the very least, this scene far surpassed what Subaru had assumed. Subaru, I had heard that Reed and Gluttony were negotiating, but, Beatrice, negotiating, this I suppose. Betty thinks that even an exchange would be a lacking expression for this, in fact. Julius, yes, I agree. It is difficult to even call this a conversation. With that, Beatrice and Julius arrived at the same conclusion as what Subaru had whispered. However, the reaction of those two did not make sense from Subaru's perspective. Because the contact between Reed and Gluttony, the one to express it as negotiation from what he had heard last time, had been Julius, who must have witnessed a similar situation. In NECRS, Japanese letter, Subaru. The scene where Gluttony got overwhelmingly whipped down, would that be correct? Though nobody had asked for it, that is what Subaru worded what he witnessed. In the white space of the second layer Electra, indeed, the one-on-one battle Gluttony and Reed had engaged in, its traces remained in various spots. They were the crevices on the floor caused by being stepped firmly upon, or the cracks in walls which gave the impression of being caused by slashing strikes. Aside from those, the traces of black burns caused by fires, or the scattered lumps of earth which were not supposed to be here, that precisely made clear the characteristic of Gluttony. It was unmistakable that the departments of all kinds of special moves had been lavish feasts. Japanese letter, THE departments of those techniques had been struck and smashed to atoms by the calamity known as Reed. Subaru, earthquake, thunder, fire, are all of them Reed. So what are y'all gonna do, you all? Do you wanna go for the trial? You can go for it since you have a slightly nice expression. But young fish, you can't. You can't. Julius, why do you say he is an exception? Reed, don't you get it juice by talking a look? A guy who ain't perfect or can't even become a game companion instead of Bane imperfect is Zeus, full of holes, ain't that so? Don't stand in front of me when you're like that. I start wanting to kill you with a single finger, you know. Gluttony. Gee, guggia, tilde, tilde. While saying that, Reed stabbed his right hand's fingers into the torso of Gluttony whom he had in his grip. With his guts mercilessly gouged, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony gave rise to an unseemly shriek. Though it was unknown how old Gluttony physically was, even so, from the standpoint of his outward appearance, the young boy of 13 or 14 years of age was being tormented by an adult was the emotion he felt, difficult to suppress upon that sight. It seemed as if Julius also had the identical feeling, and S.O. Japanese letter, Julius. Read Astrea, you must also be possessing the dignity as a knight. Then, what reason is there for you to torment that young boy any more than necessary? Read. Hey, you, don't you be saying idiotic bullshit. Japanese letter, said Reed, without changing the tone of his voice, and declared whilst possessing only the sword's spirit, similar to penetrating cold, in response to Julius, who tried to offer commencing conversation from a fresh start. Reed shook the body of Gluttony left and right, whose leg he had grabbed. Reed, the dignity of a swordsman. If you scatter that bout in exaggeration, that's exactly why the thin, called the preparedness of a swordsman exists. Are you gonna be fighting without even the preparedness to die? If you're gonna have an attitude mackin', light of it like that, then there ain't any choice but to teach it to you with pain. Aye. Japanese letter, the preparedness and dignity of a swordsman. If the argument was to be placed such a sumo ring, the one to be at the inferior position would be Julius. On top of having pride hang outside earlier, Reed's words about preparedness possessed a constant persuasive power. On top of that, though the visible person was painful to even look at Subaru. If Gluttony collapses, then the result certainly is all right. Though obvious, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was not included in his touted objective of everyone's survival. The ones Subaru wanted to save were only Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Rem, Meili, Echidna, Julius, and Shola. On top of that, the two of Patrash and Giant. Gluttony and Reed were not subject to that. If the two of them were to crush each OTHER Japanese letter to call it, as that results in an outcome too unilateral, but it was advantageous for Subaru and the others should that happen. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Read. First of all, you. Is this guy your buddy? If that's so, then it ain't as if I don't get why you're getting so heated up. Julius. No, absolutely not. That Sin Archbishop of Gluttony is a bitter enemy of myself as well, an opponent with whom, in the worst-case scenario, if I were to fight to the extremity, one may end up taking the other's life. Read. Then why are you getting so mad? Cause your prey got snatched away. Julius. Japanese letter IT is because you are kicking the pride of a swordsman. Julius told the sword Saint Japanese letter, the man who was the first one to hold that title, bestowed upon only those who stand at the pinnacle of the sword. That declaration of Julius, which couldn't even be an insult, was silently being heard by Reed, who narrowed his eye, not covered by the eye patch. Upon the wakeful watch of that sword saint, Julius continued, as if slashing the atmosphere. Julius, if battling swordsmen, warriors, knights is something where one must prepare his body for death beforehand, then it is fine to submit to losing one's life at the extremity of the battle. However that, at most, is the extremity of battle, death at the extremity upon the exhaustion of all of one's desperate efforts is how it should be. The victor absolutely must not play around with the life of the defeated. Read. You're saying, shit, that's macking my ears itchy. Who the hell's gonna be listening to all that? Julius. I do not mind should they be named as even inexperienced ideals or sweet nothings. Merely embodying those ideals and sweet nothings is the way of the knight I believe in. Japanese letter. With that bold assertion, Julius unsheathed his own knight's sword. From what he had heard, this knight's sword had gotten fractured, ONCE Japanese letter. It was not supposed to be a sword he had a habit of using, hence, it was something suspicious which his hand was yet growing accustomed to. But above all, what must have always been in his fundamental values, those will never waver. That is because they had certainly always continued to shimmer within his self. That shimmering something did not let Julius overlook Reed's unjustness. Even if the one to fall victim to that unjustness should be a sin archbishop, someone who had committed grave atrocities. Reed, Japanese letter, THE way of the night. I, beyond all expectation, that whisper jolted the atmosphere in Electra. That was a quiet tone of voice. That was not a voice harboring emotions of little significance. That was nothing but an echo which seemed as if it had slipped in amongst the other nonchalant and bored echoes. Japanese letter, HOWEVER, that was the signal of eruption of the first-generation sword saint, Reed Astrea. Reed, hey you, how long are you gonna be sleeping? Wake the hell up. Gluttony, Gughai Tildatsu, as he groaned and directed strength of grip such that he could crush that grabbed leg with his hand. Gluttony responsively shrieked upon his leg, almost being crushed. And Reed looked down onto the upside-down sin Archbishop. Reed, you said some interesting shit, ain't that so? You said you're gonna eat me up, taste me up, lick me up. Japanese letter, I will let you do that. Gluttony, Japanese letter. Jihai Gaha Ahaha Tildatsu. What's up with that, Tildatsu? What's that? What happened so suddenly, Tildatsu? Why so suddenly do you feel like that, red-haired Oni-san? Even though you swung we or us around this much because you were against that who tilde H. Reed, I changed my mind. Japanese letter H. That's right. Removing the distortion of his face caused by pain, Gluttony tried regaining his state of health as Reed glared at him. After that, as if having suddenly noticed something, Reed rotated his neck around. Reed, one's like you will be intrudin' right away anyway, ain't that so? Remarkably saying that, Reed stepped ahead diagonally. That moment, shining violet crystals were thrown into the spot Reed was standing on. A shrill sound as that of shattering glass reverberated, and the violet arrows themselves along with the floor smashed and got scattered about. However, they missed their aim, and Reed, who had been their aim, took a single step and leapt, shortening his distance to Subaru and the others who had commenced that attack just now. Beatrice, Japanese letter, tilde HK. Subaru, not good I suppose. Reed, here. Beatrice's warning rendered fruitless. Gluttony was struck into Subaru's torso, delivering a side blow. Handling a human as a blunt weapon, the unstoppable force mercilessly sent Subaru flying, who had been carrying Beatrice. Subaru, Gahug tilde HK. Reed, it's good you didn't hesitate, you all. This is way better than that beautiful girl in terms of fighting. Well, the broken fragments of your ability haven't been reassembled, though. With no flexibility to even respond to Reed's brief review, Subaru rolled over while holding Beatrice with all his might. He must not feel as if the origin of his life had been shorn off, with his internal organs overturned by the single blow just now, accompanied with Ram's physical burden. Julius, Subaru, Beatrice Sama, KGH, tilde HK. And whilst fearing for the blown away Subaru and Beatrice, Julius, in a single instant piercingly charged towards Reed, who had shortened the distance in between. However, Reed strode on and crushed that with his feet, and hammered a kick into Julius' abdomen, who had tilted the axis of his legs. Though Julius received that with the handle of the knight's sword he had instantaneously drawn, he could not block being lunged through by the shock wave as well. With his guts churned by the perforating single blow, he fell back greatly. And MERNWHILE Japanese letter, Reed. Here, try it out, NC. To eat me up or to die juice like this by Bane played around by me. Choose one what you'd like, or I'd have no choice but to make a move. Ain't that the thing called life, hey you? Gluttony. Japanese letter, a tilde H. Tildatsu. We get it, we do get it. We really get it. We completely get it as we get it. So we get it as we want to get it because we get it. Gluttonous, drinking tildatsu. Gluttony tildatsu. Will do as per your wish tildatsu. It's impossible for us to stay without eating tildatsu. Remaining upside down, raising his face right towards the front, Gluttony smiled at Reed. And Gluttony stretched his hand, grabbing the area of Reed's left eye which had been concealed by the eye patch. He subsequently opened his mouth, ND Japanese letter, Gluttony, Reed Astrea. Licking, Gluttony let go of Reed from his hand, as if tearing something off, and gazing lovingly at his palm where that something was not even present, he exposed his tongue. At the same pace, he chewed that invisible something and reverberated a slurping sound as if indulging in it. FTERWRRDS Japanese letter, read. Japanese letter, H. Abruptly, change arrived in a single instant. As if it had been an illusion or something, Reed's form vanished in the blink of an eye. With the tall figure disappearing from the space, it was certainly supposed to be in Gluttony, whose leg had been grabbed, fell onto the floor. At the same pace, his hands skillfully made a reversal and Gluttony made an agile landing and looked at his own palm. Was recurring in those eyes was something close to the nothingness, desolateness, dismay of seemingly a gourmet delicacy which had exhausted its extravagance, disappearing from the top of the PL a TTER Japanese letter, Gluttony. A tilde H, so amazy tilde NG. That kind of flavor, this kind of flavor, which kind of flavor would it be like? We imagined a lot a low tilde T about it, but it was above expectations tilde Tsu. Subaru. He ate Reed. Gluttony, a tilde H, you saw that, right, tilde Tsu. We did eat him. We indeed ate him. Really, isn't it the best? This is the flavor which cannot be imagined, tilde Tsu. Even we, who are called something like bizarre eating, are able to get it at this guy's rich taste, tilde Tsu. Even without knowing Lay's S or Y Japanese letter, leaning backwards, whilst touching own sharp canons, Gluttony praised Reed's flavor. As far as thought could go, it was the worst food report in human history Japanese letter it halted in between. It was not as if something had barged in as an obstruction. Its origin lay in Gluttony himself. Gluttony. Japanese letter, WH. A tilde H, a tilde H, a tilde H. Beatrice. J. Just. What is being started up this time, in fact? Subaru. No, that is. Putting his hands on his own throat and abdomen, Gluttony started making movement as if practicing speech. Though Beatrice found that state to be ominous, Subaru had an idea regarding this abnormality. If the exchange between Reed and Gluttony, just a moment, a Japanese letter, if that was what Julius spoke of as negotiation then, Gluttony. Tilde wait he jihitsu. Strange, it's strange, isn't it strange, tilde tsu? After all, this is, you odd, isn't it? Japanese letter, Gluttony. It ain't odd, you, to eat or to be eaten, that's how life works, ain't that so? Strangling his own throat, Gluttony fired words as if answering his own questions. That tone of voice met clear change, and as if pulled into the change of that tone of voice, change ensued in Gluttony's flesh body itself. It was a change as if the waxing and waning of the moon and the expression of questioning when did it even happen was appropriate for it. Subaru did not avert his eyes at all. The same went for Beatrice, who was in his chest, and of course Julius, who had taken stance with his sword. However, whilst remaining captured in the field of vision of the three, Gluttony erased that form of his in an instant. And instead, the one standing at the spot where Gluttony had been WRS Japanese letter, H, a fresh body sure's different. It feels like blood's flowing through flesh. I'm already feeling hungry. At least come after fillin' your stomach, mentally adult brat. Pronouncing so, the one who had carried out substituting for the former player, having exited the stage known as the Pleiades Watchtower for merely a few 10 seconds, the existence who was blooming a second time at the center of the stage was Reed. Reed Astrea had stolen the flesh body of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony and had achieved resurrection into the present world. Julius. This is the result of the negotiations between Reed and Gluttony from Julius' perspective. Of course, the details of the content of the conversation between Reed and Gluttony must have changed due to Subaru and the others' intervention, but it should have approximately remained the same. In other WORDS Japanese letter, Subaru. What the hell's the negotiation? Speaking while putting on airs. Beatrice. Subaru. This is not the time to be saying all that, I suppose. Gluttony has disappeared, and Reed has. Subaru directed a rough remark towards Julius' pretentious phrasing the previous time. Within those arms, Beatrice called for further vigilance, but Subaru patted her head lightly and gazed towards REID Japanese letter Subaru. Strictly speaking, taking a backhand grip onto the authority of gluttony which reconstructs eaten opponents and painted out the opponent's self. Is that right? Read. Don't you go round saying tough bullshit. Like I'd know such convenient shit. So don't swagger about with shit I no way in hell no, damn young fish. Young fish. A tilde H-M. You. Ah, you this, you that's it, ain't it you? Japanese letter. Though his spirit had hijacked that flesh body, Reed made a wry face unrelated to that truth. He unusually groaned saying him and gently put a finger in his own eye patch. And turning it over, he looked at Subaru with his healthy blue eye which had no particular need for an eye patch. Looking, gazing, staring, Reed. Japanese letter, YOU, you're pretty disgusting. Japanese letter, Reed. Good job not having your head getting screwed up with that. No, has it gotten so? What it'll be precisely cause it's gotten so, I ain't got any idea. I haven't even given it a thought. Japanese letter. What was he saying? Thinking that, Subaru got truly perplexed upon Reed's attitude. On top of being perplexed, the shivering and nausea enveloping his entire body were about to hit the critical point. Though obvious, Ram's inferior physical form was worsening as much Ram's body increased its voltage and was throwing the backfire of recoil she was originally supposed to have felt into Subaru. This time, Subaru had not personally met up with Ram, so there were no means for Ram to find out the reason why her body was favorably working. Thinking of it now, it seemed as if Ram had been concerned regarding Subaru last time as well. Though he had noticed Ram's concern, who was not in this place, only after dying TWICE Japanese letter, Reed. I see, I do see. I ain't got any idea, but it looks like you're the one these guys are aiming for, ain't that so? Then that makes things faster. Julius. Reed, your opponent is myself. Stepping ahead, Julius fired a slashing strike. But Reed attempted to receive that with the chopsticks he had drawn out from his BOSOM Japanese letter. However, Reed. Ah! The slashing strike lightly touched the tip of the chopsticks, and blood spouted out of Reed's right hand, despite him wanting to receive it. Looking at that, Reed made a suspicious look. Julius raised his eyebrows in faint surprise as well. RND Japanese letter. For having witnessed that with his own eyes, that alone was a harvest for Subaru. Reed. Clicking his tongue, Reed gyrated his chopsticks as if spinning a pen between the gap of his fingers and skillfully repelled Julius' knight sword. At the same pace, stepping ahead with a single stomp, he lapsed the distance between him and Julius, who had instantaneously drawn his body back, and aimed his palm towards his abdomen. Reed. Your opponent is myself, did you say that? Julius. KH Japanese letter, Reed. No way you'll be getting to have an exchange with me after doing a Princess Kerry back there. The further twisted sole of the palm burst open Julius' abdomen. The slender, tall figure continued bleeding and was blown away backwards. He tried to position his lengthy legs to the floor in order to kill off that vigor, but failing to do so, Julius' body turned upward at the bottom on the floor and tumbled over at the same pace. And concluding his battle with Julius, who had widened the distance in between, Reed turned back Subaru. She tilde HK. Aiming for that sideward face of Reed's, Subaru fired the whip which was at the back of his waist. However, without the occurrence of a miracle such as his body continuing to remember it, the tip of the whip flew towards the wrong direction. The effect of lost memories was not only in his mind, but also affecting the recursive actions of his flesh body. As a result of fully realizing that, Subaru took in a heavy inhale. At the same time as THT Japanese letter, Reed. You with such a boring trick, Beatrice. Japanese letter, THT boring trick is the recommendation of you getting an end of being buried, in fact. Going past his amazement, Reed expressed his rage, and from his hind echoed the loud sound of striking hands. Upon looking, that had been Beatrice, who had both her hands free, away from Subaru. However, even if their hands were unconnected, there was a certain connection between them. Beatrice extracted an extremely small amount of something like MP from the path of SUB Japanese letter, and exercised great magic. Beatrice, Japanese letter UL Shamak. The moment immediately after Beatrice's chant had achieved completion, what arose in the space was an enormous black hole. That which had appeared all of a sudden in the air manifested as an existence accompanied by primordial fear, such as its unknown bounds and unknown depths, and tried to swallow Reed, who was right before it. Subaru. That is. At a single glance, it could be understood that it was the great magic in effect within the space. This was more of an issue of imaging it so, rather than having knowledge about it. Subaru had heard of Beatrice being a wasteful spirit, but the intensity of the real great magic could not even be in the same league of comparison. Subaru had been unaware that this was even possible. This was a harvest. That black hole swallowed Reed and repelled away his sword Saint off to somewhere UNKNOWN Japanese letter, Reed. The hell, it's juice, air. Something like airs everywhere, as if it had stopped me. Japanese letter. With just a single swing of his chopsticks, Reed broke through that immense magic with extreme easiness. A carefree attitude as if, quite literally, slashing through a IR Japanese letter, no. For him, it truly was exactly that. He did not have the nature of taking roundabouts around something which he was capable of doing and then boasting about it. He had slashed the air, so that was his explanation. That was all there was to it. Subaru, slashing dimensions, I imagine it as quite a superior ability, you know. Reed. Hey, don't you put such cool names on it. Better food can be served, you know. If you'll stay persistent juice, cause things have gotten a bit lively, that won't be amusing or anything, you know. Swinging his chopsticks at the same angle as when he had slashed Beatrice's magic. The moment immediately afterwards, Subaru's body had been diagonally burst open from his chest to his waist. Subaru, Ga, a tilde. Beatrice, Subaru, Julius. SUBRU Japanese letter HK. Tasting the sensation of scorching heat, Subaru collapsed on the spot as Beatrice and Julius called for him. Upon the voices of those two, Subaru gnashed his molars and glared at Reed with bloodshot eyes. And turning his palm towards the two trying the rush up to him, he managed to halt their legs. Subaru, I'm Al Right. Shaking his head left and right, he urged the two to not worry for him. Of course, there was no way he could truly convince them simply by conveying such words to the two. The chest wound was shallow. Japanese letter, no, it was not shallow. Though it was not shallow, it did not ache. It could be expressed as not being unbearable. At any rate, though it was bitter, it was all right. It was not worthy of making those two experience bitter, painful emotions. Gnashing molars, the blood on the verge of being vomited Japanese letter nausea. Whichever it was, vomiting must be restrained from. Facing the front, glaring ahead, Reed must be carefully observed. Reed, as if you can reach me with that, you. With a stunned expression, Reed was looking at Subaru, who was bleeding out of his lips. Facing that Reed, Subaru stretched out his hand and raised a single finger. Subaru, Japanese letter, YA. I will reach you. Even right now, I can reach you, in a place not necessarily here. I will, for sure, save Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Rem, Maylie, Echidna, Julius, Shola, Patrash, Giant, without failing a single person. Gluttony and Reed were exceptions. Japanese letter, THE Natsuki Subaru, who was not Natsuki Subaru as well. That is why right now, at this moment, Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, THIS is count one. Overlapping with death necessary for a counterattack was an accomplishment of Natsuki Subaru's as well. At the very end of the end, Reed's blue eyes sheened a dull flash towards Subaru, who had made that declaration. Count one. The fight between Reed and Gluttony cannot be stopped. If it's Julius, then there is a chance for them to succeed. Japanese letter, NATSUKI Subaru has no chance of succeeding. Arc 6, Chapter 72. Black Japanese symbol black square. Translated by Archbishop, Archbishop 17, proofread by Yerek Graced Huppard Art Source 1 and 2, Archbishop Art Source 3, 0 Paru 0. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero, This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter UPO and the advent of unforeseen death. Natsuki Subaru heard the sound of black square cracking. However, upon each instance of that inexorable sound, he thought that it was certainly the proof of his progress not having come to a halt, that it was the footsteps of the approaching future. No matter how small those steps were, no matter how trifling the path he had advanced upon was, he was certainly walking and progressing. Japanese letter SUB or RU. Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter. The moment his consciousness was led to awakening, blue eyes of a characteristic pattern were reflected into his own. In front of his eyes, peeping at Subaru worriedly, was Beatrice. Beatrice's hand was gently placed at Subaru's cheek, and Subaru inhaled. He had parted with Beatrice's crying face not too long ago. That consciousness switchover had not been carried out well. Just previously, though it could not be associated with something as extravagant as a parting, she certainly had been in Subaru's eyes. Subaru. Ah, Beatrice. Is your consciousness firm, I suppose? It took time for you to wake up till now. It was worrying, in fact. It would be better to confirm you did not lose any memories accidentally, I suppose. To start with, Betty, do you recall who? Subaru. Trice. Beatrice. Japanese letter. It seems you do properly remember, in fact. Good boy, I suppose. Saying that, Beatrice stretched the hand she had at Subaru's cheek towards his head. At the same pace, she patted him with her tiny palm, and slowly his consciousness caught up to reality. Subaru, count, one ha. Japanese letter. Beatrice tilted her head upon the whispering voice. However, neither did she know what it meant, nor did he intend to explain it. She might not understand even if he were to explain, and he did not intend to make her understand either. She was kind. Beatrice was extremely kind. That is why what Subaru was testing out. If he were to tell her about that, it was a given that she would be absolutely against it. Japanese letter THT was something which Beatrice must not be allowed to know. Beatrice. So, how did it go, in fact? Was the purpose of reading the book fulfilled, I suppose? Subaru. Japanese letter YERH about that. That is what Beatrice asked Subaru, who still had the book placed on his knees. The moment immediately before the immediately previous MOMENT. Japanese letter, the moment immediately before Subaru had disregarded his own physical state. Subaru had just been seeking a way to capture Reed Astrea, and was just about to read his Book of the Dead. That had come to a standstill due to complicated reasons, and multitudes of situations got caught in between the interval such that that would feel as if it was quite an old TOPIC Japanese letter, though that went only for Subaru at maximum. Things he ought to do, things he must do, they had all been decided. That is WHY Japanese letter, Subaru. Beatrice. It'll be getting a bit confusing. Japanese letter, LEND me your strength. Beatrice. Japanese letter. That is a given, in fact. Betty is Subaru's partner, I suppose. Promised Beatrice to Subaru, who had broken the ice without any explanations. Her existence was truly, very truly reassuring for the black square. Japanese letter THE impact jumped around freely in the aisle of the stone tower. Ha ha, Tildatsu. Ha ha ha, Tildatsu. You're doing it, you're quite doing it, you're surely doing it, perhaps you're doing it, you've been doing it, you've done it, because you've been doing it, Sue. Gluttonous drinking Tildatsu. Gluttony Tildatsu. Is there any time to be playing around? That is quite the pliability, isn't it? Using the walls, ceilings of the aisle as a foothold, making free use of transforming tactics at will from next to next, was the sin archbishop of gluttony, lay bait and Kados. And the one rushing around at high speeds, having kept the inferior physical form of her body someplace else, and moving around nimbly, was Ram. Her petite frame fluttered about and danced, and directed merciless blows towards the direction of Gluttony's body, who countered with equivalent fiendishness. At that point, rushing in as having been waiting for that WRS Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, WROOM, and boom. Wielding a large ice hammer in both of those hands, swinging it as if aiming for a home run, was Emilia. The damaging portion of the ice hammer, as large as a human's trunk, turned into a strike with all of her might and made a firm hit onto Lei's back. The small frame bounced and jumped along with a thunderous roar like a gum ball. Japanese letter, no, he bounced too far off. Instantly kicking the ice hammer, he by himself had jumped ahead and killed the impact. Lei. Awa, tilde. You're doing I tilde T. But that won't do. That can't defeat us. Emilia. Japanese letter, tilde HK, he's fast. In response to Gluttony displaying moves with a touch of acrobatics, Emilia made a frustrated expression on her cute face. Past and present, east and west, chewing the experts of all kinds of master arts, demonstrating abilities that had, quite literally, become every single kind of martial arts, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Lei's fighting strength Japanese letter, or perhaps it should be called his opposing pressure. It had attained preeminence, a remarkable difference of unleashing optimal techniques of the highest peak each moment to the next. Subaru, if the memories, the efforts, or the training, if they're all being completely included then. Though it was quite hateful, perhaps Gluttony did not even have a need to possess a consciousness, such as one saying, "Let's pull them out." When noticed the body already moved, that was the kind of authority it was, of pulling them out in all kinds of scenes. Japanese letter, THE stolen memories even included the experience points of the physical body. That was also evident by Subaru, not remembering how to use the whip he carried around whatsoever. It seemed that the whip had been Subaru's main weapon before losing his memories, but the correct way to hold it and swing it, he could remember none of it altogether. In the first place, why did he choose something like a whip as his main weapon? It'd be easier to make better use out of than a sword or a lance. It must have been a shallow thought like that. Though there were no objections to that ITSELF Japanese letter, Subaru. I wish I would have thought of a counter plan in case I lost my memories. Of course, he was aware it was an absurd request, however, Subaru still cursed it. By doing that, for a single moment, he was able to forget his effeminate jealousy towards his disappeared memories. The jealousy towards the disappeared memories equals Natsuki Subaru. Beatrice. Subaru, asking again, in fact. Are you really all right, I suppose? Towards that sideward face of Subaru's, Beatrice raised her voice. Upon her question, who had been supporting Subaru's body as he shrugged his shoulders, Subaru nodded with a "Yeah, Subaru. Right now, the fight's a struggle. If that collapses, our way to victory will, Beatrice. Japanese letter, BUT. There is opposition in Subaru being taken away from here, in fact. Subaru. But it's necessary. You understand, right, Beatrice? Beatrice. That is Japanese letter, Subaru. Lend me your strength. Once again, I request you. While maintaining meticulous caution among the ceaseless shocks, trying not to have his voice tremble, Subaru blackmailed Beatrice with an unfair manner of speaking. In response to those cruel words of request of Subaru's, Beatrice closed her eyes, making a strained expression. Lend your strength. That was the flow of conversation they had also had in Taygeta Library. However, that time had been before Subaru had activated Corleonis, and neither had Beatrice known that the situation of Pleiades' watchtower had deteriorated this much. That is why this was a heinous technique of Subaru's, which gripped onto Beatrice's kindness. Japanese letter. Beatrice scrutinized Subaru's proposal with a difficult face. The sudden deterioration of Subaru's physical condition and the recovery of Ram's fighting strength, which accompanied Japanese letter, the associativity between them was evident, and Ram, Beatrice, and even Emilia had noticed Subaru's rash perseverance. But still, everyone knew they could not tell him to stop. Japanese letter, FOR Subaru being burdened with his hardship was why the war front was being barely maintained. Talk in name only, if Subaru was to unfasten Corleonis here whilst caring for himself. The first to follow would be the collapse of Ram. Emilia will get her name eaten by Gluttony. Their cooperation will crumble down and they will be defeated. And should Gluttony be rendered free, the power balance of the tower would fall into an unrecoverable state. Ultimately, everyone would die in defeat, and it would be game over. Subaru. In the end, me being burdened is the best, the better option. Subaru, who could never really be of any help even when he was acting rash, was making strides in the fighting strength by taking over Ram's inferior physical form. That was an absolute requirement for capturing the tower. Correctly speaking, even in the efficacy of core Leonis, there lay a trap not easy to solve. That was, consciously or subconsciously, Ram saving up a bit of her fighting strength. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. With overwhelming sense and techniques beyond comprehension, Ram maintained a firm balance in the place. In spite of that, the reason why she had not gone further in order to overcome the opposition was because Ram had imposed a limiter on her own fighting strength. Japanese letter, The reason for that was her faltering due to carefully considering Subaru's status. If Ram were to move to the fullest, it would impose an enormous burden onto Subaru. Subaru would not be able to endure that. That possibility was putting a halt on Ram's limbs. The truth is, something similar had occurred when he had gone around towards Julius and Reed. It had been confirmed he was capable of taking over Ram's inferior physical form through core Leonis itself, without having to meet up with Japanese letter, however. In a situation where Ram does not know of the interrelation between her own favorable state and Subaru's state, Ram does not save on her fighting strength. As a result, the backfire, lacking any regret, scorched only Subaru and did not lead to mutual harm. It also meant the end for Ram's time as standing unrivaled, the worst kind of mutual harm. It was not possible to continue sprinting with the entire strength for long in a state of lacking oxygen. That was all there was to it. Henceforth, drawing up Ram's fighting strength through core Leonis, in terms of results, Ram's judgment to save onto her abilities was correct. Being balanced was the best. However, that improvement of Ram's combat power, Gluttony was indeed following and keeping up with it with the limitless arts of war he had plundered. Emilia was compensating for the parts where he could not be pushed away, but still, Gluttony could not be distanced away from, continuing to eat away with an extraordinary ability to survive. That is why, towards Japanese letter, Beatrice. Japanese letter, Minya. Enough to envelop the entire isle, violet crystals materialized and were fired in a single action. Acting in consent with Beatrice's chant, who swung her small arm downwards, the concentrated attack of the magic called shadow magic swooped down onto Lei, who had turned his back towards this side, with tremendous vigor. Immediately afterwards, the boisterous dance of violet light swallowed the petite frame, engulfing the isle with the sound of shattering glass. Japanese letter, within the fluttering flakes of violet, dancing and falling, leaping away from the attack's span, were the two of Emilia and Ram. Evading the fire with instantaneous judgment, it was as expected of their physical ability to quickly avoid it. On the other hand, having been in the same circumstance, but only having delayed the part of him facing it with his back, Lei could not evade it easily the way Emilia and Ram had done. It was a magic to be feared which crystallized the struck targets, turning them into a brittle and transient existence and smashing them. Minya, capable of fatally wounding even through light contact, if it were to be recklessly fired this much in such a confined range, it would be difficult for an enemy, even if it were to be a transient being, to cut through unhurt. When the dance of the light which had been given rise to by the violet arrows came to a halt, the form of Gluttony, who had taken enormous damage, Japanese letter, not there. Beatrice, Japanese letter, tilde HK, Emilia. Where did? Beatrice inhaled in astonishment, whilst Emilia made a strained expression and looked around. Within the chaos, the one to get a grasp on the situation the fastest truly had been Ram. She put her hand on her own right eye, and with only her left eye open, turned back. Subaru knew there was something like a path connecting him and Ram through core Leonis. Ram activated some type of a technique. Using that peculiar power, she understood where specifically the disappeared Gluttony was. His whereabouts WERE Japanese letter, Ram. Barusu. Japanese letter, Ram shouted, widening her light crimson eyes. At that moment, from her line of sight Subaru comprehended the arrival of a hazardous presence right behind them. That was aiming for the back of SUB, or RU Japanese letter no, Beatrice. With the interruption by Minya just now, did it intend to convey that it had polluted the battle? At any rate, it was not vastly different from the transpiring happening. Lay, Japanese letter MUST say, if the one right now was to be continued consecutively, it'll be getting tiresome, that's why. Accompanying the sneering words, the dagger fastened to his arm flashed. That was the strike by Lay, who had leapt through the space and escaped the concentrated attack of violet arrows. In line with the frequent usage of the Fist King, the odd talent of the one who became the leaper Japanese letter it could be named, short-range warp. According to what had been seen, it seemed as if there were certain limits to the distance, but still the compatibility of the strange talent of jumping over space and the encircling attack was the worst. Carrying no significance regarding the type of the surprise attack, in the end, anything aside from getting involved in the head-on match, WRS Japanese letter, Subaru, Beatrice, SUB a Japanese letter, thoughts and actions, and body did not always coincide. The moment initially after he pushed the small body away reflexively, a piercing sensation deeply gouged out his chest. Subaru. Ka. Like scratching the scab with claws. No, the pain and impact was several thousand times that. He instantly regretted having received that with his chest. Though he regretted it, no other convenient shield had been present there. Bewildered by the momentary judgment, he shuddered at the mere thought of Beatrice having been slashing down. So much so that he thought it would be better for him to become a shield of flesh compared to that. It was painful, though it was painful, if it was merely pain, merely the wound on his body, it would last for only an instant. Not even an instant. But it was much better than Black Square being wounded. Much better than Black Square dying. SUB or RU Japanese letter tilde HK. The loud voice echoed within the tower. When he tried to turn back and see to whom it belonged, his knees snapped. Strength faded away from his limbs surprisingly easily. Pathetically fragile, he was unable to support even his head. Even an infant could hold his head still, but what was this man, who had significantly aged, doing? Such that even this frivolous talk wouldn't come to mind, his consciousness fell into the soul of the deep, dark hole. A vivid ache and sense of loss scorched his brain. Subaru, Japanese letter GHI. Whilst wanting to give rise to a shriek, he endured his voice trying to fly out by grinding his teeth. It was not as if he would feel any better if he were to let it out. It was not as if he would feel any better if he were to not let it out. However, there were people here who would surely have their shattered if Subaru were to cry out now. He could not allow that, because he could not do so, stay silent and die. Natsuki Subaru. Lei. Japanese letter H-O-W nice, Oni-isen. So you will be going to the next one by doing tha tilde T. There echoed a voice overlooking Subaru, who had powerlessly crumbled down whilst continuing to resist his screaming. He had endured his screaming. However, he could not possibly endure that mocking voice. Japanese letter. In a situation where his limbs had been rendered completely incapable of moving, he directed strength into his arm and moved his finger. And with a single middle finger raised, his lips moved. Subaru. Die, idiot. After that, his consciousness came to a HLT Japanese letter. Count 2. Having Emilia and Ram cooperate, aiming for an early settlement with Lei Batenkato's failure. Timing is essential for taking over Ram's inferior physical form through core Leonis. Japanese letter B, E, a TRICES surprise attack is incompatible with gluttony. Japanese letter FIERCELY, the enshrouding clouds of sand were trying to enwrap the field of vision. Japanese letter HRHRN. With his entire body swinging around at the sensation of violently swaying about, Subaru desperately clung on, trying not to be thrown off. Ahead of him, a pigtail was shaking about left and right. Japanese letter WORK hard, Sand Earthworm Chan. In accordance with Meili's call, the sand earthworm trembled its large build and intensely hammered in and struck its face. Being swallowed by that shock wave gave rise to an immense loss in the troops of the advancing horde of witch beasts. However, those lost troops were covered in the matter of a few seconds, trampling upon the scattered corpses of their own kind. The hordes of witch beasts continued to push in without halting their feet. Japanese letter, THE war situation was unfavorable. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Under their EYES Japanese letter, no, in all directions, advancing in were the innumerable witch beasts. With those as her opponents, Meili made free use of her preparations, which in no way could be stated to be sufficient, and was struggling fiercely. Honestly speaking, Meili's efforts as she controlled the witch beast were hard to notice by an outsider's perspective. She ordered instructions to the witch beast, and abiding by that the fiendish monster rampaged about. There was no mystery in that if that alone was to be observed. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Meili. Ha, tilde HK. Looking at her shape, with sweat on her forehead and her occasionally inhaling agonizingly, it could perhaps be understood at a single glance that it was a recognition too difficult to observe. Meili, fu tilde H. Enough, geez Oni-sen, treats people so rudely. Wiping the sweat dripping down her chin by the back of her hand and stating some rather harsh words, Meili's eyes had become bloodshot. It was not as if she had directly linked with the witch beast like Subaru's core Leonis, but to bend the atrocious witch beast's instinct as per her own notions, an immense strength of will was needed. For Subaru, who had read her book once and personally experienced her half-death, the weight of that indemnification was clearly known. That is precisely why it had been transmitted to him. Japanese letter, THT Meili was seriously thinking of capturing the tower along with Subaru and the rest. Subaru, Japanese letter, tilde HK Meili. He tilde Y, Oni-san. If you don't grab on properly, you'll die tilde, tilde W. Subaru, I know. The moment immediately after he profoundly thought of those deep emotions, his body felt as if it was being carried away in the horizontal jolts, and his posture crumbled. He had momentarily withstood his ground, but he was shouted at by Meili when she discovered that. Whilst complying with those words, Subaru calmed down and clung to the protuberance of the large build. Japanese letter, a T present, the figures of Subaru and Meili were on top of the large build of the sand earthworm. Meili, if instructions were to be given directly from a close distance, there must be a child which listens to what is said even within children who cannot learn anything, isn't it, Subaru? Like I said, I never thought I get to have a witch beast ride. Swishing through the air, with his frame being jolted by the velocity of the witch beast's body, cutting through the atmosphere with a roar, Subaru skillfully moved around his body weight while stuck in admiration of Meili, who was managing the witch beast's back. This time as well, Meili's battle with the hordes of witch beasts commenced from the balcony of the fourth layer. Making use of several sand earthworms, which had been prepared in advance, having the hordes of witch beasts advancing towards the watchtower suffer an attack in order to block the invasion of the witch beasts into the tower was Meili's role. However, she quickly gave up on the attack from the balcony, jumping onto the back of the sand earthworm underneath, and then in one go plunged into the witch beasts with vigor like that of a high wave from the middle of its forehead. With that heroic tactic of Meili's, accompanying her as bait was what Subaru's current state was. Meili, really, the witch beast-chans all really love Oni-san, isn't it, Subaru? And that's nothing to be happy about, HK. Looking at the excited state of the witch beasts drawing near, Meili sighed as they were crushed by the sand earthworm. Whilst agreeing with her comment, Subaru narrowed his eyes at the hurriedly approaching hordes of witch beasts. Though the principle behind it was unknown, it was something he was aware of in terms of the result. The witch beasts who surrounded the watchtower, strictly speaking, were not aiming for the watchtower, but had gathered aiming for Subaru, who was inside of it. Japanese letter, THT was evident from this situation as well. The spearheads of the witch beasts were concentrating on the extreme towards the sand earthworm, which was giving a ride to Meili and Subaru. Turning their legs around, which were supposed to have been facing towards the tower, hastily making way towards this side with unraveled fangs, was merely the instinct of witch beasts trying to kill a living being, nothing more. Subaru. It wasn't as if I was half convinced, but Him having the physical constitution which attracted witch beasts was a peculiarity Subaru, who had been in present-day Japan till yesterday, did not even need confirmation for as a real feeling. In the past, he had gnawed the pocky for the dog kept in the neighborhood, but could that have possibly been a symptom of the early stage of this physical constitution? He was utterly unaware now. Though he was UNAWRRE Japanese letter, Subaru. It seems it's no mistake that I am responsible for a large part of the 5 obstacles. The large hordes of witch beasts advancing towards the watchtower. The ones of Gluttony putting his approach toward the tower to test through Subaru's memories. Reed who took in that gluttony and acquired substance. Shola who commenced aiming for Subaru by the virtue of her transformation. The jet black shadow which swallowed the entirety of the WATCHTOWER Japanese letter. Looking at it back now, it was impossible to prevent the thought of the responsibility for their origin seemingly coming down onto Subaru in the truest sense. Of course, inevitability was no possible part of it. Subaru, my mind is getting depressed. However, if the witch beasts, Shola, and the jet black shadow could be lured outside of the watchtower, there may possibly form a way to break out of the deadlock of the present circumstances. Subaru, it is not forbidden to destroy the trials, huh? Fifth rule, behind capturing Pleiades' watchtower. When he thought of the feelings of Shola's black square, who had hid that, he felt his chest ache, but the rule he had finally fished out of her mouth granted a new viewpoint towards the place known as the Pleiades' watchtower. It was not as if his eyes had opened innovatively by getting to know that rule. However, granted with a scale he had never thought of, his way of looking at the world had expanded remarkably. Things which did not exist could not be obtained. That was the fundamental law of the world. To pass over the trial without finishing it, to act contrary to the established routine of the trial, those had been prohibited. Without even getting involved in that, destroying the trial itself had not been prohibited. What could that mean? What could IT Japanese letter, Subaru? MEI Japanese letter, Lee, trying to continue his words on, that is when Subaru witnessed it. By changing the course of the sand earthworm, whilst attempting to confirm whether the terrain of the watchtower's environs were usable or not, the objective came to a standstill, because an assailing corona from overhead had scattered away the thick trunk of the sand earthworm. Japanese letter, H, RRN. With more than 8 meters blown off of the approximately 10-meter wide waist, the sand earthworm shrieked, giving rise to its death wail. The proceedingly lowering roar of the witch beast also resembled a howl, and Subaru, who had basked in that at close proximity, felt his vision die white with its explosive intrusion into his eardrums. Atop the witch beast, which had experienced that, and was disseminating bluish-purple bodily fluids, having failed to stop its body from getting blown off into 1,000 scraps from both the front and back of its trunk, Subaru and Meili's bodies were thrown down. Subaru, Japanese letter RH. Meili, GH Japanese letter HK. Instantaneously stretching out his hand, he took Meili's petite body within his arms. Padding his shoulder and trying to call out to him was a byproduct of it. By reflexively leaning his body forward, he had been able to catch her falling body. However, that had not been a drastic settlement. The sand earthworm's large frame somersaulted, and not only Meili but Subaru had also been thrown off. Even if he were to pull her in the end, they would fall on top of the sand, a place entirely surrounded by witch beasts. Should that happen, the two of them would become feed for the witch beasts whilst they attempted to reorganize themselves. Above are LL Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, SHUL. Clinging to the outer wall of the tower with its tail stinger facing towards Subaru and the rest, the Titanic SCORPION Japanese letter, Shola. With her large build slipped into the twilight, she was distantly visible, having made her appearance. They were out of time. Within the tower, someone broke the rule. In accordance with that, Shola lost herself and transformed into the Titanic Scorpion, and just as what she had reported about herself, she commenced attacking, aiming for Subaru. That single bomb had scattered away the sand earthworm's trunk, and mid-air, towards Subaru and MEILI Japanese letter, Meili. Oni I saw, tilde HK. Hugging Meili tightly, who was within his arms and had raised a voice as that of a scream, Subaru did not let his eyes avert from the titanic SCORPION Japanese letter no, Shola. The red compound eyes emitted a distinct glow within the presence of night, and the line of sight, unbeknownst to any course of action, clearly understood its aim was Subaru upon looking at him. Light gathered at the tail stinger, and now once again a corona was fired. They would get vaporized away should they be struck by that. However, they must not get struck by that. He wanted to avoid being killed by Shola, regardless of how much that may abrade away his black square. If he were to bend away from that notion, he would surely become a miscreant then. However, a way to defend themselves while they were mid-air was Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, H or a H R or a N. The moment the corona was fired, the sand earthworm writhing in agony thrusted itself above the line of fire. Was that simply the instinctive movement of the sand earthworm, or did Meili influence it in some way? He did not know. However, the single blast Shola had fired had been avoided at the moment when it was supposed to have vaporized Subaru away. ND Japanese letter, Subaru. Gah, gug. With vehement vigor, Subaru and the rest fell on top of the sand from their sands. Meili, who was strongly embraced within Subaru's arms, was perhaps safe. However, Subaru himself had not been safe. Unable to defend himself, he had gotten his head within the extensive sand. A dull sound echoed. The joints of his bones, which must be avoided from getting smashed, had gotten broken. At that instant, his field of vision was rendered completely black. His nerves, which must be avoided from getting slashed, had gotten cut 1,000 times. Not only what was visible to his eyes, but sounds, sensations, anything and everything turned distant. Merely his nose remained alive. It was baffling. The nose, which was not even expected to be capable of doing something useful normally. For some reason, till the very end of the end, he could sense scent. The sweet scent, within his arms, having been there till recently, that sweet scent. Perhaps, yet remaining alive, that SCE Japanese letter. Count 7. Escaping outside of the tower, the effectiveness of luring away the witch beasts. The witch beast's aim is Subaru. The aim of the Shadow and Titanic Scorpion as well is perhaps the same. Japanese letter, WITH Natsuki, Subaru alone, Meili cannot be protected. Subaru. GHU Japanese letter. Enduring the nausea welling up within him, Subaru glanced at the front once again. Stepping firmly, pouring immense strength in the legs, he somehow managed to have his body remain still. His anguish had not been eased. He was merely skillfully deceiving his anguish. Here, aya. Crushing the bitterness of gastric juices in his teeth was Subaru, and in front of him, fiercely welding two ice swords, was Emilia. Evading those attacks of Emilia's calmly, with a deriding smile, was the bitter enemy he was tired of looking at, lay Baton Kados. Japanese letter. Since the restart point of return by death had been set up to the moment immediately following the confrontation with Louis Arneb in the Book of the Dead, Emilia and Gluttony's encounter was inevitable. At the point in time, Subaru had returned by death to. The battle between Emilia and Gluttony had already commenced. The simple way to change situations was to tamper with the matchmaking. However, by activating Core Leonis immediately after returning by death, Subaru was able to see the positions of his comrades within the tower, and he naturally understood that this fight was unavoidable. Henceforth, he did not have the situation of the tag team of Emilia and Ram fighting Lei change. Japanese letter, HOWEVER. Something could be done about that in its own way. Subaru. Japanese letter, JULIUS. Julius. I know. At Subaru's sharp call, in accordance with that, a single shadow stepped in. That was, with a knight's sword in his grip, and running through the frozen aisle, Julius. Having his light purple hair flutter in the icy wind, he commenced his gallant, piercing sprint from a lower posture. Lei, haha tilde. Even the nameless knight's armor shall be partaking in the battle who tilde H. Julius. Unfortunately, if that was intended to be a provocation, then that is quite weak. Subaru pricks at spots much more painful. Lei, despite being comrades, what's up with that? Brushing away the advancing piercing bolt with his dagger, Lei and Julius exchanged words at close proximity. Even in the midst of that, sword strikes unfolded between the two, and exchanges of special moves, opposite to the content of their conversation, were being performed. Japanese letter, H-V-I-N-G, Julius accompanied them to this place, was a type of a gamble. When the 5 obstacles had attacked the watchtower for the first time, Subaru had Julius accompany them in that loop as well. At that time, Emilia had got her name eaten, and her cooperation with Julius, who had been rendered unknowing to her battle style, had been shoddy and lacked the ability to corner gluttony. HOWEVER, Japanese letter, Subaru. This time, nobody has forgotten Emilia-chan. On top of that, Emilia and Julius, coordination attempted to soundly counter Lei. At that point, ahead of Subaru's line of sight, was the shadow of a person kicking the ceiling and making a sudden DESCENT, Japanese letter, ram, severely cut in between, of course. Increasing her fighting strength through core Leonis was Subaru's greatest duty. That had been practiced this time as well, and Ram advanced closer to Lei's torso with unordinary body handling. And Ram, just kindly take the exit already. Lei, goo egg. Cold words in her palm with equal sharpness drove into Lei's side. At the palm strike aiming to directly impact the internal organs through the gaps in ribs, and a distinct rumble of pain spilled through Lei's lips. At the same pace, Ram's knee tried assaulting the snapping body, which then got blocked, but grabbing the hair of her opponent from the back of his head, she slammed him onto the floor. On top of that, she consecutively swung down her heel into his face. Merciless might, continuous attacks, those were the only way to drive Lei into certain defeat. However, this had been far from being sufficient for damaging Lei. The heel ram swung down onto his face. Having grabbed that slender ankle whilst lying down, he glared at Ram from below with a blood-stained, evil countenance. Lei, Nisama, cow tilde GHT, Emilia, Huria, Lei, Japanese letter, GRH tilde tsu. Lei expressed a smile on his evil countenance and his body. From a directly horizontal, a CK Japanese letter, by the ice hammer given shape to and swung by Emilia like a golf swing, got blown off. It was a nice save, just when he was about to put his wickedness to work by grabbing Ram's leg. At Lei, who went rolling and somersaulting skillfully, Emilia gallantly raised her eyebrows and puffed up her chest. As merciless as always, I suppose. Beatrice, while supporting his body right by his side, whispered in response to those actions of Emilia's with admiration, amazement, and somewhat pride. The truth is, Subaru felt the same. She had a cute face she could truly be relied upon. Ram, Emilia-sama, gratitude for the rescue. Emilia, it's fine. Ram got grabbed because she's moving around this much after all. Julius as well, thank you for coming here. Julius, not at all. Gluttony is an opponent I am deeply connected to as well. Rather, my deepest apologies for exposing Emilia-sama and Miss Ram to danger. This was originally supposed to be a spot where I would tell you to kindly stand back, but, Ram, with that as the opponent, there must be no room to be acting upon chivalry or gentlemanliness, isn't it? Whilst hugging her elbows, Ram flatly intercepted Julius' words. Even Julius could not refuse that. It seemed as if he felt ashamed of his feelings towards that itself. There is a certain style to battle, there are certain rules to warriors. However, adhering to that and becoming too obsessed over pride would result in large losses. Japanese letter, FOR Julius, this was a difficult spot. However, there was no choice for him but to respond to it. At the very least, with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, an atrocious gang, as the ENEMY Japanese letter, Lei, a tilde H, you sure are doing it. To do this much with us, as the opponent is quite something. Saying that, the aforementioned Sin Archbishop stood up while shaking his head. Whether that was him resounding having received Emilia's heroic blow from his shoulder, his right arm was still loosely handing down. Possibly, the shoulder bones had perhaps been fractured. If that was true, then it could be said it was possibly fatal for the authority of lay Batenkatos, of reconstructing battle styles through memories. No matter how proficient a battle style may be, it would be rendered meaningless if it was not exercised perfectly. Subaru. Or instead, by substituting with the little sister, are you going to be switching the body and everything to the other? Lei, Japanese letter. Waharen, we see, Ha-Oni-Isen is aware of our solar eclipse, and lunar eclipse is what that means. Well, got seen through, isn't it? But you know, tilde W, putting an abrupt halt to his words, Gluttony carefully stuck his tongue out, as if mocking Subaru and the rest. Though Subaru furrowed his eyebrows to that gesture, the answer was provided immediately. That WRS Japanese letter, lay. Japanese letter, I in such a disadvantageous situation, I tilde S there any meaning for us to still continue fighting. Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Not good. Obvious logic, Subaru shouted while cursing the shallowness of his own thought. Hearing that call of Subaru's, Emilia and the others also seemingly reached the same thought, but they were too late. Lay, Baha tilde hey. Lightly swinging his hand, Lay's figure jumped over the space. Using the odd talent of the leaper, he erased his form from the aisle. Julius, stay on the lookout for the surroundings. We don't know where he may appear from yet. Ram. Japanese letter, IT is futile. That bunch, once they are allowed to get away, they escape. That must be why they haven't been caught even once yet, isn't it? Rendering his form invisible was Gluttony. Julius called for vigilance for his surprise attack, but Ram probed into the situation with composure whilst shaking her head left and right. Subaru, too, felt the same as Ram. Just as the words Lay had left, there lay not a single reason for him to continue fighting in such a disadvantageous situation. Lay Baiting Katos was a Sin archbishop, not a warrior. He did not possess the qualities of continuing to fight until the very end or enjoying hard battles either. According to Louis' statement, what they desired was the greatest life, the itinerary of optimum solutions. Japanese letter, THE hazards of hard battles or defeat, those could not even be forgotten desires for them. Emilia, then it's over already. Dumbfounded, Emilia whispered, whilst reducing the ice hammer she held in her hand to air. In those words was not the relief of the enemy having disappeared, but the disappointment having let a bitter enemy slip from their H or NDS Japanese letter no, something differing furthermore, despondency. The reply to that despondency, WRS Japanese letter, RAM. Japanese letter, JUST, a little bit more and yet. Japanese letter, Ram. Just a single step more, and the bunch who made Rem go through all that could have been, HK. Kneeling down, Ram raised a high-pitched voice. She powerfully struck her fist to the aisle's floor, trembling her voice regarding Gluttony, who had artfully succeeded in running away. Everyone in this place was painfully aware of the feelings of her regretful self. The reason why Emilia prevaricated her words, why Julius hid his yellow eyes, why Beatrice, besides Subaru, lowered her shoulders, all of it collected upon that. They had come to possess a sudden clue. However, unlike relying on knowledge of the tower, inquiring Gluttony about the damage dealt by the authority of Gluttony directly was a way that had been thought over with certainty. To have that slip away from right in front of the eyes, it was obvious to feel despondency for that. Subaru. This, Lay has been repelled away, is that what it would mean? Understanding the feelings of Rames, sinking deep into lamentation, Subaru possessed a different kind of doubt. Seeing the disadvantage of 3 against 1, Lay decided to withdraw from this spot. However, speaking in terms of whether he had withdrawn completely as a threat to the watchtower, that was yet unclear. Though Ram had informed Julius of the futility of looking out for a surprise attack, that was something limited to only this place. Within the tower, dangerous Gluttony were wandering around. That situation yet remained unchanged. If so, then it could not possibly be said that one of the 5 obstacles had been eliminated. On the contrary, they had left an opponent about whom they had no idea where he may clash in from to take care of himself. That was all there was to it. Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Should the guy who escaped be ran after, or should another problem be looked after? At any rate, right now. Japanese letter, THE thin, known as a situation's all bout the opponent, where you should be moving, round without thinking, anything. Japanese letter. Suddenly, the moment he was giving consideration to the possibility of not making a move, he felt his hair rise at the voice which originated from behind. When everyone turned back instantly, slow footsteps approached from ahead of the aisle. Their owner, as if simply taking a walk without halting a single step, That was not something the aforementioned bunch would do. For some reason. I'm talking a walk round my garden, yet why'd I be worrying 'bout other fellas? Boldly, without feeling shy for a single thing, the M or N Japanese letter, the figure of Reed, who descended down from the second layer. At that, Subaru felt the situation deteriorate further. Keeping the issue of Reed for later, he had hastened Lei baiting Kato's subjugation. But in terms of results, Lei had escaped, and obstructing Reed's revival had completely FRILED Japanese letter, Emilia. Since when did this tower become your garden? Reed. Hey, don't you go round having misunderstandings, fiercely frizzling. Lemme tell ya, when I said garden I wasn't referring to this gloomy tower. You ain't it obvious be callin' the whole damn world's my garden. Julius, if the man who became legend by a single swing of sword says that, then that comment must not be a trifling matter. At the arrival of Reed, who was not supposed to be able to leave the second layer, Emilia and Julius fired their own respective astonishment and words. The response to that was extremely typical of Reed, that could be stated straightforwardly. For this warrior who surpassed all human intellect, the idea of thinking over his FOOTSTEPS Japanese letter, no, not just footsteps. The thought of taking other people into consideration was completely out of the balance. Ram. Japanese letter, WHY, have you descended down here? You were not supposed to be able to leave that floor, isn't that so, trial taker? Reed. Talking to women knelt down, and sunken ain't to my licking. If you want me to answer, then try requesting. I don't think strong-hearted women are bad, though I don't think weak-hearted women are bad either. Ram. Is that so? Japanese letter, SUCH, a sleazebag. Without expecting a direct response, Ram promptly halted her response to Reed. The next instant, Ram, who had kicked the floor with enough force to burst it open, rushed towards the opposing Reed's bottom in a straight line, and turning into a pink whirlwind, leapt towards the sword saint standing bolt upright. At the same pace, making the best use of her petite build, a high-speed rotating kick was fired from her heel towards Reed's head. Without any exaggeration, a kick strike with enough force to mow down his head. It was a stark kick which, if it landed a direct hit, would blow off his head physically, if not that then at the very least, his consciousness. Of course, the respective recoil would flow into Subaru from Ram and ache like a strike of lightning would bolt through his body. Subaru. Goo tilde u tilde HK. It is said that when an artery explodes, it pains to an inconceivable level. Right now, it could be boasted that what was running through Subaru's entire body was something close to that. Ram's attack, which had been unleashed to this extent, the fruits it bore WERE Japanese letter, Reed. Not bad, but that's all it's got. Had it been Tricia, she would have broken the floor with a single blow, you know. Ram. Monster. Reed. Don't lump me together with something like monsters. There's gotta be a limit to how low my worth can be, you know. Intercepting the kicking leg, he had the impact flow into the ground. Having been witnessed earlier physical attack, KILLING Japanese letter, that made the floor and walls of the aisle develop cracks, however, the damage to Reed himself had been blocked perfectly. And towards Ram's abdomen, who had halted MOVEMENT Japanese letter, Reed. Here, try enduring this, you. Spinning and turning around his body once, Reed's bulky and sturdy legs sprang up. At the same pace, the sole of his foot captured Ram's body and swept it right upwards energetically. Ram. Kafog. With the air within her lungs squeezed out, Ram's lips, as she widened her eyes, vomited a large amount of blood out. Whilst bathing in that without evading it, Reed narrowed his eye unconcealed by the eye patch and distorted his lips. However, immediately opening up his narrowed eye again, he spilled out the he tilde LL. With his voice. Ram. It was successful, wasn't it? At that instant, Ram grasped the leg caved into her abdomen and, using her entire body, settled the joint of her knee. With an attitude as if unaffected by the impact of the strike which had pierced through her abdomen. Seeing that, Reed carved a puzzled EXPRESSION Japanese letter, Reed. Japanese letter, THE heck. You're behind this 2-eye young fish. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. With a damp voice, he told Subaru, who gnashed his molars at the anguish like a bowling ball had been thrown into the pit of his stomach. Emilia. Japanese letter, tilde HK. No, don't get any closer to Subaru. Immediately afterwards, Emilia stepped ahead upon observing hazardous emotions levitating across Reed's blue eyes. However, upon her advance, Reed swung his arm in annoyance, purloining the ice sword driven into him and mercilessly struck Emilia's shoulder with its handle and energetically kicked her after she fell down. Emilia. Tilde HK. Reed, you're in my way. Receiving the kick, Emilia got physically blown away. Much frighteningly, Reed did that with the leg whose knee was supposed to be captured in grip. In other words, whilst continuing to have Ram cling to his leg, he had kicked and sent Emilia flying. In the end, no matter how much strength Ram may pour in, it could not do anything to Reed's knee. Ram. KGH, his limits know no end. Julius. Japanese letter, PRE yourself. Casting aside the advantage of locking him, Ram, like a chess piece, and Julius drew near him alongside. However, the result of the attacks of the two was just as miserable. His kick and his hand being used like a sword shot down Ram and Julius respectively, who were supposed to be at the pinnacle as warriors. Ram had her neck struck, Julius had his leg broken, all of them rendered incapable of standing. Subaru. Japanese letter, SHIT. And in the aisle where comrades had fallen, Reed approached further, having literally eliminated the obstacles in his way. In front of his eyes was merely the groggy Subaru, who had taken up Emilia and others' damage, and Beatrice, who had spread both of her arms wide as if shielding that Subaru. Subaru. B. It's no use, Beatrice. It doesn't matter if it's no use or if it's absurd, in fact. This is property protection of Subaru. In this case, it is a special field of Betty's, Subaru's partner as well, I suppose. Beatrice's voice of acting strong right now echoed far too vainly. Even when trying to respond to that strong spirit of Beatrice's, Subaru's hands, legs, made no reaction to the fighting spirit. What Subaru had taken up was only damage, which seemingly rendered the actions of his comrades futile. 3 of them were merely conscious. That was the fruit their willpower bore. Beatrice, Reed, why are you aiming for Betty and the others? For Subaru, in fact. Reed, cause it's in the middle of the trial, saying that be a pretty outdated response. My original plan aside, that actually goes for that pretty one, Beatrice. So what, I suppose. Reed, by meeting that one firsthand, my mind changed. It's disgusting, so I'll erase him. A judgment grounded on peculiar sensitivity, conversation could not work against such an opponent. At the same time, with the possibility of him turning over his view wiped out, Beatrice gnashed her pretty molars and glanced at Subaru lying behind, who had crumbled down and had been rendered immobile. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The reason why she took a tiny breath was because she resolved her preparedness to fight and protect Subaru. He wanted to tell her to run away. However, what spilled out of Subaru's lips was merely a hoarse breath. Reed, there ain't any need for you to go out of your way and rush to your death, you know, kid. Beatrice, unfortunately enough, living as if dead is utterly unwelcome at this point. Reed, who tilde H that so? Then there ain't any choice. With his name bearing the expression of a hero and a legend, he would not hurt a girl child. Believing such thoughts to be as though illusions, the glint in Reed's eye remained firm. It seemed to be sentencing, as if the one standing in his path was not but an infant. Henceforth, without expecting any benevolence of Black Square, Beatrice was the first one to use all her might. Beatrice, all Minya. The emerging countless violet arrow submerged the aisle entirely and completely blocked off any paths for Reed to escape through. To fatally wound with the slightest contact was the special trait of Minya's. Fathoming that with a single glance, without flinching whatsoever, Reed curved his lips. Beatrice, Natsuki Subaru's great spirit, Beatrice. Reed, good going. Japanese letter, stick swinger, Reed Astrea. With the mutual exchange of names, the atmosphere froze. Beatrice, with the violet crystals spread out in the air, and Reed, having picked up Julius, knight's sword that had fallen at his feet, prepared themselves. Japanese letter, until the very end of the end, Subaru was unable to voice anything. However, he kept his eyes open, He never closed them for even an instant. His own decisions and choices, from the results they bore, he had been unable to avert his eyes. He had been unable to avert THEM Japanese letter. Count 15. Japanese symbol gluttony deserts, upon observing the situation to be visibly unfavorable. Neglected read ultimately comes to kill Subaru with absolute certainty. Japanese letter, NEVER again. Will he let someone die before his own self? Subaru. Beatrice tilde HK. Wah, W, what happened, I suppose. Subaru. The moment he opened his eyes, he hugged the young girl before him without any forethought. Astonished by the sudden action, the young GIRL Japanese letter Beatrice stiffened her petite body. It was his reunion with her, who had persisted with tragic preparedness until the previous moment. It turned into relief within his chest, along with unbearable guilt that breathed a painful wind into his black square. Subaru, Beatrice. He was grateful he was able to meet her again. Along with that, he felt apologetic for having her go through all of that. Beatrice, Subaru. Japanese letter NO, it's nothing. I do remember. You are Beatrice, I am Natsuki Subaru. You and I are each other's partners. Now onwards too. Please take care of me. Please have fun with me. Very good. Beatrice. Very good, in fact. Beatrice, perplexed, raised her thumb at Subaru's rhythmic words. It was an expression that must not be existing in this different world, so it must be the result of Subaru poisoning her with it. Patting that head of hers, Subaru took in a deep inhale and exhaled shortly. Following that, he switched over his consciousness, believing he must grasp the SITUATION Japanese letter, Beatrice. Calm down, I suppose, Subaru. Beatrice. Properly tell what happened, in fact. Did something happen inside the book, I suppose? Were Reed's memories displayed? Betty aside, what about Emilia and everyone? Confirm whether you remember them, in fact. Properly recall all things precious, I suppose. Subaru. That's right. Holding both of Subaru's cheeks in her hands, Beatrice brought that to attention. Hearing those words of hers, in front of her hurried self, he fell into slight reflection. It was a phenomenon that might happen to someone who was looping often. For an individual piling up loops, the fresh taste of a happening eventually fades away. With that, experience points gained with people for whom that happening is for the first time and react accordingly slips off, and suddenly people start to appear as not being PEOPLE Japanese letter, Subaru. I never thought I'd be in that position. In those kinds of works, the mind and body falls into that state due to trials run tens, hundreds, or times even more than that. Compared to that, for Subaru it WRS Japanese letter merely the 15th time. To stop thinking of people as people in merely 15 times, perhaps it could be said his black square was turning harsher. Subaru. Am I an idiot? No, I am an idiot. Casting away the weak, brittle, pathetic nature of his own black square, Subaru braced his mind. He had only died 15 times yet, that is all. Without having made any progress, he had merely exhausted his life in indolence. How come did his such self hold any right to proclaim that he was exhausted? Such a thing did not exist for him. It did not. Stand up, raise your face, clench your fists, Natsuki Subaru. There's nobody else except you. Except you. Japanese letter H D it been Natsuki Subaru. Such failures never would have. Beatrice. Japanese letter FROM the very beginning. Subaru has never been some Superman capable of doing everything, in fact. Japanese letter. Suddenly, Beatrice told Subaru, who had been repeatedly wondering to himself. Subaru inhaled upon that comment and widened his eyes. Gazing into those black eyes of Subaru straightforwardly, Beatrice shook her head left and right, conceiving grief in her blue eyes. Beatrice, it can be said countless times, I suppose. Subaru is no such Superman who can do anything, in fact, always frantic about what lies in front, gets hurt for everyone's sake. Even enduring pain is not something he is good at. He is a normal boy, I suppose. Subaru, that's not possible. That's not. After all, it should be that way, Beatrice. It should be that way. Subaru, it should be that way, only then can this. He firmly gripped to the pit of his stomach, gritting his molars, thinking back to the wounds of his arm, to the wounds within his body, to his arms which had grown slightly sturdier, to everyone who relied upon Subaru, to Emilia, to Beatrice, to Ram, to Julius, to Echidna, to Meili, to Shola. His guts were rumbling such that it was irritating. They were rashly pushing away, more than the moment of being on the verge of death, but perhaps Subaru's black square. So you have returned, Natsuki-kun. Did something happen? Geez, only I saw tilde N. Just when I thought you've worried everyone, it's because of Thar tilde T. No fighting with Beatrice Jan, now onward tilde RDS. Disputing with Subaru, and BEATRICE Japanese letter, no. It was nothing so stern. However, looking at the state of the two facing him, they were Meili and Echidna returning from their patrolling of the library. Neither could he look at the faces of those two straightforwardly. Echidna, Beatrice, did something happen to Natsuki-kun? Was the impact indeed too much? Beatrice, it's not as if that's not true, in fact. But Betty and the rest's proper thought was far too lacking for Subaru, who had to experience that misery, I suppose. Echidna, that is. Echidna furrowed her eyebrows at Beatrice, who turned her gaze downwards after staring at Subaru. However, she immediately pulled her chin in, as if having judged the circumstances. Echidna, Shola, who had jumped out, and Julius, who went after her, have not returned. I am also worried about Emilia-san and Ram-san, who went to see Rem-san. I would like to join up with at least either of them, but Beatrice, Echidna and Meili head to the balcony, in fact. Betty will head to the green room and search for Emilia, I suppose. Stay sufficiently careful, in fact. Meili, that's okay, boo tilde T. What's Oni-san going to do tilde? At Beatrice's brisk instruction, Echidna and Meili's lines of sight turned towards Subaru. At those gazes, naturally, Subaru wanted to say he would accompany Beatrice, but Beatrice, Japanese letter, SUB or RU, will quietly stay here, I suppose. Subaru, wah, don't say stupid stuff, Beatrice. I'm all right. My senses may certainly have dulled down after returning from the book, but they'll immediately be in their place. Informed by the standing Beatrice, Subaru reflexively snarled at those words. At the same pace, he poured strength into his legs in order to stand at the same level as them. He poured strength into his legs, BUT Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, or H. Beatrice. Be in their place, and what then, in fact? At Beatrice's question, Subaru looked down onto his legs in astonishment. Even if he tried to pour strength somehow, especially into his knees, he was unable to retain balance. No matter what he did, his posture crumbled and he was unable to stand up. Subaru, why, Beatrice? It's a matter of course, I suppose. Subaru is always working too hard, in fact. Subaru, no, wait, please wait. Everything's somehow working out when I'm at this level, that's Japanese letter, Subaru. That's not possible. I am, shaking his head left and right in refusal. No matter how many times he tried, the result remained unchanged. Even though he possessed no pain, no anguish, no fatigue, his will did not get conveyed to his limbs. And whilst he remained occupied with that, Beatrice ultimately took a single step in the direction of the staircase. Beatrice, Japanese letter, SUB or RU, Betty and the rest will cover whatever remains lacking, I suppose. That is why you don't have to think of doing anything and everything all alone, in fact, after all, Subaru. Beatrice. After all, that is Natsuki Subaru, I suppose. Leaving behind a smile for Subaru, who widened his eyes in astonishment, Beatrice dashed. As if equaling her energy, Echidna and Meili also turned their backs towards Subaru. Echidna, Natsuki-kun, I have expectations from you, that you still might be able to give one last push. Meili, I think it's fine if you rest, but it was Oni-san who said some pretty grand stuff to me, so tilde, work hard on that a bit more. Saying all they had to say, the figures of the three disappeared from the library, leaving Subaru behind, whom they had all spoken to. If they were to take the staircase from the third layer, the three will encounter Julius, who must be making his way back around this timing. Or perhaps at this rate, Julius would not come and drag Subaru out. He had embraced that expectation as WELL Japanese letter, Subaru. No way he'd come, if Beatrice says all that. He respected that. Much less, the Subaru, after returning from the Book of the Dead, had been seen by the two of Echidna and Meili. There was no way their kind selves would not relay that. However, that solicitude came at the cost of life, even though he did not want to see someone among his comrades die before him. Subaru, all because I'm so weak, because I'm losing my spirit at just this level. Why? Had it been the true Natsuki Subaru, he must not have halted his feet by just this. His rage towards his own worthless self gave rise to warmth in Subaru's chest. However, alongside that, a separate feeling was also gushing forth. That was the words Beatrice had left behind. Japanese letter, from the very beginning, Subaru has never been some Superman capable of doing everything, in fact. It can be said countless times, I suppose. Subaru is no such Superman who can do anything, in fact. Always frantic about what lies in front, gets hurt for everyone's sake. Even enduring pain is not something he is good at. He is a normal boy, I suppose. What Beatrice had recited, the image of the Natsuki Subaru not present here. Despite hearing that, Subaru was unable to believe that. It was difficult to believe in. After all, in accordance with that, that would truly mean he was just a normal human, isn't it? Subaru, something must have happened. That must have changed you, isn't it, Natsuki Subaru? Something like an extravagant meeting with someone. Something like attaining an unbelievable power. Something like experiencing something his current self couldn't even imagine. Because something must have happened, which had allowed him to grow out of being the hopeless Natsuki Subaru, that Natsuki Subaru must have won the faith of everyone in his life in a different world. Subaru, it has to be like that. Without change, beating his legs, Subaru rolled up the sleeves of his clothes. Over there, a sarcoma with its origins not within Subaru's memories had engraved a pattern. Personally experiencing, as if taking responsibility for that seeming curse over his body, its root perhaps still remained without changing. That was not possible. That is why Natsuki Subaru, WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Natsuki Subaru, I summon you. Suddenly, what he had mouthed was the genesis of the suspicion he harbored for this world's Natsuki Subaru. The message for the existence absent here who had, upon times, engraved upon his arm, upon times, composed as if it were a curse, and inscribed it on the room, seemingly finding it to be as if hexing someone who had stolen away the role which originally belonged to himself. Subaru, if you really are within me, then come out now. Gripping his arms powerfully, with strength such that his bones would grate, Subaru called for Natsuki Subaru, who was WITHI in Japanese letter no, who was not present here. The existence who could achieve ideals which Subaru, who was present here, could never attain. He asked Natsuki Subaru to come out if he was here. Subaru, come, come, come. Show yourself, Natsuki Subaru. His arms had been lacking, so he latched to his neck with his hands. Of course, the deed of strangling oneself with his own hands, neither was it easy, nor could it be properly done. In the first place, something as convenient as Natsuki Subaru showing his face when his life was in a predicament would never occur. Had that been the trigger, Subaru would have drawn him close 20 times now. Just how many times Natsuki Subaru would have shown his face through that? Subaru. Shit, shit, shit. I can't do it. You're needed for this, Natsuki Subaru. Seizing the grasp on his trembling knees, Subaru powerfully struck the floor with his fist. Though his fist pained upon striking the floor of the library of unknown material properties, it could not possibly equal the sense of hopelessness tormenting his chest. He wanted to save them. He truly wanted to save everyone. Nobody was in the wrong. Nobody would mutually hurt each other. He knew that. He could believe without any wavering that he could save, that he could love everything. Even though he wanted to save his beloved everyone, he did not possess the power to save them. Subaru, precisely now is when you are needed, isn't it? And yet, why is it me? My weak, cowardly self cannot save, and yet, even now his legs could not move. Due to that, he ended up making Beatrice, Echidna, Meili, those who had not been here, Emilia, Ram, Julius, Scholler, face their point of death. Because Subaru had not been able to do anything, they who had been destined to die could not be saved. Subaru, Cor Leonis. Whispering weakly, Subaru activated his own authority in order to be wounded. The power of the little king that dwelled within him immediately reported the positions of his comrades within the tower. On top of that, the reality of them heading to face their own end, of the tower heading to its demise. Distant, having unrolled a violent battle, that light was Emilia. This time Ram, who was supposed to stay by her side. Her light was slightly distanced, a W or Y Japanese letter, two separate lights. Patrash and Rem, she was accompanying them. In the balcony, Scholler was struggling fiercely, and perhaps Maylie had joined together there with her. Julius and Echidna seemed to be moving together, and Beatrice, acting independently, was heading towards Emilia and the others is what he comprehended. The flow was precisely as Beatrice's instructions and Subaru's knowledge of the situation. At the same pace, the current circumstance headed towards failure as WELL Japanese letter. Subaru, Japanese letter. With his mind directed by such negative thoughts, Subaru picked up a curious sense of discomfort. As he turned his head towards his HIND Japanese letter, Subaru took an extensive look of the enormous library, filled with countless books of the dead, Taygeta. Japanese letter. It was an odd sensation. Unmistakably, it was a sensation he was feeling for the first time. After all, ever since he grew conscious of his authority of Cor Leonis, he had been activating it at this spot, after returning by death. Each time after that, Subaru headed for his comrades below, changing the cards he played repeatedly, running about for the sake of changing the situation, ultimately using and exhausting his own life. That is why activating the authority in Taygeta was a matter of course for him. However, after what Beatrice told him, stopping his feet here, a single step distant from the core and getting to overlook the situations within the tower, might have been the origin of this. Thanks to that, what could this have been, Subaru? Japanese letter, THIS, response is. Faintly, he could feel it, so dim that it felt as if it was about to disappear. It was distant from his comrades within the tower, however. When compared to being felt with certainty, it was a fleeting, frail SENS, a TION Japanese letter, but a sensation that was certainly present there. Pushing himself and having his trembling legs move, Subaru advanced tardily like a caterpillar. After that, he quickly had his body lean onto the bookshelf and elevated his upper body with all his might. Somehow leaning his body weight on the bookshelf, he stood up, and he stretched his hand out to the frail light about to disappear and grasped it. That grasped light, a single book of the dead, drawing that OUT Japanese letter, he gulped down a single inhale. A single book with just the title upon its black binding, a book terribly dull and stale. However, it possessed profound meaning for Subaru. BECAUSE Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, and a TSUKI Subaru. Japanese letter, THERE present was, the Book of the Dead not supposed to be there. Translation note. The Book of the Dead has Natsuki Subaru's name in kanji, Chinese letter, Japanese symbol, Chinese letter. Instead of katakana, Japanese letter, Japanese symbol, Japanese letter. Arc 6, Chapter 73, Natsuki Subaru. Translated by Archbishop. Archbishop 17. Proofread by Nanashi Art Sources. Shakara 0 Bugel X Canoe 000, Wisteria 993 Pei. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero, starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter, WIT, the Book of the Dead, which had Natsuki Subaru inscribed on it in his hands. He stood still. Subaru. Japanese letter, widening his dark eyes in astonishment. Subaru felt his throat rapidly turning parched. Modest expressions, such as astonishing or stupefying, would be far too lacking. What had struck Subaru at that moment was something much more serious, something as if numbing harm. A lethal toxic which would wield effect only when used on Subaru, and nobody else. Japanese letter. The Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru was piercing through Subaru whilst commanding such powerful connotation. Subaru, WHY. So, the Book of the Dead not supposed to be here was present here. What was supposed to be present in the third layer of Pleiades' watchtower Taygeta were the books of the dead recording the lives of the departed. Having the book of a living being was contradictory. Or perhaps, could this mean he simply, by chance, had found the book of a human with the same name and surname? Subaru, that would have actually been convincing, had this not been a different world. The possibility that rose to the surface in his mind was instantly repudiated. Though it was a matter, of course, this place was a different WORLD Japanese letter in this place, where even the rules of naming would be vastly different from what Subaru was aware of. Why would a name like Natsuki Subaru take birth here? Even before that, there lay a decisive issue. The title of that book of Natsuki Subaru had been written in kanji. Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. From what all Subaru had witnessed till now, even letters were disparate in this different world. That is why, even if someone else, aside from Subaru, who did not know of the world's letters were to see it, they would probably perceive this title as if being hieroglyphic characters or something of that sort. If that were to be considered, the unbelievable chances of Subaru finding the Book of the Dead of Natsuki, Subaru here through sheer luck, WERE Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, ITS predetermined and established, whom this belongs to. He could only think of that being true. Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Once again, with the Book of the Dead in his hands, Subaru silenced himself and pondered. The reason why Subaru happened upon this Book of the Dead was because he had depended upon the dim response he had spied out through Core Leonis. This had not been the first or second time he had searched for a book in the library, though Subaru was mindful of it. Discovering the book being aimed for in this enormous archive was a deed next to impossible to achieve. Perhaps the kind unattainable unless God's invisible hand was being put to work. Subaru, or perhaps not God but someone's, Subaru convicted, as if having anticipated that. The rest lay in the authenticity of this Book of the Dead Japanese letter, whether what was depicted here was truly the life of Natsuki Subaru or not. If it was depicted indeed, then what sort of a trick was behind it? As the solemn truth, Subaru was here alive. If the Book of the Dead of this Subaru was truly here THEN Japanese letter, Subaru. Am I being treated as deceased ever since I lost my memories? The books of the dead of Taygeta, that hall of memories, is even observing the worlds I die in. If that were the case, then in no way is it inconceivable that it was depicting Subaru's deaths in some type of form through the Book of the Dead. However, in that case, what did that make of return by death? Subaru, whether it rewinds time or does it rebuild the world itself, I had given a thought to both, but, for the argument's sake, in the case that the books of the dead assumed a method to generate the book of Natsuki Subaru, it could not be helped but to reach the conviction that the latter had much more likelihood. If that holds true, then the phenomenon which encased this Natsuki Subaru was not something as charming as return by death, BUT Japanese letter, Subaru. Am I an idiot? No, I am an idiot. Damn coward. Sensing his contemplation disarray into a slant, Subaru abused himself. Why his thoughts had gone astray, he understood the reason for that by immediately noticing his own cowardice. Japanese letter, HE was merely frightened of the Book of the Dead. What would happen when he would read the book of Natsuki Subaru? He was frightened of that happening whose course was completely unfathomable. That is why, pursuing the hypothesis lacking all foundation, he was trying to delay it and keep delaying it, of opening up the first page of the book within his hands. Subaru, Japanese letter, though it was not a hypothesis which came into being merely 5 minutes ago or anything. The fact that the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru was present here was strange, but for Subaru, it was also salvation. Subaru also considered the evidence that it had not popped up and appeared at just this instant. However, along with that, it also held the meaning that a Natsuki Subaru other than himself had certainly existed and had walked his own path in this different world, and also that Subaru was trampling upon those footsteps from above, laying waste to them and painting them out. That is why all that was left was to gain confirmation. Subaru, first of all, as the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru. Where does this thing start from, and where does it end at? At Meili's instance, precisely from her infancy, ONW or RDS Japanese letter, ever since she gained awareness of Black Square, ever since her memories had been established as memories, even her half-death was able to be followed up too. However, how would things unfold in Subaru's case? Japanese letter H, a V-I-N-G, read the Book of the Dead. It originated with sprouting as self-consciousness, identical to that of Meili, facing growth over time, and finally, where it all came to an end. If Natsuki Subaru is being counted as deceased instead of the present Natsuki Subaru who lost his memories, to follow up to Natsuki Subaru's memories till the moment immediately preceding the loss of memories would be natural, or perhaps not. Instead, perhaps it would follow up to the memories of the present Subaru who had lost his memories and awakened inside the tower. In that scenario, which death would it choose for the end? Otherwise, as Reed's Book of the Dead, what would merely be present would be a wreckage of memories turned void. Just as the memories of Reed, which had been recorded in the Book of the Dead, had disappeared from within the book in order to reconstruct him as the trial taker of this tower, the memories of Natsuki Subaru had also possibly disappeared. That is why, what would be visible after opening this book would not be the memories of Natsuki Subaru, B-U-T Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, I-N the end. What do you want to do, cowardly bastard? Does he desire to see it? Does he desire not to see it? Disdaining his own self, who had been unable to easily respond to that, reprimanding the fearfully curled-up black square, he exhaled. After coming this far, it was inconceivable to opt for not seeing it. Even if it had risen to the surface as an option, he could not even envisage the lunacy of choosing it. That is why, that is WHY Japanese letter, and then, and THEN Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Taking a powerful breath in, he opened up the Book of the Dead, and the journey of Natsuki Subaru, of an unknown origin, and an unknown TERMIN, a TION Japanese letter. Japanese letter, THIS, is seriously bad. Tasting a solid sensation on his face, his brain was being scorched by the flaming heat in his abdomen. Violent fever, which restricted even his breathing, his head felt hot as if magma had been poured into his blood vessels. Yet his limbs turned colder and heavier, the inconsistent sensations jolting his existence down to the very soul itself. His thoughts screamed about what had occurred. His thoughts screamed that he must do something. With those flowing in and intertwining, he gave rise to a screech. However, his consciousness, which was screaming he must do something, proved to be futile. The moment he moved his hands in an attempt to break out of the deadlock and touched his guts, which were the origin of the scorching heat, his palm was drenched wet with thick blood, and he understood that further blood also had the floor drenched. Japanese letter H, is all of this my blood? Though he was unaware of the amount of blood that had flowed on and inundated the floor, the bleeding had not been of the level of blood donation, and so forth. The source of his life, streaming out, did not put a halt to the fragile lamp of life. In short, his flesh body had already commenced the countdown to death. Even still, the reason why had not died yet was because for this life of his, which was heading towards its death, there yet remained a mission to fulfill. Japanese letter H. He had to raise his voice. He must raise his voice. Watch out. It's dangerous. Don't come here. Run. Without turning back even once, run at full speed. And he must inform about the hazard. He must convey it to her, inform her about danger, so that she does not enter this place. And YET Japanese letter, he was unable to raise his voice. What spilled out instead was the nauseating warm blood clot. With his throat clogged by that, he was rendered incapable of bringing out even a single uncouth word. Violently coughing, the scorching heat in his abdomen expanded. Ache and agony, misery and disorder, RND Japanese letter, BRU. The tone of the silver bell's voice eventually took a step into the space it must not enter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. He had to stop that, no matter what. And yet, he did not make it. Though he had to do that even if it meant selling his life away for it, just because his guts had gotten lacerated. Japanese letter, tilde HK. A scream echoed. Someone collapsed down onto the floor along with a violent report. The hand of that fallen someone, overlapping with hand of his fallen self, was an offensive prank on part of the far too ironic fate. In all ways, the wickedness of the one known as fate was far too onerous to describe with words. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, those weakly trembling fingers, softly grasped that overlapping hand. Grasping back that sensation of fingers, as if they were clinging and relying upon, Subaru deeply, deeply, along with that clump of blood, inhaled. 8. The overflowing clot of blood, the seeping and streaming away life. He could not stop that outward flow of blood. No longer could he do anything. This situation had reached its absolute limits. All due to a single powerless, incompetent man, everything was going to start afresh. That is why his vow died with this blood, wielded no significance. Even though he knew nothing could be done, his idiocy yet commanded him to vow. Even though he knew it was over. Even though he knew it will be over. As if those were not coming to an end, disgracefully he vowed. I will. For SURE Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, SAVEU. At the next instant, HE Japanese letter, Natsuki, Subaru Natsuki, Subaru Natsuki, Subaru lost his life. The moment the connection was severed, Subaru sensed firm pain at the back of his head. Subaru. Gia H Japanese letter, tilde HK. The impact reverberating in his skull, he hallucinated as if he had been suddenly struck from behind, but he immediately understood that he was mistaken. Because Subaru's body had collapsed right behind, and he could feel the entirety of his back make contact with the chilling floor. Subaru, this place is icy and dim, not in the soiled building, but he was in the library of Taegeta. Slowly pouring energy back into his body, turning about his dumbfounded head, Subaru turned his neck, round Japanese letter, and then touched his own guts with great perplexity. There supposed to be present was the wound which would diminish his life. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Subaru. Not there, not there, not there, the wound is not there. The slash in the guts is not there. HK. Touching his guts countless times, he confirmed the disappearance of the origin of scorching heat. Within the spectacle he had witnessed immediately previously, that utmost vivid sensation was vanishing. He had heard that the brain hallucinates ache far too scorchingly hot as a fever, a phenomenon identical to what had occurred. In other WORDS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, a memory of having the guts be slashed open and dying. The end of having the guts cut open by a sharp-edged tool, drowning in the foam of blood and powerlessness, and dying. Finally, if he himself had alone been the one to die by that, it was still excusable. However, that was not how it had been. Subaru, Sattler, what he whispered, at the very end of the end, the girl he had been unable to save, her NRME Japanese letter, her alias. Within that memory, the silver-haired young girl he recognized had fabricated her name and come in contact with Subaru. What had been the reason behind that? Though it was evident no evil intent was the reason for it. Subaru, still dying such an uncouth way. Putting his hand on his forehead, Subaru ruminated about what had occurred to his own body. Summoned to the different world, wandering aimlessly in the town with foolish positivity, picking up a quarrel with delinquents and almost dying, saved by Sattler from that, and assisting her in her search for what she was looking for Japanese letter, Subaru. Completely useless. At the final moment, without even conveying the crisis he was supposed to convey, he ended up having her get involved as well. Not just dying wastefully, the word vain in the expression dying in vain could not even make for an excuse. The life of Natsuki, SUBRU Japanese letter, Natsuki Subaru could never compensate for it. Subaru. But it was not as if he had gained absolutely nothing from it. Subaru. Japanese letter, THIS was the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru. That alone was the certain, absolute, unquestionable truth. Subaru, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, hopeless, foolish, weak, irredeemable Natsuki Subaru. He continued to enlarge his absurd self-consciousness, overlapping with that, averted his eyes away from his lack of filial piety, and finally, using being summoned into the different world as a convenient means of escaping, and by exhibiting pessimistic positivity, he became a swindler trying to deceive himself, those around him, anything and everything. The result of that idiocy had tied together with the tragedy in that loot storehouse. What a pretentious, naive, and foolish failure had it been. How come could he stay defenseless at that hazardous place? What gave your idiotic self such baseless confidence? Like that, it would not be hard to get killed overseas, let alone in a different world. That lack of vigilance was to blame. The result of it all must be that. It had been so unsightly, such that he would have wanted to kill himself had he survived. Subaru, that hopeless, idiotic bastard. But evidently it had been fatal foolishness, but it was fortuitous to have it affirmed. Putting a check on his rage, enduring it, he scrutinized that truth closely. The Book of the Dead was certainly functioning. That book had recorded the death of Natsuki Subaru, and it thrust a great number of truths, which were a matter of course for Natsuki Subaru, at Natsuki Subaru, for whom there was no way to know them. Japanese letter, T.O. name it, specifically, it was the sequence of events of obtaining return by death. As per convention, an existence who was God, or wielded similar strength, normally in a transcendental state of being, summoned Subaru to the different world. However, for that Natsuki Subaru, if he were to not have the memories of being summoned by such a transcendental being, there would be no occasion where he would get to know whom he got the power granted to him from and how he grew conscious of that power. That was something Subaru could affirm, who had seen the end of that Natsuki Subaru for himself. At the very end of the end, though he had been blabbering things without knowing when to give up, at that moment, Natsuki Subaru was supposed to not have any confirmation that he would overcome death and rewind time. At the very least, he himself had been like that. Japanese letter, THINKING. That far, he abruptly noticed that he and Natsuki Subaru had not been objected well visually. The reason for that, evident. Subaru, it's diving more deeply in than on Meili's instance. When he had read Meili's Book of the Dead and personally experienced her life, he had tasted the sensation of having his mind undergo influence quite severely as well. Halfway melting together with her personality, Meili appeared within his mind as a symptom of hallucination, such that she said all what she wanted to say and was toying around with Subaru. Above all, that had ultimately been a Meili fabricated by Subaru's consciousness, utterly unrelated to the real Meili, an illusion brought forth by chaos. He was aware of that. Subaru. Japanese letter, however, this instance's Book of the Dead demarcated a line between itself and Meili's experience. All things said and done, in the chaos immediately after reading Meili's book, still present were clues to differentiate between himself and her. The difference in gender, the difference in age, the difference in values, there were plenty. Detaching himself from her through those clues, even if slightly, it was a possibility to withdraw the comprehension that she was an entirely different existence. However, that was not how it was this time. None other than he himself was the party concerned. His self who was not himself, a situation which normally would not manifest. It laid expectation upon Natsuki Subaru and pushed him into his fight with himself. His fight with himself. Japanese letter, Judging, by mere words. Those were not words too cliché, but they were words which evidently and straightforwardly denoted the situation which Subaru had currently been placed in. The truth is, he possessed a negative outlook. Overlapping with his self rather meant an act of painting his self out. The water washed by the dark paint called Natsuki Subaru dyed him as if with a paintbrush that had been dipped in that. Subaru. Japanese letter, Emili, Emilia. At the sensation of feeling himself be painted out, Subaru called Emilia's name as if it were some magic. The reason why he chanted Emilia, that reason was evident. The Natsuki Subaru inside the Book of the Dead did not recognize her as Emilia. Trusting the alias he had been told, he saw through his duties as a buffoon till the very end of the end. That is why, that was the difference between the present Subaru and Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, with the roots of his teeth quivering, fearing the sensation of his self being whittled. Subaru looked at his feet. The single book he had dropped thoughtlessly that had fallen there. Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. He continued to observe, such that Natsuki Subaru would have died. If considered now, mysteriously enough, the Book of the Dead commenced from the moment he arrived into the different world, from when he had shouted out the change of worlds with a foolishly bare expression. Even though for Meili's instance, it had properly commenced since she gained the awareness of black square Japanese letter no, for now all that was of no significance. The problem was the continuation to that Book of the Dead. Subaru. You must be thinking the same. Natsuki Subaru. Thanks to the Book of the Dead, he was able to witness what was perhaps the death of Natsuki Subaru when he was first summoned into the different world for himself. However, that was merely the beginning. That Natsuki Subaru must have also utilized the power of return by death. Otherwise, that may have been a power which had manifested not in the form of return by death, but something further different. Japanese letter, no, that was the natural state of affairs. Rewinding time at will, that was much more convincing. For Natsuki Subaru, who was met by Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Echidna, Julius, Meili, Shola, Patrash, Giant, and was expected to play an active role, something like that was much more suitable. In that CRS-E Japanese letter, Subaru. That must be there, ahead of this. Natsuki Subaru, who seemed to be no different from Natsuki Subaru. However, there present was something decisive which caused that Natsuki Subaru to be Natsuki Subaru. Seeking that, Subaru at once held the book in his hands, and closing his eyes, took deep breaths. Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. With the book in his hands, Subaru counted the beating of his chest, and while calming his black square down, he slowly commenced walking. A slow gait, however, straight forward, lacking all faltering. Before long, where Subaru had reached was in front of the bookshelf, and as he stretched his hand, OUT Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, SECOND book. The single book following Natsuki Subaru made a weak assertion of itself through core Leonis. Japanese letter, THE progress Natsuki Subaru made was unsightly, haphazard, irredeemable, completely useless, a novice as per appearance with crude movements. Neither with any divine protections nor with any skills, imagined that there would at least be some instinct or intelligence, but not even that. Just why must you challenge? Tormented by the self-indulging mighty enemy, he was minced without being able to even launch a proper counterattack. And in the environs of his wounded self was a blood-stained old man and a golden-haired girl collapsed. Neither of them could be saved. He could not even move. Slowly, agonize. Before long, with his guts sliced, with his eyes sliced, within the world where he lost his eyesight, with a time limit running against his life, he lived the time until his death nestling close with dismay. Until the very end of the end, all whilst fearing, shivering, dreading, DISGRACEFULLY Japanese letter. Hey, did you get stabbed? It can't be helped, you know. Try running outside. It's more than just difficult. A tilde H, this won't do. If the insides of the guts get wounded, then it's death for sure. The clothes are all a mess too. Fallen with the opponent overhead of him, did he truly intend to make such heedless dialogue? He must use his brain for such worthless thoughts, otherwise he would be rendered unable to comprehend the shocking pain piercing through his back. A technique to escape pain, or a method to protect himself, to have possession of them, would have astonished him to the bottom of his black square. He was unable to save himself from the truly futile, vain death. Calling the girl Sattler while she was not Sattler, having to hear harsh words from her due to that, unable to sense the strikingly obvious situation, killed by the opponent whom he already had tasted before abandoning thought. A suitable end. Why, from the beginning to the end, could he not live without regretting even for a second, even for a minute? Enough. This world was going to end. He knew it. Because from the very beginning he knew and could see death, and henceforth came here. That is why, if there was not something decisive present, it was the end of this world. As it is the end, as it is the end, go to the next one. Go to the next, 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 to the next. Otherwise, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, and it hurts, and it's painful, and it's unbearably hurtful, but something must be carried on to the next Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The demise that was brought to him whilst he was asleep, contrary to a swift and easy end, was accompanied with mercilessness, as if chilling venom was poured into his blood vessels. The arrival of the death whereby he couldn't even comprehend he had died, compared to the deaths till now in which he was unable to detach pain and suffering from himself, was perhaps the easiest one is what he believed. However, in no way was that true. Why did he die? First of all, did he really die? Within humans fearful of death, the wish to die as if sleeping is substantially present, but if Subaru, who had experienced that, were to be asked, then he would respond that it was not worth wishing for. In death, there lies the meaning of death. In the demise, denouement of life, something which is learnt from it must be attached to the end. Within chaos and despair, fright and yearning, Subaru sought the subsequent book of the dead. He must unravel what had occurred. He must unravel what had killed his SELF Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, MYSTERIES invited further mysteries, as incomprehensible and irrational deaths followed him. Overlapping ends, continual tragedies. Though he had refused dying as if sleeping, dying as if being shattered, as if being gouged out, were indeed not pleasant either. From next to next, his life was aimed for, robbed, shattered, and finally betrayed. Why was no longer the question for that? Why must he have to save the blue-haired girl who had killed his self? Why did his self become so frantic in order to save her? Why did she give such a powerful push to Subaru's back, who was crushed and knelt down? Why did he gain strength by her words and resolve to move forward? Ahead of betrayal, he earnestly yearned for the desire which had actually not been betrayed, for the world which affirmed that it was correct. Natsuki Subaru offered his life as indemnification for the sake of the fruitless, sorrowful misunderstanding of saving someone, and prized it open through sheer strength. Meeting Emilia, meeting Puck, meeting Felt, meeting Grandpa Ram, meeting Reinhardt, meeting Elsa, meeting Beatrice, meeting Ram, meeting Rem, meeting Roswell, meeting Petra, meeting the residents of Arlem Vill, a GE Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, and no matter what, he will thrust refusal at any muddy stream that may advance upon them, is what he believed. Subaru. Ah, boo, tilde HK. Putting a check on his lips, facing assailing death once again, Subaru knelt down in the library of Taygeta. Without supporting his body, he collapsed onto the bare ground as if falling. Subaru. Ha ha. His breath was rough. What drenched the entirety of his body was abundant cold sweat. Whether it was hot, whether it was cold, whether it was bitter, whether it was sweet, whether it was agonizing, whether it was pleasant, his feelings were blended into a heterogeneous mixture of likes and dislikes, black and white, and he was unable to comprehend the correct answer. It felt as if he was being struck from all angles and directions ceaselessly, from next to next. Subaru. With this, 8 books. Discovering the books of the dead of Natsuki Subaru, and ever since he commenced reading them, he was merely piling up the number of books. To say the number of books was something odd in itself as well. Not that the numbering kept on ascending, originally, to have the next book of the same series, for a book present in this library was not how it was supposed to be. Yet, the books of Natsuki Subaru kept on piling up the number of books readily, and continued. Adding to the mystery, the structure of not being able to find the next book of Natsuki Subaru, unless the first book of Natsuki Subaru was RE Japanese letter, it all commenced orderly. Without skipping a single death for the purpose of an interval, he followed the footsteps of Natsuki Subaru. And whilst following the footsteps, he thought about how tactlessly frank, incorrigible, immature Natsuki Subaru was. Particularly the last book, observing the fate of the 8th book of the dead, it was impossible to not feel that way. Immediately after the announcement of the royal election, fracturing his relationship with Emilia, ultimately merely hurting her black square simply because he could, Without any apology or retrospection, dying within the chaos, was Natsuki Subaru. His self, who was reading the books, sunk with his consciousness equivalent with the subjectivity of the Book of the Dead. Merely the people concerned were supposed to particularly experience that effect, but it was still difficult to tolerate. His self, who thought why did he not understand, was present. On the other hand was his self, who thought why did he lament by not understanding through that as well. Subaru, don't be trapped in the past. It was a tragedy he had witnessed with these eyes an instant ago. That is why his body ached as if being torn off. However, that was the past. Maximum, a happening that had occurred in the past. Even if it was a happening right in front of the eyes for Natsuki Subaru, who faced death at that instant. Even if it was a happening right in front of the eyes for Subaru, who was in agreement with Natsuki Subaru, who faced that instant. That was the past. Persisting by turning into a wound difficult to forget, it was the past. That is why, at the present instant, take a breather and escape the impact. Forget it. That someone killed Emilia. That someone committed that terrible spectacle in the village. If not, then Black Square would get shattered. What would he do should Subaru's Black Square shatter here, rendered unable to stand up? How would someone do something? Natsuki Subaru was not present here. That is why there was no other choice but for Subaru to somehow manage through. Subaru. Not yet. Japanese letter, HRS it been found. Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. There was supposed to be something decisive existing, bestowed only upon Natsuki Subaru. It would be the key to precisely distinguish between Natsuki Subaru and Natsuki Subaru. At the very least, until that key was procured, this voyage of going through books of the dead shall not terminate. The decisive key, which made Natsuki Subaru grow wings and attain flight, as Natsuki Subaru. The key which changed him into the savior who could catch Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Echidna, Julius, Meili, Shola, Patrash, Giant from falling. At the current instant, there were no signs of it. Natsuki Subaru could not possibly possess the mettle, the magnanimity, to be a savior or a hero, to be able to fulfill the immense duty of saving someone. What he possessed was merely standing out stubbornness, and the good fortune of being blessed by the people around him. However, that was not all. It was not that formless something. He possessed the omnipotent key, something which was further apparent, evident, which could be recognized at a single glance, which convinced everyone that he had the ability because he possessed that. He possessed it. That is why, seeking Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, NUMBER 9. Once again he tackled the samsara of death, whirling with mayhem and chaos, betrayal and despair. His wish, Natsuki Subaru, to turn into you as fast as possible. Japanese letter, BEFOREI, am no longer able to bear with your footsteps, your wounds, death, in my black square. Japanese letter, deaths were accumulated relentlessly. Japanese letter, ENDS, were relentlessly accumulated. Each time he felt ache, each time he was in agony, each time he lost something, each time he was robbed of something, he heard the sound of black square cracking. Crying and screaming why and how, gritting his molars thinking it ends here, standing up whilst vomiting blood, sheathed in wounds, he advanced. The struggle of an uncouth man risking his life was present there. Not once but twice, not twice but thrice, not thrice but 4 times and so forth, getting cornered by situations and expiring, yet he held his ground in order to smash through the lock of turmoil. That was amazing, plenty amazing, truly worthy of respect. To not give up, that was something quite amazing. Even after experiencing so much, gritting teeth so much, to fight to the bitter end was amazing, truly admirable, improved opinions. Japanese letter, BUT, that was not it. But that was not it. That was not it. That was not it. That was not it indeed. Subaru. Something was, HK. Japanese letter, something was supposed to have happened, isn't it? Something must have happened. Otherwise, it would not make sense. Otherwise, things would not hold true. Something happened, which made the impotent, irremediable Natsuki Subaru develop wings, attain flight and turn into Natsuki Subaru, who could save everyone, someone, Emilia and the others. That was how it was supposed to be. That was why he was searching for it, dying, losing sanity, with bloodshot eyes. Upon each instance of reading the books of the dead, personally experiencing the impact, terror, and the agony of death which Natsuki Subaru had to taste by trifling with the altering situations, he grew further desperate and pursued his search. Yet he was unable to find a single CLUE Japanese letter, Subaru. Ah! A tilde, a tilde, a tilde, a tilde, a tilde, Japanese letter, tilde HK. He struck his head onto the floor. It was all right when he was in the midst of witnessing it. However, the instant he returned, his black square was fomented with disgrace. Subaru, Dad, Mom, tilde HK. There had been Natsuki Subaru, who exchanged words with his father and mother and apologized to the two of them. There had been Natsuki Subaru, who was thrown into the different world, and for the sake of residing in this place, bid farewell to those two. Even after carelessly forgetting what all his self had committed, knowingly of the fact that his parents would be saddened, conveying words of love for self-SETISFCTION Japanese letter. Subaru. Ah, boo, gh. He vomited, his tears overflowing. What was hurtful, what was excruciating, was that he was painfully aware of the feelings of Natsuki Subaru, and the fact that Subaru also got to know that his parents forgave it. Please don't forgive, please curse. He wished his parents would speak ill of him, call him out for lacking filial piety. However, they did not act that way. Neither his father nor his mother, be as per Subaru's wishes. In order to console himself, he wished his parents to call him a petty human or things similar. He was unable to achieve that. Subaru's father, Kenichi. Subaru's mother, Naoko. Japanese letter, THEY, were the greatest couple of parents. There had been his self, who was happy for that. There had been his self, who approved of the judgment Natsuki Subaru took, despite lacking all rights to be saved. There had been his self, who was going to be saved, making his black square unsightly. Japanese letter, THIS, was this the source for it? With this being the reason, did he turn into Natsuki Subaru? Subaru. No, that's not it. Not something like this. Scratching his head violently, striking his aching eyebrows with his fist, Subaru disparaged his own self. What Subaru sought was not spiritual salvation. What he sought was a key, Japanese letter, a power further evident, which was established in terms of proper efficacy. The power which Subaru was ignorant of, which only Natsuki Subaru was cognizant of. Just as Subaru had succeeded in the manifestation of core Leonis, the special something, which only Natsuki Subaru had awakened, that was Subaru. The key to change this situation, I have to believe it is, or the laceration of his guts, which had been the very last cause of his death from the present moment, touching the wound he was supposed to have from that, Subaru whispered. His memories started to overlap with what he had witnessed in Meili's Book of the Dead. The assault on the mansion, Meili's both beloved and troublesome elder sister, Elsa's attack, a natural enemy for Natsuki Subaru. However, that was all about a world where everything came to an end. That was all about a world which Natsuki Subaru already surmounted. What was crucial was not sympathizing with Natsuki Subaru, but unveiling and obtaining the deception only he was supposed to possess, which only he was using. For that, only for that, read the books of the dead. Japanese letter, BECAUSE, only for that, Natsuki Subaru had been dying and redoing his actions. Subaru, please tell me, Natsuki Subaru. Japanese letter, HOW, are you special? How can only you stay being special? There must be something, right, Subaru? Something must have changed you. Something must have rid you of your uselessness and turned you into someone else. Subaru, please change my weak, pathetic, petty self who can't be useful for shit. I'm fed up now. I can't see everyone suffering, not anymore. Subaru, something is there, right? If something isn't there, then it doesn't make sense. Something happened. That's why you are different from me. It has to be that way. Japanese letter, IT has to be that way, or he will be rendered incapable of doing anything but to simply watch. Subaru, you were, the same as me, weak, petty, completely powerless. Japanese letter, KNEELING, down time and time again, and on each instance having someone give a push to his back, as he wanted to recompense everyone who acted courteously towards him. As they had acted kindly towards him, he wanted to pay them back. Subaru, please, Natsuki Subaru, I request you. Please, just stop. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. IT would have been much, much better had he been a superhuman. Japanese letter H. He wished for him to be an existence completely dissimilar to his self, one who had transcended above weakness with both his black square and body. Japanese letter T. H. A T is why he wished to be convinced by him that he had done what his self could never achieve, and why ET Japanese letter. Drawing books out as if plucking berries, having his head struck by continually startling death, all whilst having shatter upon each instance of that, eagerly, earnestly, as if sipping mud, he ate into his life. But still, until the very end of the end, he did not cast aside the possibility. He clung O Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. He opened up, the book he had in his grasp. With the preparedness of his brain tissues being churned, his black square being violated, his soul being humiliated, he opened it up. After all, it was far more painful to have the very last hope severed rather than feeling ache or anguish. Subaru. You get it, right, Natsuki Subaru. As if, seemingly seeking consent, he called out to the person concerned who was not in presence here. The tone of that voice felt as if it had sustained a terrible loss of ambition. It could not be helped. After all, the person concerned was not someone to be enthusiastic about. He was not that great of a man. Japanese letter, WHILST, wishing for that to not happen, his fingers as if pulling a rope, he started to draw the book of the dead out. And what will follow will certainly be the finishing blow, harboring such FEELINGS Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Y ear H. I get it. Subaru, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, a white, white world. Upon noticing, Subaru was not in the library, nor a shapeless existence overlapping with memories, but had been sent a place which he recognized, which was not here. THERE Japanese letter, Japanese letter. I get it, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. After all, because you are me, you know. Standing still within the white world, Sampaku eyes he was well acquainted with had been awaiting Subaru.